security and to commit to international law, including the UN Charter. It is a good start to re-energize our collective work for a better, more peaceful and more humane world. Let me address some of the most pressing issues of today and start with peace and security. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who enjoys our full support and enormous respect, has repeated on several occasions that last year, with the highest number of conflicts in decades, was also the deadliest one. Slovenia has been elected member of Security Council since January, and during this time, we have observed and witnessed gradual but steady erosion of power of rules. The Council is increasingly unable to respond in an effective way to major conflicts such as Gaza, Ukraine, or Sudan. And we are not doing any better in other crisis managements. What we are witnessing in Ukraine is aggression of a stronger, more powerful neighbor upon a smaller and weaker one. This is clearly a blatant violation of the UN Charter, and if we are let this aggression to pass, we open the doors to many similar wars across the globe. In Gaza, almost 4 months since the Council's resolution on ceasefire and hostage release, the deal is nowhere close. As the Secretary General said yesterday at UNRWA meeting, people in Gaza are existing, not living, existing among lakes of sewage, piles of rubbish, and mountains of rubble. The only certainty they have is that tomorrow is going to be worse. In the West Bank and East Jerusalem, violence and dehumanization of Palestinians is increasing and has reached a boiling point. All this is taking us further away from the two-state solution, with Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in peace and security. Escalation of Gaza crisis into the region is now a reality. The region is at the brink of an abyss. De-escalation is urgently needed, starting with the ceasefires in Gaza and Lebanon. In Sudan, we are witnessing a man-made humanitarian catastrophe, with millions displaced and in desperate need of humanitarian aid. At the same time, we are seeing the atrocity happening again in Darfur. How is this possible? Has Security Council really failed the humanity? To be honest, it is the permanent 5 Security Council members who bear most responsibility. By misusing veto power and putting national interests first, they effectively blocked the working of the UN Security Council. The concerns and pain that we feel for civilians, the condemnation of violations of the Charter and of international humanitarian law should not depend on our geographical or political proximity to the conflict. We should all put common interests first, and the world would be a much better place. Having said that, let me come to a reform of the Security Council. Our experience with the Security Council has given us renewed appreciation for the need to reform the Security Council. We urgently need a council that is a true representation of the international community, a council that is fit for the world of today. We need to ensure that the distribution of the seats is fair. The Council needs stronger voices of the regions that have been underrepresented, such as African continent. Reform of Council's composition needs to be accompanied with the reform of the veto powers. The reality is that we won't be able to eliminate veto, but we could definitely regulate this right of veto more precisely. The Security Council also needs to exercise its power with higher ambition when it comes to prevention of conflicts and play a stronger role in peace-building activities that involve all aspects of the UN system. Colleagues, let us not forget that United Nations are much more than the Security Council alone. We commend the work of nameless humanitarian workers who are on the ground in armed conflicts among the civilians representing the face of United Nations. Erosion of respect of international humanitarian law is making their work so much more difficult. Gaza conflict was, however, a turning point in this regard. In Gaza, humanitarians are not just occasional collateral victims. They seem to have become a deliberate military target. There is no other explanation for the highest number of humanitarian workers being killed last year, of whom a vast majority in Gaza. The sense of impunity for crimes in Gaza is putting humanitarian organizations under stress elsewhere. This is undermining the very essence of the United Nations, and it is affecting the work of the humanitarian organizations and agencies like ICRC and UNRWA all around the globe. Third pressing issue, climate change. The impact of climate change is mostly felt on the lifeline for people and nature, that is water, the most precious of the elements. Extreme weather events are multiplying water-related risks across the world. This global challenge demands a global and collaborative response. Solutions exist, but are not equally accessible to everybody. The UN Secretary General's Early Warning for All initiative is the right step in this direction. As the catastrophic floods devastated my home country last year, we initiated the development of an advanced digital solution linking Earth observation with supercomputing and artificial intelligence. The system, when built, will help us predict floods and droughts and improve our resilience. We are ready to share this solution with our partners globally. Remote sensing and Earth observation inform our early warning systems, but we are fully aware that many countries lack the capacity to monitoring all the hazards and are restricted in their access. A call upon all to form a global partnership around the early warning for all to help overcome these challenges. The partnership would boost our common preparedness and ensure that everyone on Earth is protected from hazardous weather, water, or climate events through life-saving early warning systems. Fortunately, people suffering from armed conflicts do not have the luxury of high-tech solutions. More often than not, they are denied basic access to clean drinking water. Even more, we are increasingly seeing how access to water is becoming weaponized in Yemen, Somalia, Gaza, and Sudan. Slovenia decided to take initiative, and we launched the Global Alliance to Spare Water from Armed Conflict, together with a cross-regional group of countries. Such global partnerships are urgently needed to safeguard the human right to water for all. And last but not least, on humanity. We need to make sure that people around the world age with dignity and rights. The current international human rights law offers only a fragmented and inconsistent framework for the full protection of human rights of elder persons. This is why we are leading a global action towards a legally binding instrument on human rights of older persons. The world should spare no time to address the main issues related to gender equality, including the future developments and implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. The UN should lead by example when it comes to the full, equal and meaningful role and leadership of women in our societies. In its entire history, the General Assembly has been led by only 4 women. We never had a female UN Secretary General. The time has come to reflect gender equality in top leadership positions of our organization. Slovenia has joined the supporters of the Rotation for Equality initiative, which calls for gender rotation in the position of the President of the United Nations General Assembly. In the times of crisis, children are always the most vulnerable ones. Today's world is increasingly hostile to children's rights. More children than ever are experiencing violence in all settings. Many have lost their lives, are forcibly displaced, exposed to most traumatic experiences, imprisoned, denied education and healthcare, and face extreme poverty and social exclusion. Gaza is an example of extreme suffering of the children. Slovenia is offering concrete help with the foundation Let Them Dream, which is dealing with the rehabilitation of children from Gaza. It is an extremely noble and human project which was launched years ago and has already helped hundreds of children from Gaza who came on rehabilitation in Slovenia and will continue to do so. Sadly, some of these kids were now already the victims of recent aggression on Gaza. Let me finish with the story of the two young girls from Palestine. At the beginning of this week, I attended an event on missing futures in the occupied Palestinian territory organized by Save the Children. At this event, I heard stories from two courageous girls, Sarah and Rand. They spoke about their challenges in life, they spoke about their feelings, they spoke about their plans for the future. And despite all of the destruction, dehumanization, and fear, there was no anger nor hate in their stories. They just had this enormous wish to live a normal, decent life. They just had this enormous wish to be able to educate and study in order to be able to contribute back to their community. One wants to become a doctor. Second wants to become a humanitarian worker. Today, I fulfill my promise to them and I bring their story to the General Assembly. Only with our united call for peace and against war, we could make sure that Sarah and Rand and all the other children of Palestine and the world are not among the thousands missing futures of children under occupation. I want to say this out loud and clear to the Israeli government. Stop the bloodshed. Stop the suffering. Bring the hostages home and end the occupation. Mr. Netanyahu, stop this war now.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, heads of state and government, excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning. Qala ya abati inni raitu
And he said, "Oh, my father, I have seen 11 planets and the sun and moon bowing to me. He said, "O son, do not tell your story to your brothers. They will devise a scheme for you. The devil is the enemy of humans."
Honor for me to address the United Nations General Assembly for the second time as the Prime Minister of a country that has always been a proactive member of the UN Assembly. I would like to congratulate you and wish you all the success, Mr. President, on your election as the President of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly. I would also like to appreciate the efforts of Ambassador Dennis Francis for his skillful stewardship of the 78th session of the UNGA. Mr. President, the father of our nation, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, declared in 1947 that we stand by the United Nations Charter and will gladly make our full contribution to peace and prosperity of the world. Pakistan has stood by this commitment unwaveringly. Today, we are facing most daunting challenges to the world order. Israel's genocidal war in Gaza, a dangerous conflict in Ukraine, destructive conflicts across Africa and Asia, rising geopolitical tensions, resurging terrorism, galloping poverty, stifling debt, and the mounting impact of climate change, we feel the chill of a new world order. In response to these challenges, our Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for the Summit of the Future. It led to the adoption of the 54 actions on development, peace and security, technology, and global governance in the Pact of the Future. Mr. President, today I stand before you to express the searing pain and anguish of the people of Pakistan at the plight of the people of Gaza. Our heart bleeds as we witness the tragedy unfolding in the Holy Land, a tragedy that shakes the very conscience of humanity and the foundation of this institution. Mr. President, can we, as human beings, remain silent while children lie buried under the rubble of their shattered homes? Can we turn a blind eye to mothers cradling the lifeless bodies of the children? This is not just a conflict, this is systematic slaughter of innocent people of Palestine. Ladies and gentlemen, an assault on the very essence of human life and dignity. The blood of Gaza's children stains the hands of not just the oppressors, but also those who are complicit in prolonging this cruel conflict. When we ignore their endless suffering, we diminish our humanity. It is not enough to condemn, Mr. President. We must act now and demand an immediate end to this bloodshed. We must remember that the blood and sacrifice of the innocent Palestinians will never go waste. We must worry about their plight and difficulties and stand by them. We must work for a durable peace through the two-state nation. We must seek a viable, secure, contiguous, and sovereign state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its eternal capital, and to advance the goals And to advance these goals, Palestine must also be immediately admitted as a full member of the United Nations. Mr. President, in a span of a few days, Israel's unrelenting bombing of Lebanon has killed over 500 people, including women and even small children. The failure to implement UN resolutions has emboldened Israel. It threatened to drag the entire Middle East into a war whose consequences could be very grave and beyond imagination. Similarly, like the people of Palestine, the people of Jammu and Kashmir too have struggled for a century for their freedom and right to self-determination. Instead of moving towards peace, India has resiled from its commitments to implement the Security Council resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir. These resolutions mandate a plebiscite to enable the people of Jammu and Kashmir to exercise their fundamental right to self-determination. Ladies and gentlemen, since the 5th of August 2019, India has initiated unilateral illegal steps to impose what its leaders ominously call a final solution for Jammu and Kashmir. Day in and day out, 900,000 Indian troops terrorize the people of occupied Jammu and Kashmir with draconian measures including prolonged curfews, extrajudicial killings, and the abduction of thousands of young Kashmiris. At the same time, in a classic settler colonial project, India is seizing Kashmiri lands and properties and settling outsiders into occupied Jammu and Kashmir in their nefarious design to transform the Muslim majority into a minority. This hackneyed tactic is employed by all occupying powers, but it has always failed. In Jammu and Kashmir too, it shall fail by the grace of God. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kashmiri people are resolute in rejection of the false Indian identity. The New Delhi seeks to impose upon them very, very severe conditions, and atrocities are being committed every hour. India's policy of brutal coercion and oppression in occupied Kashmir has ensured that Burhan Wani's legacy continues to inspire the struggle and sacrifices of millions of Kashmiris. Inspired by the legitimacy of their epic struggle, they remain defiant. Their heart-wrenching stories remind us that behind every statistic lies a human life, a dream deferred, and a hope shattered. Even more worryingly, it is engaged in massive expansion of its military capabilities, which are essentially deployed against Pakistan. Its war doctrines envisage a surprise attack and a limited war under the nuclear overhang. Thoughtlessly, India has spurned Pakistan's proposals for a mutual strategic restraint regime. Its leadership has often threatened to cross the line of control and take over Azad Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, let me state in no uncertain terms that Pakistan will respond most decisively to any Indian aggression. Therefore, to secure durable peace, India must reverse the unilateral and illegal measures it has taken since 5th of August 2019 and enter into a dialogue for a peaceful resolution of the Jammu and Kashmir dispute in accordance with the UN security resolutions and the wishes of the Kashmiri people. Mr. President, remember, illegal occupation creates a fresh hell every day in the killing fields of Palestine and in the pristine valleys of occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Apart from conflicts, Mr. President, the 21st century has brought a cascade of crises, including the reversal of development and the mounting impact of climate change. 2 years ago, my country was devastated by catastrophic floods, causing $30 billion in damages. It is now clear that each summer will bring blistering temperatures and trigger fresh climate impacts. Pakistan emits less than 1% of global carbon emissions, yet we have paid a very heavy price for no fault of ours. This is most unfair in any calculus of global justice. We must uphold the axiom, the polluter must pay. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan looks forward to fulfillment of commitments made by our development partners to support the achievements of the SDGs and climate goals, including a new annual goal beyond $100 billion in climate finance. Mr. President, with nearly 100 developing countries trapped in the vicious cycle of debt and liquidity crisis, which I always call a death trap rather than debt trap, achieving the SDGs in these circumstances remain a distant mirage. The international financial architecture, which the Secretary General has described as morally bankrupt, and the world trade and technology regimes must be reformed and aligned to promote development and global equity. Mr. President, since assuming office in March this year, the progress and prosperity of my 240 million people has been my singular focus. We have taken some very difficult but necessary decisions that have rescued our economy from collapse, restored macroeconomic stability, controlled physical deficits, and strengthened our reserves. As a result, inflation has come down to a single digit by the grace of God, and the prospects for economic growth has revived. I would like to explain this challenge and the way we are negotiating, Mr. President, by reciting a stanza from a poem which enormously makes me very emboldened, very brave, and hardworking, and commit untiring efforts. And this stanza is a befitting example of hard work and, of course, facing challenges, and then pave the way for success stories. And stanza is, when things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you are trudging is all uphill, when things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you are trudging seems all uphill, when the credits are low and debts are high, when the credits are low and debts are high, when you want to smile, but you have to sigh. When you want to smile, you have to sigh. When care, read health. When care is pressing you down a bit, when care or health is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit. This is how, Mr. President, we have learned to face our challenges and negotiate the most daunting challenges we have faced. Mr. President, situated at the crossroads of South and Central Asia and the Middle East, we have prioritized geoeconomics and regional connectivity to secure win-win outcomes for our people. The second phase of the landmark China-Pakistan Economic Corridor has been successfully launched through the Apex Special Investment Facilitation Council, we are mobilizing investments in resilient infrastructure, renewable energy, minerals, sustainable agriculture, and technology. This will herald a new era of development and modernization in my beloved country. Ladies and gentlemen, for 2 decades, Pakistan has fought terrorism boldly and most successfully, defeating terrorist groups within Pakistan. We have paid a very heavy price. 80,000 of our brave soldiers and civilians have been martyred, including innocent school-going children. And the gory memories of APS school carnage haunt us till date. Our economy has suffered a loss of $150 billion. Unfortunately, today, we are again confronted by a new wave of externally financed and sponsored terrorism, especially by the TTP, Fitna al-Khawarij, and its associates. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, inshallah, by the grace of God, we are determined to eliminate this threat as well through our comprehensive national effort by the name of Azm-e-Istehkam, meaning resolve to promote peace and stability. And we will work collectively with the international community to combat all forms of terrorism and reform the global counterterrorism architecture. Mr. President, Pakistan seeks the earliest possible normalization of the situation in Afghanistan. We join the UN's appeal for $3 billion in humanitarian assistance to the millions of suffering Afghan brothers and sisters. At the same time, we endorse and share the international expectations that the Afghan interim government would respect human rights, including the rights of women and girls, and promote political inclusion. In particular, the interim government must take effective action to neutralize all terrorist groups within Afghanistan, especially those responsible for cross-border terrorism against neighboring countries. These include ISIL-K, Daesh, the Al-Qaeda-associated TTP, Fitna al-Khawarij, Majid Brigade, the BLA, and other terrorist groups which unfortunately are seen on Afghan territory. Mr. President, another troubling global development is the escalation of islamophobia, which is now manifested by frequent desecrations of the Holy Quran, attacks on mosques, negative stereotyping of Muslims, and acts of discrimination and violence against them. The most alarming manifestation of Islamophobia is the Hindu supremacist agenda in India. It aggressively seeks the subjugation of 200 million Muslims and the obliteration of India's Islamic heritage. Pakistan and the OIC will work with the UN Secretary General and the Special Envoy to implement a plan of action to combat this scourge. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan seeks an immediate end to the tragic conflict in Ukraine and its peaceful resolution in accordance with the UN Charter and international agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has a long and proud history of solidarity, friendship, and cooperation with the nation of Africa. We will continue to cooperate with them to counter terrorism and resolve regional conflicts, including through UN peacekeeping and peace building in the region. Finally, Mr. President, as we leave this august hall, we must carry with us a message for our people, that the weak are not voiceless, that the oppressed should not lose hope, that poverty is not preordained, and that Allah Almighty promise of justice and equality in our terrestrial home must be respected. I thank you all, and thank you very much for your time. God bless you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of the State of Israel. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly. Order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't intend to come here this year. My country is at war, fighting for its life. But after I heard the lies and slanders leveled at my country by many of the speakers at this podium, I decided to come here and set the record straight. I decided to come here to speak for my people, to speak for my country, to speak for the truth. And here's the truth. Israel seeks peace. Israel yearns for peace. Israel has made peace and will make peace again. Yet we face savage enemies who seek our annihilation, and we must defend ourselves against these savage murderers. Our enemies seek not only to destroy us, they seek to destroy our common civilization and return all of us to a dark age of tyranny and terror. When I spoke here last year, I said we faced the same timeless choice that Moses put before the people of Israel thousands of years ago. As we were about to enter the Promised Land, Moses told us that our actions will determine whether we bequeath to future generations a blessing or a curse. And that is the choice we face today. The curse of Iran's unremitting aggression, or the blessing of a historic reconciliation between Arab and Jew. In the days that followed that speech, the blessing I spoke of came into sharper focus. A normalization deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel seemed closer than ever. But then came the curse of October 7th. Thousands of Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists from Gaza burst into Israel in pickup trucks, on motorcycles, and they committed unimaginable atrocities. They savagely murdered 1,200 people. They raped and mutilated women. They beheaded men. They burned babies alive. They burnt entire families alive, babies, children, parents, grandparents, in scenes reminiscent of the Nazi Holocaust. Hamas kidnapped 251 people from dozens of different countries, dragging them into the dungeons of Gaza. Israel has brought home 154 of these hostages, including 117 who returned alive. I want to assure you, we will not rest until the remaining hostages are brought home too. And some of their family members are here with us today. I ask you to stand up. With us is Eli Stevie, whose son Idan was abducted from the Nova Music Festival. That was his crime, a music festival. And these murderous monsters took him. Kobe Smirno, whose son Jonathan was murdered, and his corpse was taken into the dungeons, into the terror tunnels of Gaza. A corpse held hostage. Salim al-Atrash, whose brother Muhammad, a brave Arab-Israeli soldier, was murdered. His body too was taken to Gaza. And so was the body of Ifat Hyman's daughter in Bar, who was brutally murdered at that same music festival. With us is Sharon Sharabi, whose brother Yossi was murdered and who prays for his older brother Eli, who is still held hostage in Gaza. And with us too is Izhar Lifsich from Kibbutz Nir Oz, a kibbutz that was wiped out by the terrorists. Thankfully, we achieved the release of his mother Yocheved, but his father Oded is still languishing in an underground terrorist hell of Hamas. I again promise you, we will return your loved ones home. We will not spare that effort until this holy mission is accomplished. Ladies and gentlemen, the curse of October 7th began when Hamas invaded Israel from Gaza, but it didn't end there. Israel was soon forced to defend itself on 6 more war fronts organized by Iran. On October 8th, Hezbollah attacked us from Lebanon. Since then, they fired over 8,000 rockets at our towns and cities, at our civilians, at our children. 2 weeks later, the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen launched drones and missiles at Israel, the first of 250 such attacks, including one yesterday aimed at Tel Aviv. Iran's Shiite militias in Syria and Iraq have targeted Israel dozens of times over the past year as well. Fueled by Iran, Palestinian terrorists in Judea and Samaria perpetrated scores of attacks there and throughout Israel. And last April, for the first time ever, Iran directly attacked Israel from its own territory, firing 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles at us. I have a message for the tyrants of Tehran. If you strike us, we will strike you. There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach, and that's true of the entire Middle East. Far from being lambs led to the slaughter, Israel's soldiers have fought back with incredible courage and with heroic sacrifice. And I have another message for this assembly and for the world outside this hall. We are winning. Ladies and gentlemen, as Israel defends itself against Iran in the seven-front war, the line separating the blessing and the curse could not be more clear. This is the map I presented here last year. It's a map of a blessing. It shows Israel and its Arab partners forming a land bridge connecting Asia and Europe between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Across this bridge, we will lay rail lines, energy pipelines, fiber optic cables, and this will serve the betterment of 2 billion people. Now look at this second map. It's a map. Look at the second map. It's a map of a curse. It's a map of an arc of terror that Iran has created and imposed from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean. Iran's malignant arc has shut down international waterways. It cuts off trade. It destroys millions, destroys nations from within, and inflicts misery on millions. On the one hand, a bright blessing, a future of hope. On the other hand, a dark future of despair. And if you think this dark map is only a curse for Israel, if you think that, then you should think again. Because Iran's aggression, if it's not checked, will endanger every single country in the Middle East and many, many countries in the rest of the world. Because Iran seeks to impose its radicalism well beyond the Middle East. That's why it funds terror networks on 5 continents. That's why it builds ballistic missiles for nuclear warheads to threaten the entire world. For too long, the world has appeased Iran. It turns a blind eye to its internal repression. It turns a blind eye to its external aggression. Well, that appeasement must end. And that appeasement must end now. Nations of the world should support the brave people of Iran who want to rid themselves of this evil regime. Responsible governments should not only support Israel in rolling back Iran's aggression, they should join Israel. They should join Israel in stopping Iran's nuclear weapons program. In this body, in the Security Council, we're going to have a deliberation in a few months. And I call on the Security Council to snap back UN Security Council sanctions against Iran, because we must all do everything in our power to ensure that Iran never gets nuclear weapons. For decades, I've been warning the world against Iran's nuclear program. Our actions delayed this program by perhaps a decade, but we haven't stopped it. We've delayed it, but we haven't stopped it. Iran now seeks to weaponize its nuclear program for the sake of the peace and security of all your countries. For the sake of the peace and security of the entire world, we must not let that happen. And I assure you, Israel will do everything in its power to make sure it doesn't happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question before us is simple. Which of these 2 maps that I showed you will shape our future? Will it be the blessings of peace and prosperity for Israel, our Arab partners, and the rest of the world? Or will it be the curse in which Iran and its proxies spread carnage and chaos everywhere? Israel has already made its choice. We've decided to advance the blessing. We're building a partnership for peace with our Arab neighbors while fighting the forces of terror that threaten that peace. For nearly a year, the brave men and women of the IDF have been systematically crushing Hamas's terror army that once ruled Gaza. On October 7th, the day of that invasion into Israel, that terror army numbered nearly 40,000 terrorists. It was armed with more than 15,000 rockets. It had 350 miles of terror tunnels, an underground network bigger than the New York subway system, which they used to wreak havoc above and below ground. A year later, the IDF has killed or captured more than half of these terrorists, destroyed over 90% of their rocket arsenal, and eliminated the key segments of their terror tunnel network. In major military operations, we destroyed nearly all of Hamas's terror battalions, 23 out of 24 battalions. Now, to complete our victory, We are focused on mopping up Hamas's remaining fighting capabilities. We are taking out senior terrorist commanders and destroying remaining terrorist infrastructure. But all the while, and I'll say this one more time, we remain focused on our sacred mission, bringing our hostages home, and we will not stop until that mission is complete. Now, ladies and gentlemen, even with Hamas's greatly diminished military capability, the terrorists still exercise some governing power in Gaza by stealing the food that we enable aid agencies to bring into Gaza. Hamas steals the food, and then they hike the prices. They feed their bellies, and then they fill their coffers with money that they extort from their own people. They sell the stolen food at exorbitant prices. And that's how they stay in power. Well, this too has to end, and we're working to bring it to an end. And the reason is simple. Because if Hamas stays in power, it will regroup, rearm, and attack Israel again and again and again, as it is vowed to do. So Hamas has got to go. Just imagine, for those who say, well, Hamas has to stay, it has to be part of a post-war Gaza, imagine in a post-war situation in World War II, imagine allowing the defeated Nazis in 1945 to rebuild Germany. It's inconceivable, it's ridiculous. It didn't happen then, it's not going to happen now. This is why Israel will reject any role for Hamas in a post-war Gaza. We don't seek to resettle Gaza. What we seek is a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Only then can we ensure that this round of fighting will be the last round of fighting. We are ready to work with regional and other partners to support a local civilian administration in Gaza committed to peaceful coexistence. As for the hostages, I have a message for the Hamas captors. Let them go. Let them go. All of them. Those alive today must be returned alive, and the remains of those whom you brutally killed must be returned to their families. Those families here with us today, and others in Israel, deserve to have a resting place for their loved ones, a place where they can grieve and remember them. This war, ladies and gentlemen, this war can come to an end now. All that has to happen is for Hamas to surrender, lay down its arms, and release all the hostages. But if they don't, we will fight until we achieve victory, total victory. There is no substitute for it. Israel must also defeat Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah is the quintessential terror organization in the world today. It has tentacles that span in all continents. It has murdered more Americans and more Frenchmen than any group except bin Laden. It's murdered the citizens of many countries represented in this room. And it has attacked Israel viciously over the last 20 years, in the last year, completely unprovoked. A day after Hamas massacre, on October 7th, Hezbollah began attacks against Israel, which forced more than 60,000 Israelis on our northern border to leave their homes, becoming refugees in their own land. Hezbollah turned vibrant towns in the north of Israel into ghost towns. So I want you to think about this in equivalent American terms. Just imagine if terrorists turned El Paso and San Diego into ghost towns. Then ask yourself, how long would the American government tolerate that? A day? A week? A month? I doubt they tolerate it even for a single day. Yet Israel has been tolerating this intolerable situation for nearly a year. Well, I've come here today to say, enough is enough. We won't rest until our citizens can return safely to their homes. We will not accept a terror army perched on our northern border, able to perpetrate another October 7th-style massacre. For 18 years, Hezbollah brazenly refused to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which requires it to move its forces away from our borders. Instead, Hezbollah moved right up to our border. They secretly dug terror tunnels to infiltrate our communities and indiscriminately fired thousands of rockets into our towns and villages. They fire these rockets and missiles not from military sites, not from that. They do that too. But they fire those rockets and missiles after they place them in schools, in hospitals, in apartment buildings, and in the private homes of the citizens of Lebanon. They endanger their own people. They put a missile in every kitchen, a rocket in every garage. I said to the people of Lebanon this week, get out of the death trap that Hezbollah has put you in. Don't let Nasrallah drag Lebanon into the abyss. We're not at war with you. We're at war with Hezbollah, which has hijacked your country and threatens to destroy ours. As long as Hezbollah chooses the path of war, Israel has no choice, and Israel has every right to remove this threat and return our citizens to their homes safely. And that's exactly what we're doing. Just this week, the IDF destroyed large percentages of Hezbollah's rockets, which had built with Iran's funding for 3 decades. We took out senior military commanders who not only shed Israeli blood, but American and French blood as well. And then we took out their replacements, and then the replacements of their replacements. And we'll continue degrading Hezbollah until all our objectives are met. Ladies and gentlemen, we're committed to removing the curse of terrorism that threatens all civilized societies. But to truly realize the blessing of a new Middle East, we must continue the path we paved with the Abraham Accords 4 years ago. Above all, this means achieving a historic peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And having seen the blessings that we've already brought with the Abraham Accords, the millions of Israelis who've already flown back and forth across the Arabian Peninsula, over the skies of Saudi Arabia, to the Gulf countries, the trade, the tourism, the joint ventures, the peace, I say to you, what blessings such a peace with Saudi Arabia would bring. It would be a boon to the security and economy of our two countries. It would boost trade and tourism across the region. It would help transform the Middle East into a global juggernaut. Our two countries could cooperate on energy, water, agriculture, artificial intelligence, and many, many other fields. Such a peace, I'm sure, would be a true pivot of history. It would usher in a historic reconciliation between the Arab world and Israel, between Islam and Judaism, between Mecca and Jerusalem. While Israel is committed to achieving such a peace, Iran and its terror proxies are committed to scuttling it. That's why one of the best ways to foil Iran's nefarious designs is to achieve the peace. Such a peace would be the foundation for an even broader Abrahamic alliance. And that alliance would include the United States, Israel's current Arab peace partners, Saudi Arabia, and others who choose the blessing of peace. It would advance security and prosperity across the Middle East and bring enormous benefits to the rest of the world. With American support and leadership, I believe this vision can materialize, and much sooner than people think. And as the Prime Minister of Israel, I will do everything in my power to make it happen. This is an opportunity that we and the world should not let go by. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel has made its choice. We seek to move forward to a bright age of prosperity and peace. Iran and its proxies have also made their choice. They want to move back to a dark age of terror and war. And now I have a question. And I pose that question to you. What choice will you make? Will your nation stand with Israel? Will you stand with democracy and peace? Or will you stand with Iran, a brutal dictatorship that subjugates its own people, exports terrorism across the globe? In this battle between good and evil, there must be no equivocation. When you stand with Israel, you stand for your own values and your own interests. Yes, we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending you against a common enemy that through violence and terror seeks to destroy our way of life. So there should be no confusion about this. But unfortunately, there is a lot of it in many countries and in this very hall, as I've just heard. Good is portrayed as evil, and evil is portrayed as good. We see this moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of genocide, when we defend ourselves against enemies who try to commit genocide against us. We see this too when Israel is absurdly accused by the ICC prosecutor of deliberately starving Palestinians in Gaza. What an absurdity. We helped bring in 700,000 tons of food into Gaza. That's more than 3,000 calories a day for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. We see this moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of deliberately targeting civilians. We don't want to see a single person, a single innocent person die. That's always a tragedy. And that's why we do so much to minimize civilian casualties, even as our enemies use civilians as human shields. And no army has done what Israel is doing to minimize civilian casualties. We drop flyers, we send text messages, we make phone calls by the millions to ensure that Palestinian civilians get out of harm's way. We spare no effort in this noble pursuit. We see yet another profound moral confusion when self-described progressives march against the democracy of Israel. Don't they realize they support the Iranian-backed goons in Tehran and in Gaza? The goons who gun down protesters, murder women for not covering their hair, and hang gays in public squares, some progressives. According to the US Director of National Intelligence, Iran funds and fuels many of the protesters against Israel. Who knows, maybe some of the protesters, or even many of the protesters outside this building now. Ladies and gentlemen, King Solomon, who reigned in our eternal capital, Jerusalem, 3,000 years ago, proclaimed something that is familiar to all of you. He said, "There is nothing new under the sun." Well, in an age of space travel, quantum physics, and artificial intelligence, some would argue that's a debatable statement. But one thing is undeniable. There is definitely nothing new at the United Nations. Take it from me. I first spoke from this podium as Israel's ambassador to the UN in 1984. That's exactly 40 years ago. And in my maiden speech here, I think it's the same podium, by the way. In my maiden speech here, I spoke against a proposal to expel Israel from this body. 4 decades later, I find myself defending Israel against that same preposterous proposal. And who's leading the charge this time? Not Hamas, but Abbas, Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. This is the man who claims he wants peace with Israel. Yet he still refuses to condemn the horrific massacre of October 7th. He's still paying hundreds of millions to terrorists who murder Israelis and Americans. It's called pay for slay. The more you murder, the more you get paid. And he still wages unremitting diplomatic warfare against Israel's right to exist and against Israel's right to defend itself. And by the way, they amount to the same thing. Because if you can't defend yourself, you can't exist. Not in our neighborhood, certainly, and maybe not in yours. Standing in this podium 40 years ago, I told the sponsors of that outrageous resolution to expel Israel, gentlemen, check your fanaticism at the door. Today, I tell President Abbas and all of you who would shamefully support that resolution, check your fanaticism at the door. The singling out of the one and only Jewish state continues to be a moral stain on the United Nations. It has made this once respected institution contemptible in the eyes of decent people everywhere. But for the Palestinians, this UN House of Darkness is home court. They know that in this swamp of anti-Semitic bile, there's an automatic majority willing to demonize the Jewish state on anything. In this anti-Israel flat earth society, any false charge, any outlandish allegation can muster a majority. In the last decade, there have been more resolutions passed against Israel in this hall at the UN General Assembly than against the entire world combined. Actually, more than twice as many. Since 2014, this body condemned Israel 174 times. It condemned all the other countries in the world 73 times. That's more than 100 extra condemnations for the Jewish state. What hypocrisy, what a double standard, what a joke. So the UN's hostility So all the speeches you heard today, all the hostility directed at Israel this year, it's not about Gaza. It's about Israel. It's always been about Israel's very existence. And I say to you, until Israel, until the Jewish state is treated like other nations, until this anti-Semitic swamp is drained, the UN will be viewed by fair-minded people everywhere as nothing more than a contemptuous farce. Now, given the anti-Semitism at the UN, it should surprise no one that the prosecutor at the ICC, one of the UN's affiliated organs, is considering issuing arrest warrants against me and Israel's defense minister, the democratically elected leaders of the democratic state of Israel. The ICC prosecutors rushed to judgment. His refusal to treat Israel with its independent courts the way other democracies are treated is hard to explain by anything other than pure anti-Semitism. Ladies and gentlemen, the real war criminals are not in Israel. They're in Iran. They're in Gaza, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen. Those of you who stand with these war criminals, those of you who stand with evil against good, with a curse against the blessing, those of you who do so should be ashamed of yourselves. But I have a message for you. Israel will win this battle. We'll win this battle because we don't have a choice. After generations in which our people were slaughtered, remorselessly butchered, and no one raised a finger in our defense, we now have a state. We now have a brave army, an army of incomparable courage, and we are defending ourselves. As the book of Samuel says in the Bible, Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker. The eternity of Israel will not falter. In the Jewish people's epic journey from antiquity, in our odyssey through the tempest and upheavals of modern times, that ancient promise has always been kept, and it will hold true for all time. To borrow a great poet's phrase, Israel will not go gently into that good night. We will never need to rage against the dying of the light, because the torch of Israel will forever shine bright. To the people of Israel and to the soldiers of Israel, I say, be strong and of good courage. חזקו ואמצו ואל תיראו מפניהם, כי אדוני אלוהיך הוא ההולך עמך, לא ירפך ולא יעזבך. Am Yisrael Chai, the people of Israel live, now, tomorrow, forever. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the State of Israel, The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Mia Amor Motley, Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
President, we need a reset, and we need to reset. Mr. President, in your absence, I congratulate you on your assumption of this chairmanship of the General Assembly. We can wait. As I said, Mr. President, we need a reset, and we need to reset. Those of us here today representing our brothers and our sisters the world over have endured 4 years of polycrises. As the children of Mother Earth, we continue to wrestle with the climate crisis. As a human family, we grapple with the legacy of the pandemic. As a digitally connected people, we are now, regrettably, confronted by multiple theaters of war and scenes of horror and famine flowing from that war, armed conflict instead of pursued development. Citizens of every country as well, struggling to contain the rising cost of living and the implications for them and their families on a day-to-day basis. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, we are all now threatened by the second but silent pandemic of antimicrobial resistance, together with a growing incidence of death and disability from chronic non-communicable diseases. We cannot afford the distraction of war. If ever there was a time to pause and to reset, it is now. Collectively, Collectively as an international community and individually as leaders in each of our countries, we must now deliver new opportunities and solutions to these crises which dampen economic growth, which restrict the ambitions of our people and numb our sense of the beauty and goodness that the world ought to be offering because it has it to offer. The reset for which I am calling, and indeed all of our citizens are demanding, must see an end to all forms of discrimination. That rules and institutions today exist which create first and second class citizens, as we have said from this podium year after year, depending on your nation of origin, militate against the trust and the credibility and the hope, and it fosters a crisis of confidence in the existing international order, which must become inclusive and responsive for all. More than any other complaint from this podium has been the disparity in treatment and the inability to be able to have fair and transparent treatment for all that would lead to the trust necessary for us to solve the problems of our times that are truly beyond man-made causes. Neo-colonialist structures that perpetuate and reflect an old world order characterized by racism and classism and misogyny, while ignoring the legitimate aspirations of billions, will not help to foster the hope or trust that is necessary to meet these polycrises. We must ensure that the global institutions give developing countries, especially small vulnerable states like my own, or vulnerable middle-income countries, seats at the table of decision-making where we can be seen, heard, become active agents in our own cause and lead our own development paradigms. My friends, we are reminded that 2024 is the final year of the United Nations Decade for the People of African Descent. Much has been achieved, but the recognition, the justice, and the development for people of African descent that was promised by this decade has, to say the least, not yet been fully realized. And it is for this reason that the Caribbean community joins the growing chorus, and my own country in particular, for the immediate proclamation of a second decade to complete the unfinished work and address the matter of reparations for slavery and colonialism. I start here because this is a necessary but complex conversation, and the Caribbean community is resolute that it must happen. Its resolution lies, and I want to be very clear, its resolution lies in a multi-generational approach, in the same way that the £20 million sterling debt that was incurred by the British government only was repaid in this 21st century, almost 200 years later, so that the notion of unaffordability becomes a non-issue once we recognize that the solution to reparations must be multi-generational and grounded in development. Mr. President, of necessity, the reset must also be characterized by institutional reform, which has to start in the United Nations councils. These councils suggest that some are full members, and others are only part members, and some may be part-time members, and some may be occasional members. All of this has no place in the 21st century. And the anger and the mistrust of our citizens and institutions, in leaders, in multilateralism, and in the processes which exclude while yielding much talk and little action is very real. And nowhere is reform and consequently trust and hope more important to the well-being of billions of people today than in relation to the global financial architecture. Restricted access to capital, its disproportionately high costs, barring us from doing that which we must, its inadequate scale, and the overwhelming burden of debt often imposed on us by circumstances beyond our control. These are all now combining to force governments in the world's poorest countries, and frankly, across many vulnerable middle-income countries, to devote more resources to debt service than to health and education, and in some instances, even infrastructure. For far too many members of the human family, cold ground is our bed and rock is our pillow. Too many go to bed with their bellies hungry, and too many may not even have a bed. Our reset must therefore collectively build a common agenda that reflects and reinforces our shared humanity. It is that shared humanity that binds us together. Mr. President, you know better than most. Our African brothers and sisters got it right with the principle of Ubuntu, and have used this principle, this General Assembly, to remind us that its simplicity is what we should aspire to. I am because you are. I am because we are. My well-being is tied to yours, and our collective well-being is connected to Mother Earth. This best voices the approach needed to give expression to the reset that is absolutely necessary. And we acknowledge that there are glimpses of hope. We have, for example, on Monday, agreed to a pact for the future, but we still have war. We have agreed on a global digital compact, but we still have raging pandemics in the slow motion silent pandemic. All of this rests, my friends, on the common agenda that the Secretary General had set out for us before. Yesterday, we agreed in a high-level meeting on a political declaration on antimicrobial resistance. A lot of fancy words, but this is where the rubber hits the road. Because all of us in this room know people who have died from infections and for whom the antibiotics simply are no longer effective, so that within 48 hours, a person's life is snuffed out, almost as if they were at war. My friends, following on the intervention of the Bridgetown Initiative and the Paris Pact for People and Planet, the efforts of many across the board, we acknowledge that there is some hope. And it is evident in the beginnings of the reform that we are seeing little by little, but nevertheless, they have started. These are all important steps, but we cannot take our eyes off the prize. Barbados' call for a fundamental reset includes attitudes and behavior as much as actions or reforms. Heads of government are in agree that we must trigger national development agendas of transformation with both speed and scale. We have a date with destiny against 1.5 degrees. We know that that is what is needed to survive. And the implications for people, even as we speak, can be dire. But if there is a failure to act with clarity of purpose, and if the political will retards progress on the front of the much-needed reform within the international financial institutions, purely because heads of government do not speak to ministers of finance when they reach Washington, D.C., or their board directors, if there is a need for that to be dealt with, then, my friends, there must be a commitment to be equal to the current challenges of member states if we are not to perpetuate the discriminatory practices that result in undermining the transformational opportunities that we need. Depriving vulnerable countries from being able to access concessional income that is long enough to build the resilience to save lives and to protect livelihoods is unjust. And that is why we must remain focused. That is why, my friends, we launched yesterday the third iteration of the Bridgetown Initiative, which identifies three key principles, very simply. One, we must change the rules of the international financial system and reform its governance and instruments. Two, we must shock-proof vulnerable economies by dealing with debt and liquidity in a comprehensive, development-focused manner. And if we need to give countries a shot of liquidity like we give them a shot of adrenaline to avoid them falling off the cliff of death, then we must do so. And thirdly, we must augment financing by boosting country capacity to invest in resilience by several means. including what has been announced already, the rechanneling of special drawing rights through our multilateral development partners, but that will only be truly effective if there is another issuance of SDRs in the near future. Indeed, we must also address the challenge, and this I believe to be the fundamental mission of this generation, of how we are going to secure the global public commons to be able to maintain our safety and stability as a global community. We're going to have to discuss how we can secure it and, of course, how we must finance it. And that is not only the climate crisis or the loss of biodiversity that we speak about, but the other many global challenges that can truly destabilize countries and regions. Mr. President, these considerations are of fundamental importance to the sustainable existence of our generations, future generations. The SIDS agenda is another story of promises made but not kept. 30 years ago, the international community gathered in my own country to take action for the first time on the unique challenges faced by small island developing states. We birthed in my home country the first ever global agenda for small island developing states, which became known as the Barbados Program of Action. I thank Mauritius for its strategy of implementation, Samoa for its pathway. They were carriers of the baton of a development agenda for small island developing states in the intervening years, in the face of multiple global crises from health to climate to finance. The vulnerabilities, yes, of our countries as small states have become more pronounced. In May of this year, we gathered in Antigua and Barbuda for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States. And I call on the international community and the multilateral system to let us work together to ensure that the promise created in Bridgetown in 1994 is delivered and realized through the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS 2024, otherwise known as ABBAS. Let me use this opportunity as well to inform you that 2 days ago we took over the presidency of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, the V20 countries of the world, from Ghana, whose president I would like to thank for the excellent stewardship of the group over the past 2 years, and indeed for the strengthening of its institutional capacity. The priorities of our term as chair of the V20 countries will be the multiple dimensions of climate crisis, dealing with them, the impact of the climate crisis on human health, and of course, the issue of debt and climate, because if we don't solve that, we cannot take the appropriate actions to deal with climate. I invite all United Nations members who are not yet members of the V20, but who are climate vulnerable, to join this group, because it is only through amplification of our voices and consistency of our message and solidarity that we will continue to see the pace and scale of reforms that we need to be able to save our people's lives. I commend to you the declaration of the leaders of the Climate Vulnerable Forum that was adopted this week on Wednesday. Mr. President, above all else, we need a global reset on peace. There needs to be global peace. And those of us who are old enough would have recognized that there are peaks and valleys as it relates to this issue of conflict. There are few areas where the world is more in need of the United Nations acting as the United Nations to secure the objectives of the Charter than in the area of peace and security. The silence that has engulfed Sudan is unacceptable and may well be rooted in the racism that the world still carries as a badge of honor from the victories of the last great war of the World War II. The actions in Myanmar cannot continue. Ukraine has sucked more oxygen out of the global community and the global financial system than any of us can appropriately accept at the very time when the world needs to be applying its resources and efforts to fighting the greatest crisis known to mankind. And the spread of the war from Gaza to the consequences in the West Bank to now clearly what is happening in Lebanon as we speak with Israel, all of these are but the tip of an iceberg of death, violence, and instability, and robs the global community of oxygen and resources at the very time when we need it most in a strategic way. We all know, as students of history, that even the longest war in history came to an end. These wars, yes, they too will come to an end. But the question is when and at what cost, and without much loss of life, with how many children not being able to be either given the chance to live or will now live with memories of war that will affect their every action for the next 60, 70, 80 years of their lives. Innocent people are paying the price with the one thing that is theirs to give, and they don't give it willingly. It is their life. Unless we address the root causes of these wars, one by one, and the manners in which they are being sustained and financed, we will never, never know anything else other than war and rumors of war in these theaters. The transmittal of these scenes of horror in real time into people's bedrooms, into people's living rooms, will trigger two extreme reactions, neither of which are acceptable to us in the third decade of the 21st century. We will either get the desensitizing of ordinary people to the loss of lives, especially those of innocent children and women on the one hand, or we will get, on the other hand, the anger and inclination for vengeance that it spawns necessarily. We need peace. And it cannot be too difficult for us to work for peace. It is the same Bible that tells us in the stories of the Old Testament, much which has guided many people across this world. But when we turn from the Old Testament to the New Testament, it is Romans that says to us, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord," not any country, not any human being, so that the Bible can't be used as a convenient aid when it suits us and rejected when it doesn't. In the midst of this maelstrom, we were very clear. My country took the step this year of recognizing and establishing diplomatic relations with the state of Palestine, in spite of having supported a two-state solution since 1969. And we did this because it is clear to us that the state and people of Palestine, human beings, are entitled to full recognition by integration into and support from the international community. The Charter does not say we the people, with the exception of any one group from any one part of the world. We join with others, therefore, in congratulating the state of Palestine in taking their seat among the United Nations member states, as they did on the 10th of September of this year. And let me be clear, we condemn the actions of Hamas on October 7th. But we equally and strongly deplore the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, which is the result of the disproportionate use of force by Israel. There's no justification for it. And that is why treaties exist governing the rules of engagement for war. Because we as human beings learned better and know better and committed to better. A two-state solution, no matter how elusive it may appear to be now, is the only answer. And I've said already this week that we have known difficult battles in mankind's history. But when we were in it, we didn't think we could achieve it, but we did. We abolished slavery. We removed apartheid in South Africa. These battles are not beyond our creativity, our capacity, and our resilience to resolve them. Similarly, we insist that the killing in Ukraine really has to stop. The people of Ukraine must be allowed to live within the internationally recognized boundaries of their state in peace and freedom from the threat of use or force. And as I said, it is sucking too much oxygen out of the global financial system, and countries that should be the beneficiary of aid are being told that they may have to wait in the interest of the defense of others because of war. I say to us truly, there has to be a singular commitment to build a peace. Truly. Mr. President, my own region has not escaped the scourge of instability and violence. The Americas do not constitute today a theater of war, but we are today witnessing, for some years now, an unprecedented escalation in the number and caliber of assault weapons which are finding themselves in the hands of criminals who are wreaking havoc on the legal systems and our societies, particularly in the small island developing states of the Caribbean and indeed in the wider states of Central and Latin America. This scourge caused by guns manufactured in the United States of America primarily also requires a fundamental reset. The right of persons to bear arms in countries not engaged in military conflict should not be an opening to accept as legitimate the presence of assault weapons in countries. It is simply not right. There is no place for assault weapons in our societies. I turn now to the fate of the people of Haiti, which continues to be of major concern to our people in the Caribbean region. The global community now has an opportunity for an essential reset with how it addresses its relationship with Haiti, and which has been born in all kinds of semi and partial concern over the course of the last few decades. We continue to have it as a recurring decimal because we have failed to solve the problems and put them on a sustainable path to development for its people. What is needed is transformation of our sister nation. And yes, we must provide first and foremost security, but transformation must be its handmaiden. The government and people of Haiti need the full support of the international community, not just in the short term, but in the long term. And yes, this starts by extending the mandate of the Multinational Security Support Force, escalating the work of the United Nations, deploying all the tools of bilateral, regional, and global cooperation, not excluding countries who want to participate for spurious reasons, ensuring that those of us who can step up to the plate by significantly increasing the pledge funds that we do so, because we know that it takes cash to be able to deploy the forces and the police necessary to help with the restoration, so that Haitian mother or that Haitian child can go about their day-to-day life without fear of being assaulted or killed or being denied the right to work because of their simple fear of walking the streets. The Caribbean community has been working hard this year to support our largest member state. And in the early part of the first few months of this year, we met on Haiti almost 3 to 4 times a week to guarantee the stability that we ask you now to help us secure. We thank the efforts of the Eminent Persons Group of former CARICOM prime ministers who were on the front line of helping to resolve this complex problem day in and day out so that we could find a political consensus for Haiti. That Haiti had at this General Assembly both the interim president of the Transitional Council and Prime Minister Cornille is a remarkable achievement given where Haiti was in February of this year. Let them continue on a path, please, of securing their future. And we cannot be on this podium speaking about Haiti without thanking Kenya and President Ruto for their remarkable leadership. After many delays and in what represents now a historical precedent for an African country, they have ensured that an African country has taken the lead in helping to tackle the peace and security challenge beyond its own continent. That is the kind of reset that we need in the international community. And Mr. President, you cannot come on this platform regrettably, although I look forward to the day when I will not have to say it, when we must ask for reprieve for the people of Cuba. It is unacceptable, it is unconscionable, and that it continues today is a mark on our international conscience. The Cuban people continue to face the most dire of economic circumstances, and that this is directly as a result of its exclusion and its designation as a state sponsor of terrorism. And I have addressed our only knowledge of terrorism, and Cuba is in fact the downing of the Cubana plane off the waters of Barbados, where Cubans, Guyanese, and Koreans were killed. My friends, Cuba has been a valuable partner stepping up for us when it has mattered most, by the provision of nurses and doctors in pandemics, and by the provision of other essential workers when the global community needed it and when people needed to be liberated in Southern Africa. The reality is that we must have and continue to have resolve in calling for the embargo to be lifted, and we will condemn it year after year after year because it is simply wrong. As we say so, we pray that the people of Cuba, as they determine what damages they have found from Hurricane Helen, as well as we pray for the people of Florida, who clearly are going to spend the next few days identifying the damage as a result of a hurricane that hit Category 4 when it reached Florida. This is the climate crisis that we speak about. The people of Nigeria are still counting the bodies with respect to the floods that took place there. We have hard work to do. In our own Caribbean region, Beryl literally decimated the islands of Carriacou and Union Island, and indeed would have affected Grenada and St. Vincent more broadly. Jamaica and my own country's coastal infrastructure was significantly affected, with our fishing industry, 90% of it being decimated. This season of superlatives, with its floods and droughts, its hurricanes and fires, will take the lives and livelihoods of too many. The climate crisis is hitting us almost weekly across the globe. The deniers of the climate crisis, they too need a reset that will admit of the absolute necessity of collective action by the global community to save our way of life and our planet. Mr. President, at the start of this week, the skies were much darker. I truly believe so. We are starting to see some glimmers of light. We leave New York this week noting that the clouds are lifting, conscious that the sun is peeping out in certain areas, not all, but in certain critical areas, giving us a sense of renewed hope that reset is in fact not only possible, but necessary in key areas: institutional reform, reform in our financial architecture, reform in how we view development, but above all else, reform in how we see each other and value each other. This hope springs from the Pact for the Future and the many declarations that we have made here, the terms in which my fellow leaders spoke from this platform for the most part, the urgent need to recognize reset, 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 even if they didn't call it by that name. It is as if we all truly understand and accept the challenge of rising to solve the major difficulties that are faced by the people of the world, and to recognize that global moral strategic leadership requires of us the commitment to redress the wrongs and to take care of saving people and planet. But recognition of the need for the reset, while it is the first step in any issue, what is now also needed is eternal vigilance as our companion, so that as we take the steps to transform attitudes and institutions and rules, we will not succeed overnight. We will not succeed even in the next decade. But if we don't do the reset to change the legacy of centuries of exploitation and domination, we will not be fit for purpose to meet the needs of our people in the third decade of the 21st century. I can think, therefore, of no better way to conclude than with a song that I had cause to use almost 30 years ago from my own country. Song from Edwin Yearwood. When I first stood on this podium almost 30 years ago in 1995 as a young minister of youth, and I quote, "A voice in my head keeps talking to me. It tells me the road is long. It tells me we must be strong. Roll with the pain and roll with the strife, for today is the rest of the start of your life." Mr. President, may the new hope fostered here this week signal the start of a new deal for people who hitherto were not seen, and even with the existence of this body, whose voice and presence were not felt. These people have been recognized too often, and these countries, as mere statistics, and not with the human dignity that is their birthright, or the human dignity that is the conferred right from these United Nations. Mr. President, I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Tshering Tobgay, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I bring to you warm greetings from His Majesty the Druk Gyalpo. Excellencies, 53 years ago, on the 21st of September 1971, a small Himalayan kingdom was admitted to the United Nations. On that day, after centuries of self-imposed isolation, Bhutan became the 128th member of the United Nations. It was a defining moment for us. It was a defining moment for us when a small, poor, landlocked country nestled in the world's highest mountain joined the global community of nations. That same year, the United Nations created the least developed country category to provide targeted support to the world's poorest nations. Bhutan was among the first to be admitted in that list. Back then, our economy was primarily agrarian, operating largely on a barter system. Our per capita GDP income stood at just $215 US. Life expectancy was barely 40 years. Infant mortality was tragically high at 142 deaths for every 1,000 live births. And our literacy rate was woefully low. We had only, in fact, less than 300 students in the few scattered schools that had been established to provide modern education. Today, I stand before you with a story of transformation and progress. Our per capita GDP has risen to more than $3,500 US. Life expectancy has increased to 70 years. infant mortality has plummeted to 15 deaths per 1,000 live births. And our literacy rate, it has climbed to 71%, with youth literacy skyrocketing to 99%. I am pleased to report to this august assembly that because of our all-round progress, last December, 52 years after joining the United Nations, Bhutan graduated from the LDC category. To achieve this achievement did not come easily. It was a journey marked by hard work, perseverance, and sacrifice. But we were not alone. We had the support of many friends who accompanied us on this important journey. I take this opportunity to extend our deep gratitude to the United Nations and its specialized agencies. I would also like to thank all our development partners, including Japan, the European Union, the World Bank, and the Asian Development Bank for their unwavering support. But most importantly, I would like to reserve our deepest thanks to India, our closest friend and neighbor. They have been with us from the very beginning of our development journey and have remained steadfast in their support and friendship. Excellencies, graduating from the LDC category is a significant milestone. But what truly matters is that we did it in our own terms. Under the leadership of our enlightened monarchs, Bhutan has pursued a development path grounded in the philosophy of gross national happiness. This approach places the happiness and well-being of our people at the center of our development agenda. Thanks to gross national happiness, our economy, while it is still small, is sustainable and inclusive. Healthcare and education are free for all. Our unique culture not only survives, but thrives. More than 72% of our land is under forest cover, and we are recognized as a biodiversity hotspot and a carbon-negative country. Our democracy, a gift from our king, has been embraced by a reluctant population. Excellencies, having graduated from the LDC category, it is now our responsibility to ensure that we sustain our hard-earned progress and that under no circumstances should we ever backslide. As we chart a new course for the future, we are faced with new challenges, particularly those arising from our weak economy. Foremost among them is youth unemployment. To address these challenges, we must strengthen our economy. We must provide our youth with meaningful opportunities to grow and to prosper. We must embrace a new development paradigm. In this context, I am pleased to report that His Majesty the King has announced the establishment of the Gaelifu Mindfulness City. The Gaelifu Mindfulness City is a transformative vision for future urban spaces, a blueprint for living mindfully and sustainably. Spanning 2,600 square kilometers of pristine forests and fertile farmlands, it will enable human innovation and natural ecosystems to thrive together while fostering human well-being, environmental sustainability, and mindful living. We invite thought leaders, innovators, and investors to join us in building this groundbreaking city, contributing to a model of peace, harmony, and progress that others can follow. Excellencies, Bhutan's story is one of hope, but it is also a call to action. More than 50 years have passed, and only 7 nations have graduated from the LDC category, leaving 46 countries still in need. This This is unacceptable. The international community must intensify its efforts to ensure that no nation is left behind, that all LDC countries achieve graduation. To accomplish this, we must address poverty, inequality, and vulnerability with a renewed sense of urgency. The Pact for the Future, which we adopted collectively at the Summit of the Future, provides us with a roadmap to transform the lives of the world's most vulnerable. However, transforming the future requires that we also transform institutions shaping it. The United Nations must evolve to meet the realities of today's world. The Security Council as it stands is a relic of the past. We need a council that reflects the current geopolitical, economic landscape, and social realities. Bhutan has long advocated for the reform of the Security Council to make it more representative and effective. For this, India, with its significant economic growth and population and leadership of the Global South, deserves a permanent seat at the Security Council. Similarly, Japan, a leading donor and peace builder, warrants permanent membership. Excellencies, in conclusion, let me reiterate our deep gratitude for the support we have received on Bhutan's journey to LDC graduation. Now we are committed to sustaining this progress, but we will need your continued support. In this regard, we invite your support and investment in initiatives like the Gelufu Mindfulness City. However, as we celebrate Bhutan's progress, we must also intensify our efforts to support other LDCs, ensuring that they too can achieve graduation. In this regard, the role of the United Nations is more critical than ever, reinforcing the imperative for multilateralism in addressing the global challenges we face. As we look to the future, I have the honor to close by repeating a profound message from His Majesty, our beloved King. I first did so 7 years ago, and I repeat, no nation today can stand alone in achievement. Time is slowly telling us that there can be no lasting individual success without success as a community. And there cannot be lasting national progress and success if it does not fit into a future of global peace, harmony, and equality. The world must progress together or fail together. Thank you, and Tashidile.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Xavier Espot Zamora, Head of the Government of the Principality of Andorra. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by extending my congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang on his election as President of the 79th General Assembly. I would like to thank you, President, for having chosen unity in diversity, sustainable development and human dignity everywhere for everyone as the theme. Andorra could not be any more in agreement than we are with this goal, which we fully support, because my country is tangible, real proof that people are able to live together peacefully for more than 800 years. Indeed, thanks to our understanding and mutual respect shown by our inhabitants, our country has never had a war and we've never had an army. Andorra has always been an oasis of peace, tolerance and cohabitation, including during the most troubled times of the old continent. I'd also particularly like to thank the Secretary-General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his perseverance, for always preferring the path of conciliation, and for his message in favor of international law and against climate change. I would also like to stress the impetus that the Secretary-General has given to the Summit of the Future, which gave rise to the Pact for the Future that my country has signed. The goal of this is to strengthen the multilateral system, to adopt concrete measures to address new challenges and establish a roadmap to address existential risks to humanity, civilization, and most people on Earth. Classical authors, they are the basis of Western culture. They tell us, and I use the present tense because they never die, they say that all speech is vain and empty unless it be accompanied by action. What is important are the things that we do throughout our lives. All civilizations are born in specific circumstances, and very often they go down in history thanks to their conquests. But what is the conquest of this civilization? What is its vocation? And what is the heritage that it will leave behind? Or rather, what is the conquest, vocation, and heritage that we want this civilization to leave to future generations? Ladies and gentlemen, today in the West, we very often forget that democracy goes over and above simply putting your ballot in the box every 4 or 5 years. The very substance of the concept of democracy is the values involved: dignity, tolerance, equality, freedom, respect for people and nations. These values are human rights, the rights that this General Assembly has decided to protect 76 years ago by adopting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It would seem that the spirit in which this declaration was forged, a symbol of peace and dignity following 2 devastating world wars, is fading little by little. The forward march of extremist political positions is a reaction in the light of something that is viewed as a threat, an order that's viewed as a threat. The feeling that a recent past has been lost and it's better than the present, that has invaded current generations, and heightened by the idea that climate change will worsen living conditions and that globalization and migration flows will dilute and depersonalize our societies, and that children and young people today will live less well than their parents did. We find ourselves at a key moment in history where the debate cannot be hidden behind rhetorical language to avoid this situation. We will soon be celebrating the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, and this organization must continue to be the cornerstone of our world, to be an organization where states and the nations that make it up are moving in the same direction with the same goal: to respond effectively to the great challenges of our times in order to leave future generations a heritage which promises hope. Ladies and gentlemen, we have never had so many tools to bring about cooperation and dialogue. In the light of a very complex reality, but convinced as we are of the equality between nations, we must ensure the implementation of the Charter of the United Nations, strengthened by the pillars of the defense of human rights as well as the defense of international humanitarian law. Those are the things, and those alone, that must govern relations between states. The serious situations in Ukraine, Gaza, Lebanon and Sudan, and other regions where we see conflicts that have become permanent, particularly in the region of the Sahel, we cannot remain indifferent to these. We must urgently become mobilized to achieve the most noble goal of politics: peace. We must come together and find solutions to conflicts without violence or recourse to military resources. We would call upon all parties to work for peace, and that they respect international humanitarian law and that they obey it. Because nothing can justify the attacks suffered by civilian populations, nothing can justify the attacks against hospitals and schools, and nothing can justify using hunger as a strategy of war. Nothing can justify such irrational behavior. Children are the main victims of this. Children and young people take pride of place in on the international agenda of Andorra because we firmly believe that they are the present and the future of humanity, which means that all actions to benefit them become strategic actions for the development of a country, of any country. This is why, since its creation, we have supported the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary-General for Children and Armed Conflict, and more recently the study on the impact of climate change on children and armed conflict. When I asked you at the beginning of my statement what conquest, what vocation and what heritage did we want to leave behind, there can be no doubt a world in peace for our children and our young people, a world that provides opportunities to each and every one of them. This is the great responsibility which we bear, to ensure that future generations do not have a life worse than ours, but rather that they are fully able to participate in progress, as we have agreed in recent days in the Summit of the Future. Excellencies, Andorra joined the United Nations in 1993. The international context at the time was full of hope, the reunification of Europe after the Cold War. We decided to become a member of the United Nations with the conviction that we wanted to be a society open to the world, which shares with the international community its opportunities and its challenges. We believe that the problems of the world are also our problems, and it is for that reason that we wanted and want to participate in solving them. 3 decades have gone by since then, and although we see the Cold War re-emerging, and whilst in the Middle East we see increasing tensions, and whilst extremism is advancing and is of concern, Andorra fully believes in its international commitments and multilateralism. We believe that these are the best and the only instruments to resolve the current crisis. But Andorra also attaches particular importance to regional cooperation, particularly that deployed by the European Union, with which Andorra is negotiating an association agreement, which will mean that we will be able progressively and in a structured way to enter the European single market, to diversify our economy and participate in building a geographic, economic and political reality, that of the European Union, with a privileged status of associated state. Whether it be obligations that we undertake when joining an international organization or by signing an international treaty, Andorra acts to fully respect its commitments. And as small as my country might appear to major states, that in no way takes away from our ambitious objectives. And this is always essential, as is our multilateralism, the climate emergency, gender equality, the digital transition and cultural diversity. On that last point, Andorra is very proud to have co-facilitated for one further year the resolution on multilingualism at the United Nations together with Guatemala. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is undoubtedly a global threat, but it's also true that it affects certain countries more than others. This is the case for coastal regions where the sea level is increasing and mountainous regions where the ecosystem has become more vulnerable. This is the case for Andorra. The effects of climate change risk changing the way of life of its inhabitants and even the economy of the country. And it's for this reason that we have made the fight against climate change one of our main goals, internationally as well as nationally. Since the ratification of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 2011, Andorra has met its communication obligations by respecting the principles of transparency, coherence, comparability, exhaustivity, and accuracy, and we have even implemented certain things ahead of time with regard to the convention. In 2015, Andorra was one of the first to join the Framework Convention and produce our NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution. And we updated it in 2020 and 2022, and we plan to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. In 2023, Andorra was the first state to present its biannual report on transparency, which showed once again the importance that we attach to our commitment to fight against climate change. Nationally, We have also undertaken great efforts to implement a new energy policy to progressively increase the national production of renewable energy and replace heat production systems with less polluting systems. This policy in favor of renewable energy was led by the public sector with the implementation of very ambitious legislation and using significant aid and action plans. However, do you know that all of these efforts will be in vain if other countries do not do the same thing, if we're not all moving in the same direction, because fighting climate change is the most urgent global challenge that we have. The broadest challenge, which requires the highest possible level of cooperation, collaboration, generosity and respect. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the midway point in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda, and we are going to soon be in the final home stretch. What has been achieved is already deceiving, bearing in mind that behind the results are millions of people who are suffering the consequences. The Sustainable Development Goals are certainly very ambitious, but if we decide to implement them with persistence, creativity and innovation, then we can bring about real change by taking as a principle inclusion and making gender equality a reality, sustainability a norm, the protection of children an inviolable principle, and by ensuring that divides are overcome once and for all. The poet and novelist of France, Louis Aragon, wrote that the future of men is women. That was in 1963, on the eve of full equality between men and women, a genuine declaration of love and admiration for his wife, his muse. In certain parts of the world, we still have a lot to do in order to understand that it's in our interest that women have the same chances to learn and develop their talents and to work and to earn their living as do men. In Andorra, equality, non-discrimination and inclusion are cross-cutting elements of public policy. We have adopted legislative measures in this regard in order to respect our commitments and to fully achieve these goals. That is a logical consequence in a society where women play a very active part in public affairs. But over and above public policy, the key element of social transformation is education. Equal education does not just mean teaching girls and boys to mutually respect each other. It means giving them the tools necessary to question social norms which perpetuate inequalities and to enable them to build a society where every individual is able to develop themselves to their full potential, whatever their gender. Currently, parity is respected in our institutions in decision-making positions, and for the first time we've had the honor to have an Andorran expert on the United Nations Committee for the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. But bringing about gender equality requires determination and perseverance on the part of each and every one of us. As representatives of our respective countries, we have the moral and political obligation to promote this transformation. We must become committed to ensure that gender equality is not just a long-term aspiration, but a concrete reality in our societies. That is the only solution that will guarantee a better future for future generations. Excellencies, access to information is in the process of redefining the paradigms of growth and economic and social development. As public services and the private sector are being converted to the digital world, the divide that separates those that have access to this world and those don't is becoming ever more pernicious. The Global Digital Compact that we adopted during the Summit for the Future includes actions in favor of digital literary actions in order to guarantee an inclusive, open, safe and protected digital future. In this area, Multilateralism has a crucial role to play to create opportunities, and at the same time it must guarantee accessibility and security in this new virtual space of globalization. For small states such as Andorra, these technologies have the potential to provide resources with exponential added value. Aware as we are of the situation and our manifest need to diversify our economy, Andorra has made huge strides in this area. Currently, 6% of Andorran homes have an internet connection. The country has implemented a national strategy for digital transition, which is particularly focused on digital rights of citizens and respect for Sustainable Development Goals 9, 16 and 17, with the creation of an ethical and legal framework that preserves digital rights, protecting private life and data security, and ensuring free access to digital information, because we want all citizens to be able to access the digital world and thus avoid situations of inequality. Ladies and gentlemen, the Principality of Andorra has made a commitment to this organization of peoples and for peoples 30 years ago, in the hope that a better world would be possible, because our country, small size, can also make exemplary choices. We presented ourselves to the world as an ancestral land which finally has found its place in the community of nations, a country that is open to the world, with a constructive spirit and a peaceful disposition open to dialogue, in favor of comprehension and harmony between peoples. These are the values that continue to guide us nationally and internationally. It is important that all peoples promote a new culture of peace based on an end to war and on a commitment to bring about peace agreements to resolve conflicts. Development must reach all four corners of the planet, where fundamental rights must be respected, and it is essential that this new digital universe be based on knowledge. I began my intervention by quoting the classical authors. If I may, I'd like to end in the same way. There's a work that is at the heart of Greek literature that has left its mark on Western culture and which is very difficult to forget. It refers to conquest and destruction, hatred, compassion, love, and death. Homer's Iliad is in a certain way a mirror of the human condition. Even though this work shows that life is not always fair and that it is subject to the will of the gods, it also shows us that human relations can, if we want them to be, profoundly humane. And I think that we must take ownership of this message. It is important to believe in humanity and to work to build, all of us together, peace in the world, as well as a world of solidarity that is more just and more inclusive. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Head of Government of the Principality of Andorra. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Muhammad Yunus, Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, let me congratulate you on your election as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. I would like to assure you of Bangladesh delegation's full cooperation throughout the session. I would also place on record our deep appreciation to the Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his unwavering commitment to deliver on the UN mandates and address the global challenges. I particularly applaud his vision in convening the Summit of the Future. The Pact for the Future and the Declaration on Future Generations could help in setting pathways beyond Agenda 2030. Bangladesh believes that the summit's outcome will serve as a guiding framework in materializing our shared aspirations and rethinking collaboration for posterity. I stand in this Parliament of Nations thanks to an epochal transformation that Bangladesh witnessed this July and August. The power of the ordinary people, in particular our youth, presented to our nation an opportunity to overhaul many of our systems and institutions. The uprising led by the students and youth was initially aimed at ending discrimination. Progressively, the movement evolved into a people's movement. The world eventually saw how people at large stood against autocracy, oppression, discrimination, injustice, and corruption, both on the streets and online. Our people, particularly youth, gained us independence from an autocratic and undemocratic regime with an exceptional resolve and capability. That collective resolve should define Bangladesh of the future and place our nation as a responsible state in the Committee of the Nations. This was indeed a movement that primarily brought together people who were long left in politics and development, who asked prosperity to be shared, to be inclusive. The people aspired for a just, inclusive, and functioning democracy for which our new generations made supreme sacrifice. We were moved by the wisdom, courage, and conviction our youth showed. Even braving bullets bare chest. Young girls were fiercely vocal against the illegitimate state power. School-going teenagers laid down their lives. Hundreds lost their eyes forever. Mothers, day laborers, and scores of people across cities lent their shoulders for their children. Defying sweat, rain, and fear of death, they defeated all the evil designs and machinations of few who manipulated the state machinery against truth and just aspirations of people for years. The People's Movement left an estimated over 800 martyrs in the hands of the autocratic regime. Bangladesh was born because of her people's profound belief in liberalism, pluralism, and secularism. Decades later, our Generation Z is making us revisit and reimagine the very values that our people stood for back in 1971, as our people also did in 1952 to defend our mother language, Bangla. We believe this revolution that the world witnessed in Bangladesh in the span of few weeks may inspire many across communities and countries to stand for freedom and justice. I would call upon the international community to engage with New Bangladesh anew that aims to realize freedom and democracy beyond letters for everyone. Mr. President, our youth and people together entrusted me and my colleagues in the Council with enormous responsibilities to reconstruct a decaying state apparatus. As we took to the office, to our utter shock and dismay, we discovered how endemic corruption brought a functional democracy to a farce. How key institutions were ruthlessly politicized. How public coffers were reduced to rubble. How oligarchs took over business. How chosen few concentrated wealth in their hands and amassed and laundered wealth out of Bangladesh. In all, justice, ethics, and morality almost at every level reached a low. Under such circumstances, we were asked to rebuild Bangladesh and re-establish the country that our people aspire to see. To correct the ills of the past as also to build a competitive and agile economy and a just society. In a drastically changed scenario, all political parties are now free to voice their views and opinions. A key priority for us is also to make all in public positions and institutions to account for their decisions and actions. We are committed to promote and protect the fundamental rights, for people to speak in freedom, to assemble without fear or inhibition, to vote whosoever they choose. This is what the nation desires, and we aim to achieve. We are also committed to uphold the independence of the judiciary and freedom of press, including in the cyber domain. In order to ensure that child of a farmer or worker can scale the highest in the society, we prioritize allocation in education and health sectors over grandiose infrastructure development. We also aim at ensuring good governance across all sectors. I wish to assure that our government shall adhere to all international, regional, and bilateral instruments that Bangladesh is party to. Bangladesh will continue to remain an active proponent of multilateralism with the UN at the core. Bangladesh is open to nurture friendly relations with all countries based on mutual respect, upholding our dignity and pride and shared interests. Mr. President, in the last 7 weeks, the government has initiated several actions. At our request, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has dispatched a fact-finding mission to investigate into the gross human rights violations during the People's Movement and to suggest for sustainable course correction. That mission has already started work on the ground in Bangladesh. I wish to register my deep appreciation to the High Commissioner, Volker Turk. We have acceded to the International Convention for Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance within 2 weeks in office. The required national legislation is underway so that we can effectuate its early implementation. An inquiry commission has started investigating into all the cases of enforced disappearances reported during the past decade and a half. in order to restore people's trust and confidence and to ensure that the tragic past never recur in future Bangladesh, we have initiated reforms in certain prioritized sectors. In that direction, we launched independent commissions to reform electoral system, constitution, judicial reform, civil administration, law and order sectors. A few more commissions are on the cards to reform other sectors, including press and media. In order to create a conducive environment for business, we have rolled out extensive reforms in banking and financial sectors. We affirm not to let any foreign business interest to be affected. Beyond rhetoric and numbers, we aim to establish effective safeguard mechanisms to ensure the sustainability of these reforms and create an enabling environment towards conduct of full, free, fair, and participatory elections. I would therefore call on the international community to continue and deepen engagements with Bangladesh in meeting our people's quest for democracy, rule of law, equality, prosperity, so that we can emerge as a just and inclusive democratic society. Mr. President, Bangladesh views that maintaining peace and addressing conflicts is central to people's progress. During the recent revolution, our valiant armed forces have once again shown their commitment to peace by standing firmly with the people in fulfilling their aspirations for freedom during a most difficult time in our history. This was possible thanks to our commitment to place human rights at the core of peacekeeping. Bangladesh remains equally committed to peacebuilding from the inception of the UN Peacebuilding Commission. We look forward to promoting and enhancing Bangladesh's value-driven contributions to the UN peacekeeping operations. As the third largest troop contributing country, our peacekeepers had served across 63 missions in 43 countries to date. "168 Bangladeshi peacekeepers had laid their lives from Bosnia to Congo. We do hope that Bangladesh Defense Forces would continue to be called upon in the future UN peace operations, regardless of the challenges or circumstances. Mr. President, in our shared habitat, this world, many of the global priorities need to be set right. Climate change poses existential threat to all of us. The record-breaking heat wave this summer starkly reminded the world of the climate-induced challenges. What we need is climate justice, so that the irresponsible choices or indifferent actions or harms caused are accounted for. Long-term damages leave irreparable damages all around. We are losing biodiversity, changing pathogens leading to newer diseases. Farming is under stress, shrinking water threatening habitat. Rising sea level and salinity decimating ecosystems. The damages in terms of rising intensity and frequency of cyclones or floods can hardly be ignored. The climate risks are faced far deeper by our small farmers and artisanal livelihood holders. As I speak, over 5 million people witnessed a most devastating flood in their living memory in eastern Bangladesh. Yet Secretary General Guterres showed that under the current trajectory, the world is heading for a plus 2.7 degrees centigrade scenario. I would hence urge for channeling robust resources for climate adaptation in the climate vulnerable countries like Bangladesh. It is moreover crucial to operationalize loss and damage fund by leveraging innovative solutions and additional finance. We equally need access to technologies and increased capacity. To be specific, we need access to life-saving technologies, particularly in agriculture, water, or public health, where a trickle of modest solutions or innovations can save millions of vulnerable population. Tackling climate crisis has to go hand in hand in getting global economy in order as well. The world is increasingly focused on decarbonization. In order for such a shift to be beneficial to majority of global population, the transformative vision of a net zero world has to redeem for countries like Bangladesh. Else, we risk falling short on our pledge to shared prosperity through shared responsibility. I believe the world needs to engage on a shared vision of 3 zeros that we can materialize together, targeting zero poverty, zero unemployment, and zero net carbon emissions. Where a young person anywhere in the world will have the opportunities to grow not as a job seeker, but as an entrepreneur. Where a young person can unleash his or her latent creativity despite all limitations. Where an entrepreneur can optimally balance social benefits, economic profits, and responsibility towards nature. Where social business can help an individual transcend beyond consumerism and can ultimately catalyze in social and economic transformation. Time demands new attitudes, new values, new compacts across communities and countries, across developed and developing countries alike, across all actors and stakeholders. If we are to realize such course correction in full, the United Nations, national and local governments, non-governmental organizations, business philanthropies have to work together. If we accept and accommodate social business within existing economic structures, we can bring meaningful changes in the lives of bottom half of population. If we can realistically position social business, we can stem much of climate insensitive distortions within the existing market economy. I would like to invite the attention of the Secretary General Antonio Guterres on that score. Mr. President, in a world of polycrisis, wars and conflicts are leading to erosion of rights and widespread abuses. The genocide in Gaza continues unabated despite global concerns and condemnation. The situation in Palestine just does not concern the Arabs or the Muslims at large, rather the entire humanity. Palestinians are no expendable people. All those responsible for the crimes against humanity against the Palestinian people must be held accountable. Bangladesh calls for an immediate and complete ceasefire to protect the Palestinian people from the brutalities, particularly against the children and women. International community, including the UN, needs to act in earnest to implement the two-state solution that remains the only path to bring lasting peace in the Middle East. The 2.5-year-long war in Ukraine has claimed far too many lives. The war has impacted far and wide, even lending deeper economic implications in Bangladesh. We would urge both sides to pursue dialogue to resolve the differences and end the war. Mr. President, 7 years on, Bangladesh has been hosting 1.2 million Rohingyas on humanitarian ground, incurring significant social, economic, environmental costs. The protracted crisis in Myanmar also pose growing risks with national and regional security implications for Bangladesh, both in traditional and non-traditional terms. We remain committed to supporting the forcibly displaced Rohingyas from Myanmar in Bangladesh. We need continued support of the international community towards the Rohingyas in carrying out the humanitarian operations and their sustainable repatriation. Equally important is to ensure justice for the grave human rights violations committed against the Rohingyas through the ongoing accountability processes in the ICJ and the ICC. We recognize and appreciate the efforts of the Secretary General and the United Nations system in creating a conducive environment for Rohingyas so that they can lead a free and dignified life. That requires creating pathways for the Rohingyas to return to their ancestral home in Rakhine State with safety and rights. Looking at the evolving ground situation in Myanmar, Bangladesh is ready to work with the international community to create an environment for dignified and sustainable return of the Rohingyas to their homeland. Mr. President, ensuring peace and security cannot succeed without political freedom and socio-economic emancipation of the people. Around a decade back, the world unanimously adopted the Agenda 2030. We reposed our collective hope and trust in the universal set of goals. Yet, overall, 17% of the SDG targets are on track to be achieved by 2030. Clearly, many developing countries risk to be left behind. Every year, developing countries face a significant SDG financing gap, estimated between 2.5 to 4 trillion US dollars. High debt burdens, shrinking fiscal space, and adverse impacts of climate change put countries like Bangladesh at greater risk. We look forward to the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development to deliver on addressing the complex and systemic challenges. The multilateral financing institutions have to be driven by vision where wealth and opportunities can be accessed by all, that they rightfully place social business within respective programs, that they duly address the circumstances in the low-income countries, that they promote entrepreneurship and encourage creativity of individuals, that they support the dispossessed. In this regard, prevention of illicit financial flows and siphoning of resources from the developing countries merit greater attention. Increased international cooperation must rechannel the assets stolen from developing countries. We look forward to early conclusion of an international tax convention that can combat tax evasion. Mr. President, migration and mobility is an inescapable reality in an interconnected world. As a country of origin of migrants, over 11 million of our people live and work worldwide. In order for migration to be beneficial for all, we have to create pathways for safe, orderly, regular, and responsible migration and mobility of people. The international community has to ensure full respect for human rights and end inhuman treatment of migrants, regardless of their migration status. While Bangladesh remains committed to the full implementation of the Global Compact on Migration, our government is also committed to curb unsafe migration. Mr. President, every year nearly 2.5 million Bangladeshis enter our labor market. In a large population where nearly 2/3 is young, Bangladesh is challenged to make learning suited to meet the needs of today and tomorrow. Yet we see the world of work is changing, where a young person has to adapt constantly, reskill, adopt newer attitudes. As Bangladesh is set to graduate as a middle-income country, we reckon the vital need to secure ourselves in terms of learning and technology. Let me speak about artificial intelligence. We are particularly enthused with the emergence of artificial intelligence tools and applications. Our youth are excited with the prospect of first unfolding generative AI. They aspire to walk and work as global citizens. The world needs to ensure that no youth in countries like Bangladesh get left behind in meaningfully reaping benefits of the AI-led transformation. The world simultaneously needs to ensure that the development of artificial intelligence does not diminish the scope or demand for human labor. As the scientific community and world of technology keeps moving on developing autonomous intelligence, artificial intelligence that propagates on its own without any human intervention, we all need to be cautious of possible impact on every human person or our societies today and beyond. We believe that autonomous intelligence, unless autonomous intelligence develops in a responsible manner, it can pose existential threat to human existence. Mr. President, we need newer forms of collaboration where global business and knowledge holders connect to people's needs. International cooperation should create space for developing countries in ways that can bring transformative applications or solutions for jobs, endemic socioeconomic challenges, or livelihoods. Uniting our efforts, capacities, and resources is increasingly crucial for us to leverage collective strengths, innovate, and foster growth. The challenges we face in economic development, climate resilience, or social development have to be addressed with common endeavors. In that context, South-South and triangular cooperation can help us given our unique social and economic circumstances. It is also a growing necessity for the Global South to make our voices heard. In shaping and steering the global agenda, the Global South merits equal space and focus. Mr. President, the COVID times underlined before us the crucial importance of investing in public health. In the WHO, as Bangladesh leads the negotiations on global pandemic treaty, we urge for convergence on the key provisions of adequate international cooperation, financing public health systems, technology transfer, research and development, diversification of production of medical diagnostics, vaccines and therapeutics. We also to declare vaccines a global public good that is free from the rigors of intellectual property. These are also crucial for combating the scourges of non-communicable disease. Mr. President, this year we celebrate the Golden Jubilee of Bangladesh's partnership with the United Nations. It has been a shared journey of mutual learning in our modest ways. Bangladesh contributed towards promoting global peace and security, justice, equality, human rights, social progress and prosperity, and indeed in building a rules-based international order. For instance, I recall the microcredit resolution and the Friends of Microcredit that was formed in the UN General Assembly back in 1999 with exceeding spontaneity. The United Nations declared 2005 as the year of microcredit that resulted in global reach of microcredit. The Annual General Assembly resolution on culture of peace since 2001, or the resolution 1325 in the Security Council on Women, Peace and Security may be worth recalling as well. Mr. President, as the Great Hall reverberates with crying call for peace, security, justice, inclusivity, and equitable distribution of wealth, as states, we need to reflect on how we embolden men and women today, create space for them to grow as entrepreneurs of tomorrow. The world has more than enough of capacity, resources, and solutions. Let us redeem all the pledges we made nationally and internationally. Let us work together to end all forms of inequality and discrimination within and among nations, especially in advancing the proposition of social business in our economic interactions. The youth in Bangladesh have showed that upholding freedom, dignity and rights of people, regardless of distinction and status, cannot just remain aspirational. It is just what everybody deserves. In this Assembly of Nations, Bangladesh should assure that we would and continue to deliver our bid at international, regional and national levels in securing peace, prosperity, justice for everyone. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Dorin Recian, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies. It is an honor to represent my country, Republic of Moldova, at this unique forum where small and large nations alike address core issues on the global agenda. Climate change, poverty, and the global cost of living crisis are our generational challenges. So is peace and security. For some time now, it seemed we were living in a rules-based international system which strongly discouraged geopolitical conquest, spheres of influence, and disregard for the aspirations of smaller nations. The world proved to be a much safer place when smaller nations have a say and the choices their people make are respected. Peace and security, prosperity, and free choice is the core agenda for Moldova today. Generations of our intellectuals, writers, and civic activists have fought for our independence and for the freedom to pursue our identity and values. These have succeeded in making Moldova free. After 33 years of independence, we see it in the confidence of our youth, in the revitalization of our culture, and in the way our people stand proud on the international stage, knowing their future lies in their own hands. Very next to us, Russia's unprovoked and unjust war of aggression against Ukraine threatens the fabric of our international order. It throws us back to the times of great power politics, when a large state pursues cynical geopolitical designs to divide the region into spheres of influence and annex smaller neighbors, denying them a say in their own destiny. For Moldova, this is not a mere distant memory, it is a looming threat. Moldova knows all too well the consequences, and we're determined to never return to those times. Don't forget, Kremlin doesn't want us at the table. Kremlin wants us on the table. Never mind all the excuses and the circumstances. Compulsion and raw force are perpetuated and complemented now with hybrid warfare, malign influence, and subversion of the democratic state. And these latest developments, ladies and gentlemen, are threatening not only Moldova. We see them escalating throughout the democratic world too. Even mature democracies find it difficult to cope with, witnessing polarization and division. Therefore, Ukraine is now fighting not just for its statehood, nation, and its very existence. It is fighting for each nation's freedom to choose and pursue its own national aspirations. Moldova stands by and in solidarity with Ukraine in defense against Kremlin's aggression. And we urge the international community to timely provide all necessary support to Ukraine. Distinguished audience, despite the war at our border, Moldova remains an active and committed contributor to the regional security. We are a reliable partner for our neighbors, Romania and Ukraine, as well as the European Union. We have preserved peace and security in Moldova. At the same time, we have supported humanitarian efforts by welcoming over 1 million Ukrainian refugees and ensuring their safety. Peace is not just our goal, it is our duty. Peace remains our core commitment. Moldova is also committed to a just, peaceful resolution of the Transnistrian conflict with full respect for Moldova's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. For this to happen, Russia's illegal military presence must end. I call on the international community to reaffirm the need for the immediate and unconditional withdrawal of the Russian military from Moldova. This is not just about Moldova, it's about upholding international law, safeguarding regional stability, and ensuring that no country's sovereignty is compromised by foreign military presence. Ladies and gentlemen, Moldova's destiny belongs to Moldovans, not outside powers. Kremlin's efforts to suppress the dignity and will of the people of Moldova through both internal subversion and external intimidation have no place in the 21st century. Despite our differences, we have always taken big decisions as a nation together and have proudly reaffirmed our national dignity and self-worth. The social compact of our society is individual freedoms, human rights, competitive elections, and open society, not Kremlin's satellite state. Today, our people are closer than ever to fulfilling these aspirations. We're full of hope and determination. Hope for a democratic, prosperous future in the European family of nations, to which we rightfully belong. And this hope is firmly rooted in Moldova's collective achievements over the past years, determined to work hard and tirelessly to become a proud member of the EU's peaceful and prosperous family. Moldova stands today stronger and more united. Despite flooding Moldova with illicit money, propaganda and falsehoods, and waging a fully fledged hybrid attack, Kremlin has failed to divide our house against itself. Moldova is no longer a gray zone, a profitable money laundering enterprise for unscrupulous oligarchs and foreign powers who plundered the state and the people and manipulated institutions for their benefit. International sanctions against these perpetrators have helped, and we are working to return their stolen money. Our commitment to reform is unwavering, and we have made progress in cleaning up its justice system and law enforcement. The international community has recognized these efforts, with Moldova's corruption perception and rule of law rankings improving significantly. We acted to make our economy resilient even in the face of the regional instability. Despite proximity to the war zone, Moldova's business environment is improving, though slowly. Small and medium enterprises have a more promising outlook, and exports of high-quality products are picking up thanks to our access to European markets. Moldova is doing digital and is bringing the government closer to its citizens and businesses. Over the past few years, more has been invested in infrastructure than over 10 years before that. Our energy independence is now a reality. Energy can no longer be used to blackmail and extract geopolitical concessions. Moldova's energy security is ensured by its integration in the regional and international grids and markets, and we proceed to a fast-paced agenda of renewables and energy efficiency. Resilience is not just about security, it is about our institutions, which are stronger today than ever before, thanks to the support received from our partners. Institutions are better prepared to safeguard the choices of the Moldovan people from external interference. Crucially, Moldova has genuinely opened itself to the world. In recognition of the country's progress, in December of 2023, EU leaders unanimously agreed to open accession negotiations with Moldova. This is our most significant achievement since independence, and we are committed to be ready to join the EU by 2030. Our European path is a matter of vital national interest and our strongest guarantee of peace, democracy, and development. On October 20th, Moldova will reaffirm its European choice in a referendum to enshrine EU integration into our constitution. Russia may continue its attempts to disrupt Moldova's path through the threats, disinformation, and destabilization to change the sovereign choice of the Moldovan people. They want to keep Moldova captive in its past. But we, the Moldovan people, are united in determination. Only we can choose our future. We will not return the country to oligarchs who plunder the state and want to once again turn the country into their personal fiefdom, which yields massive wealth to a few but fails the majority. We will not return to a past dominated by oligarchs and corruption. We will not be dragged back into a sphere of influence that does not reflect our aspirations. The people of Moldova choose freedom. We choose Europe. And next month, we will reaffirm the goal of our generation: fully fledged membership in the EU, a union which has supported Moldova throughout our independence. I will touch on climate change issues now. Moldova has long been known for a temperate, welcoming climate and agricultural fertility. But just over the past year, we have aced the most severe weather extremes in our history: devastating snowfalls, unprecedented droughts, and heat waves, and severe floods. They cause massive damages and disruptions like never before in our history. These challenges are not hypothetical. They are here, and they threaten the livelihoods of our farmers, economy, the infrastructure of our villages and towns, and the future of our children. Climate change risks destroying many things we heavily rely on throughout the planet. In this context, we welcome the adoption of the Pact for the Future by the United Nations General Assembly. This is a significant step towards building a more effective, inclusive, and sustainable global order. It reaffirms our collective responsibility to future generations. We are committed to working alongside the international community to turn these pledges into concrete actions that will shape a better, more resilient world. As a final remark, Moldova stands at its historic crossroads, both as a nation and as a member of the international community. Moldovan people will not allow it to be stripped of its agency. Moldova chooses peace, democracy, freedom, and rule of law over war, authoritarianism, and repression. For us, this means Europe. It is our choice, and it strengthens our resolve to move more decisively towards the EU, a peace and prosperity project, while rejecting war, aggression, and any assaults on human dignity. Dragi moldoveni, de acasă și de pretutindeni, acum este momentul să ne unim efortul, să fim consolidați și să aducem Republica Moldova acolo unde este locul, în marea familie europeană, unde pacea și prosperitatea sunt asigurate. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Charlotte Salwai Tabimasmas, Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Chef d'État.
President, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I have the great honour to address this eminent assembly on behalf of the government and of the people of the Republic of Vanuatu. Mr. President, I join previous speakers in extending my sincere congratulations to you upon your election as President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. You can count on my delegation's full support and cooperation as you steer the work of this august assembly. I commend your predecessor and I welcome the theme of this session, leaving nobody behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development and human dignity for present and future generations, because it addresses the global challenges of our time. Mr. President, 79 years after the creation of the United Nations, our efforts to create a better world for current and future generations are quite simply disappointing. It is alarming that after all these years, we continue to be plagued by multiple world crises, undermining the promise of the Charter of the United Nations and failing our peoples, the most vulnerable in particular. Vanuatu welcomes the latest UN Secretary-General's report, which highlights the fact that we are significantly falling short of our objectives to achieve the SDGs, prompting the need to fast-track actions to scale up the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. We risk crossing a dangerous temperature threshold over the next 10 years, and that's why Vanuatu requested an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice to give some clarity on the legal obligations of states when it comes to climate change. This is an initiative that was subject to unprecedented global attention. The opinion received by the court as part of this procedure is in our consensus-based resolution of last year, providing legal clarity on the obligations and responsibility of states when it comes to the climate. This doesn't seek to blame or stigmatize any particular country, but rather it seeks to shed light on existing international rules and regulations and the obligations of all states when it comes to creating a solid basis for concrete climate action and for climate justice based on shared responsibility and accountability. I launch an appeal to all of the members of the United Nations, especially other climate vulnerable nations, to participate in these historic hearings which begin on the 2nd of December 2024. Your voices are crucial in ensuring that the court fully grasps the implications of climate change for the most affected, and will unite us in our shared commitment to justice and human rights as part of a more sustainable future. Mr. President, Vanuatu's economy fared well when we maintained our status as a least developing country. When we graduated, our structural challenges and vulnerabilities remained, while increasing costs continue to soar. We reiterate the need for our development partners to support us in phasing out our LDC-specific support in a gradual and predictable manner. Small island economies also continue to face multiple crises amid tightening financial conditions and rising borrowing costs. This has increased our debt distress risk and undermined our ability to invest in our recoveries. Vanuatu welcomes the outcome of the Summit of the Future, calling for global concerted efforts to reform the global economic and financial architecture to make it fit for the challenges of this century. We call for sweeping reforms of the Bretton Woods institutions to restructure the international monetary and financial system in order to better reflect the evolving global realities and challenges, including the establishment of an international sovereign debt workout mechanism to solve current debt crises in developing countries, particularly in the most vulnerable. Vanuatu and other small island economies are struggling with the onslaught of climate-induced disasters. And while we continue to try to build resilience and adapt to climate change, we are moving backwards too often. Vanuatu loses over half of its GDP every time a severe cyclone strikes. We have had 5 severe cyclones in the past 3 years. The latest Adaptation Fund report estimates that a current adaptation finance gap of between $194 and $366 billion a year. As a country in the front line of frequent and intensifying climate disasters, Vanuatu calls for a new finance goal that will accelerate the transition away from fossil fuels, build resilience, and realistically address loss and damage. In light of these initiatives to mitigate and adapt to climate change, Vanuatu also believes it is of crucial importance to prevent the severest harms to our planet's vital and climate-regulating ecosystems before they occur. It is for this reason that we have taken the formal step of proposing an independent crime of ecocide to the International Criminal Court. We thank delegations for their existing support, in particular Fiji and Samoa for their co-sponsorship of the proposal, and we recognise that there is broad and growing support for this initiative around the world. Mr. President, Vanuatu and many Pacific Island states have faced multiple correspondent banking withdrawals restricting financial inflows, including delay in the transfer of international development funds and humanitarian and disaster relief funds, as well as discouraging private sector investment. This is despite genuine efforts to improve and enforce national money laundering and finance for terrorism regulations. Safeguarding uninterrupted access to international financial services is essential for fast cross-border payments, including remittances and export revenues. We welcome the efforts made by the World Bank to help Pacific Island countries address this issue, among others, earlier this month. Mr. President, in 2019, Vanuatu presented its first voluntary national review, VNR, highlighting a very positive message of progress despite extreme vulnerability to climate-related disasters. The presentation of the second voluntary national review this year at the high-level political forum highlighted significant challenges in our pursuit to achieve sustainable development. We continue to endure increasingly frequent and severe tropical cyclones, which were compounded by the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, and there is no clear trajectory or end in sight. Ever looming is the prospect of future disasters. The government and people of Vanuatu have had to continuously adapt and strengthen resilience mechanisms to mitigate the impacts of these persistent threats and disruptions. Mr. President, fulfilling the SDGs is not merely an aspiration, but rather a necessity for us. The 2023 SDG Summit saw the adoption of a strong political declaration and launched a new phase of accelerated action to achieve the SDGs by 2030. In July this year, the convening of the high-level political forum, Let Again, serves as a platform to follow up and review the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with an aim to galvanise real transformational change to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. More so, the recent convening of the Summit for the Future aims to rally collective support to deliver faster and smarter on the 2030 Agenda, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and the Paris Agreement on climate change. It is my hope that the reforms highlighted in the Pact for the Future will enable us to rebuild trust again in the multilateral system. The Pact for the Future requires strong political will to drive transformative actions that will usher in a brighter future for all. Mr. President, financing is the fuel for development. Yet, at the very heart of our lack of making real progress in achieving the SDGs lies a lack of financing. We remain at the front lines of a climate emergency that not only threatens our overall sustainable development, but time and again, given the lack of affordable alternatives, we are forced to incur unsustainable levels of debt to finance recovery from natural disasters. The international financial architecture, therefore, must be reformed to address the urgent challenges of today. Our varying needs must be embedded into the global economic and financial system so that it is more inclusive, fair, and responsive to all. This includes developing tailored support and solutions that also facilitate easier access to affordable long-term finance and address the decline in corresponding banking relations. Likewise, there must be a stronger push to enhance the representation and meaning participation of SIDS in the global economic and financial institutions. Mr. President, Vanuatu, like many of our Pacific neighbours, continues to face acute existential health and development threats, including the burden of non-communicable diseases and malnutrition, as well as threats from future pandemics. COVID-19 and severe tropical cyclones expose Vanuatu to its fragile health infrastructure and the need to invest in a health system that can better respond to the needs of its people and to future pandemics, that will be resilient to climate change and related natural disasters. We urge the World Health Organization and SIDS partners to work together to enhance access to sustainable financing to support our efforts to prevent and to control non-communicable diseases and our efforts to build a health system that is fit for purpose. Mr. President, advancing the agenda of leaving no one behind in the context of the non-self-governing territories means that we must work constructively to complete the work of decolonisation. Recently, the First Peoples of New Caledonia were not content with the manner in which the third referendum for political independence from France was conducted. As a result, riots took place, which led to several deaths and stalling of economic activity. It's essential to recognise the rights of First Peoples to their lands, oceans and culture. I encourage the First People of New Caledonia to work together with France to address their political future. In the meantime, New Caledonia must remain in the decolonisation list. In a similar vein, we call for the right of the First People in West Papua over their customary land and culture to be respected, and I plead that they work mutually with the government of Indonesia to address their challenges and to obtain greater autonomy for West Papua for greater participation in decision-making. Mr. President, to achieve sustainable development, we need peace. Today, some regions of the world are not able to enjoy sustainable development due to the inability of the United Nations to maintain international peace and security. We call for the urgent reform of the UN Security Council to ensure that it is fit for purpose and able to meet the challenges of our time. We are deeply concerned over the greatest threat to international peace and security posed by the continued existence of nuclear weapons. With the current heightened global geopolitical tensions, we call for a renewed and strengthened effort to come out of the current impasse in achieving nuclear disarmament and nuclear non-proliferation in all of its aspects. We further call for the United Nations Charter to be respected. In today's fractured and polarised world, we need to accelerate our efforts to work together and rebuild trust in the multilateral system. The UN at its centre. The Summit of the Future offers us hope, and now we need to move from rhetoric to real actions on the ground. We need peace for the advancement of sustainable development and human dignity for present and future generations. It's essential to act on finance as a driving force for development. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we should stand united in the face of unprecedented global challenges. From the proliferation of conflicts and deteriorating geopolitical situation to climate crisis and food security, the world is at a critical juncture where every nation, regardless of its size, plays a vital role. Croatia's journey over the past 34 years has been a testament to resilience and determination. Emerging from a conflict and building a modern, progressive state, we have positioned ourselves as active contributors on the global stage. As we convene here, Croatia brings not just its experience, but a deep commitment to fostering peace, advancing sustainable development, and upholding human rights as fundamental values rooted in our history. We live in a world increasingly ablaze. As a country that has endured conflict and the painful process of post-war recovery, we understand firsthand the value of peace, security, and international solidarity. Our journey from a nation affected by aggression to a contributor to global peace efforts equips us with a unique perspective. The lessons we have learned about resilience, reconciliation, and the importance of upholding international law shape our commitment to promoting peace and security worldwide. In a world facing intensifying crises, from Ukraine to Middle East and Sudan, Croatia stands firm in its belief that every nation has the right to self-determination and protection under the UN Charter. Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine continues well into its third year, trampling all tenets of international law. While Ukrainian civilians continue to die and suffer, the largest active nuclear power plant in Europe is also at risk. This undermines all principles of nuclear safety and may bring about catastrophic consequences with cross-border impact. All member states of the United Nations have the right to be independent, and their people must be free to choose their own path. They must not depend on their neighbor's permission, nor should they be left alone to succumb to a neighbor's military aggression. In that vein, we will not tire in our support to Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity, and in our assistance, and we call upon all to do the same. At the same time, the looming threat of a wider conflict in the Middle East is evident. The heinous terrorist attack on Israel on 7th October horrified us. So did the unspeakable continued tragedy since endured by the Palestinian civilian population in Gaza, where thousands were killed and wounded. Whatever historical or present grievances continuing down this path will not bring a lasting resolution, only more death and destruction. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages and on both sides to engage in genuine negotiations to end hostilities and prevent further escalation. The Middle East and its people deserve a better future, the rest of the world as well. The wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East are overshadowing the immense humanitarian and civilian catastrophe unfolding in Sudan. This is even more alarming considering the context of increasing fragmentation of the security architecture in many parts of the African continent. Reversing this trend should be seen as a priority by all of us. We must not leave Africa behind, a continent where half of the population is younger than 19, should and must be seen as a source of hope for humanity, not as an afterthought. The UN Charter is not just another document we can simply and easily replace. The world's constitution must be upheld more than ever before. Reinvigoration of effective multilateralism with the UN in its center must not be reduced to a phrase we use on the occasions like this. In the same vein, we must not falter when it comes to strengthening international arms control, disarmament, and the non-proliferation architecture. This is essential not just to avoid conflict, instability, or even greater tragedies, but to reduce the already heightened risks of escalations, either deliberate or as a result of a misunderstanding. Extremist and terrorist groups and their affiliates continue to pose a severe threat around the world, leaving no society safe. Their continued expansion in various regions and the increasing level of violence they resort to only remind us that countering and preventing terrorism requires long-term commitment as well as continued coordinated efforts of the entire international community. As a country that proudly hosted, supported, and enabled the success of the United Nations Transitional Administration for Eastern Slavonia, rightly considered by many as the most successful peacekeeping mission in the history of the United Nations, and which Croatia managed to join just a decade ago NATO after the departure of the last UN peacekeeper, we know all too well the meaning of peace building, its significance, and the efforts it requires. As this year's Vice Chair of the Peace Building Commission and last year's Chair, Croatia supports strengthening the links between the three pillars of the United Nations: peace and security, development, and human rights. There is no peace without sustainable development and no sustainable development without peace. There is little time left to strengthen our focus on prevention at all levels. For the Peacebuilding Commission, it means to focus more on structural prevention through national prevention strategies and operational prevention by sending flexible civilian missions upon a country's request. The 2025 review of the peace-building architecture will be a crucial moment to strengthening the PBC and to broaden its mandate and give it some decision-making powers. You can count on Croatia's active participation to share its experience and in view of its candidature to be again a member of the PBC in 2026. Croatia is also proud that today a Croatian company is a global leader in robotic demining, and we are actively supporting Ukraine by providing our expertise to assist in the clearance of mines and unexploded ordnance in conflict-affected areas. Ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to sustainable development, which is deeply rooted in its unique position as one of the most biodiverse and nature-rich countries in Europe. Often referred to as the nature park of Europe, Croatia has long recognized the importance of preserving its natural resources. Our achievements in renewable energy, where we rank among the top in the European Union, and our strong performance in meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goals reflect a national strategy that balances economic growth and social stability with environmental stewardship. As we stand at the crossroads of environmental crisis and digital transformation, Croatia's experience offers valuable insights into how we can harness innovation while protecting our planet for future generations. The path we take today will determine our future tomorrow. Therefore, we must choose it wisely. Croatia, in its national development strategy till 2030, espoused a vision of a competitive, innovative, and safe country with a recognizable identity and culture, a country with preserved resources, quality living conditions, and equal opportunities for all. We have built our strategy on the three main interrelated development pillars: digital transformation, decarbonization, and demographic revitalization. The digital transformation of our societies is inevitably changing our way of life and our way of doing business more rapidly and intensively than any transition in the last century. We are transforming our state and public administration, businesses, and society, and half of our population is using the digital services of the state. Croatia's IT industry is competitive and booming. At the same time, while new and emerging technologies are unlocking great potential, they also come with risks. To manage these, we need effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels, as well as informed citizens. My government will continue with policies which promote this path. Humanity's greatest challenge of the 21st century is climate change, coupled with loss of biodiversity, reduction of food and natural resources, increase in the number of droughts, fires and floods, as well as the acceleration of the sea level rise. Croatia is located in the Mediterranean, one of the world's regions expected to be hit hardest by climate change. It is not by accident that Croatia got a portfolio for the Mediterranean in the new European Commission. This summer, we saw record-breaking heat waves, followed by torrential rains in our part of Europe only last week. The green transition is therefore pivotal for us all. Promoting nature-based solutions is one of our main national tools for climate change and adaptation and migration. For this reason, we need to strengthen the multilateral system of dealing with climate, biodiversity, and sustainable development. We need to put more efforts in dealing with climate as a threat amplifier that endangers security and stability of many regions and countries in the world, especially in Africa. We spare no effort to integrate the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals in our national policies and initiatives and strategies and into the reinforced and reformed global governing structure. We are proud that our reforms and investments have earned Croatia a high 8th place among 193 UN member states, according to the 2024 Sustainable Development Report. Finally, for Croatia, all these measures culminate also in a demographic revitalization as another key national structural priority. We consider it an indispensable element of our resilience, competitiveness, and a prerequisite for a successful, sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, our deep commitment to human rights stems from our own difficult experiences under totalitarian regimes and the horrors of the aggression during the Homeland War. The violations of fundamental rights that we endured as a nation have shaped our understanding of the importance of protecting human rights, dignity, justice, and equality. Croatia's journey from a war-torn country to a strong advocate for human rights in the international arena has given us a unique perspective on the necessity of upholding these principles. With this background, we remain steadfast in our dedication to promoting human rights, preventing atrocities, and providing humanitarian assistance to those in need, both at home and abroad. The 2030 Agenda sets out a vision for a sustainable development grounded in international human rights standards, promoting one of the main values of the UN Charter, to leave no one behind. Only through respect for human rights can we achieve a more peaceful, equal, and sustainable world. Croatia will continue to champion this cause. As a country still searching for 1,792 missing persons from the Homeland War, Croatia spares no efforts to end the anguish of uncertainty for their families. We shall never cease the search for them, and we shall never stop demanding answers from those who know their fate. We contribute by sharing our acquired expertise with interested countries and by advocating for the missing persons everywhere in the world, in our national capacity and as a committed member of the Global Alliance for the Missing. Croatia is today extending its support to Ukraine by offering its expertise in prosecuting war crimes and making its seasoned experts available to assist Ukraine in navigating the complex process of accountability and justice, drawing from its own experience in addressing the aftermath of war crimes committed during the Homeland War. Committed to eradicating domestic violence and violence against women, we have introduced femicide as a distinct criminal offense. Our goal is the elimination of gender discrimination and creation of conditions for real equality of women and men in society, at home as well as abroad and in the multilateral system. This is why Croatia promotes women, peace and security at the global level, as we know the disproportionate effect of conflict on women, but we have also seen how women, when participating in all peace building and sustaining peace process, are agents of change and harbingers of peace. Croatia also advocates a comprehensive approach to issues affecting persons with disabilities. This includes mainstreaming disability in all fields of human rights. With this in mind, in the UN, we will be leading an effort by a cross-regional group of countries to proclaim the International Day of Deaf Blindness. This resolution will hopefully contribute to understanding as well as encourage and inspire national and legal recognition of deaf blindness as a distinct and unique disability worldwide. In the past 3 years, Croatia has also been honored to serve as a co-chair of the Group of Friends of Responsibility to Protect in New York. We still believe more has to be done in terms of atrocity prevention and the operationalization of the responsibility to protect concept. In the humanitarian context, we are facing worse circumstances than ever. Croatia presides this year over the Humanitarian Affairs segment of the Economic and Social Council. Against the challenging backdrop of unresolved conflicts and eruption and escalation of new ones, climate-related disasters, disease outbreaks, economic shocks, and famine for millions of people. Focusing the discussion on the consequences of the erosion of respect for international humanitarian law, clear and strong calls were heard across the board for upholding international humanitarian law, ending impunity, bolstering women's leadership, addressing climate emergency, and for ethical and responsible use of new technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, as one of equal successor states of former Yugoslavia, Croatia is among the founders of the United Nations. Following the dissolution of former Yugoslavia in the midst of defending itself from aggression and invasion, 32 years ago, Croatia reconfirmed its commitment to the UN Charter, this time as a free, sovereign, and independent member state of the United Nations. Ours is a journey of liberty and democracy, a pursuit of peace and prosperity, of vigilant defense of human rights and dignity, while honoring the values and principles of multilateralism and international cooperation that UN embodies. Our experience as a small but resilient nation with a deep understanding of peace, security, and development underscores the importance of reforming and revitalizing the UN to ensure it remains fit to address the global challenges of today and tomorrow. The Pact for the Future, a pivotal document for strengthening multilateralism that we adopted earlier this week, elaborates about both General Assembly and Security Council reform, and we believe we should further strengthen, reform, and revitalize these two institutions. While the role of the GA has been strengthened recently with regard to issues which the Security Council failed to address, more should be done in relation to the maintenance of international peace and security. This relates also to the cooperation of the General Assembly with both the Security Council, the Economic and Social Committee, and the Peacebuilding Commission. The UN Secretariat should be made fit for purpose, and the selection of the Secretary General and all other, especially high-level posts, need to be guided by the principles of merit, transparency, inclusiveness, gender, and geographic rotation. Finally, allow me to reflect on Southeast Europe, a region in our neighborhood. As a country with deep expertise and a nuanced understanding of Southeast Europe, we stand as a model of successful integration into both the European Union and NATO. This unique position not only gives us Croatia a special status within the region, but also grants its significant authority in advocating for peace, stability, and European aspirations of our neighbors. Croatia consistently encourages our Western Balkan partners to invest even more in fulfilling the established criteria. Regional cooperation and good neighborly relations, along with solving outstanding issues and disputes, remain an essential, indispensable part of the process. The merit-based approach and rewarding individual achievements in fulfilling the standards will accelerate accession to the European family. In this regard, those who cooperate in good faith, align with the EU's, for instance, foreign policy resolutions and positions, and conduct genuine reforms should move ahead on their EU accession path. Of particular importance for us is the stability of our neighboring Bosnia and Herzegovina. with which we share more than 1,000 kilometers long border. In order to achieve security and stability in the country, the constitutional full equality of the three constituent peoples, Croats, Bosniaks and Serbs, must be ensured, and the Dayton-Paris Accords, the peace treaties that ended the war and confirmed the multinational, multi-confessional and multicultural Bosnia and Herzegovina must be upheld. In conclusion, the story of our country is one of transformation from a nation rebuilding after war to a committed partner within the global community. Our journey reflects the power of collaboration, vision, and perseverance. As we look ahead, Croatia is ready to join, to continue contributing to a world where peace, justice, human rights, and sustainable development are attainable for all. Together, through multilateralism, we can overcome today's challenges and build a future where every country, every citizen can thrive. The path may be long and difficult, but by standing united, we can make it a reality. Let us move forward with renewed purpose, ensuring that the foundations we build today will support a prosperous and peaceful tomorrow. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency James Marape, Prime Minister of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Mr. Philemon Young, President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished Head of State and Head of Governments, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address this august hall once again on behalf of my people of Papua New Guinea. Mr. President, firstly, let me congratulate you, the government and people of Cameroon, on your successful election to lead the work of the 79th session of the General Assembly. I thank your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis, for his excellent leadership during the 78th UN General Assembly. I also extend my gratitude to the United Nations Secretary General for his strong leadership to mobilize the support of the global community on key issues that require our collective efforts, especially in dealing with climate change-related matters. Mr. President, you selected a theme for this debate, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for the present and future generations, I believe is very pertinent. I thank you and commend your foresight in drawing our collective attention to the work we must still do for peace and humanity, considering the vast challenges that continues to threaten our society and what we face today. Mr. President, I speak on three threats to humanity that is complementary to your theme. These threats, in my view, are religious intolerance, poverty induced by climate change, and geopolitical differences and sovereignty contests over territories and people. And I will prefix this statement here with my country as a backdrop. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea is the world's most culturally and linguistically diverse nation, with over 830 languages in a myriad of sub-ethnicities and subcultures that are still authentically indigenous today as I speak. A real-time modern nation of 1,000 tribes. And we embrace this diversity and do our utmost best to function as one people, one nation, and one country in our intention to leave no one behind. In terms of environment, Mr. President, my country hosts up to 7% of world's biodiversity, mostly housed within a tropical rainforest that is the third largest in the world and has a vast marine ecosystem. We sustainably manage our forest, land, and sea because our livelihood depends on them. Papua New Guinea, in a small way, teaches the world on how living in balance with nature, tolerating cultural diversities, and practicing environmental stewardship. The father of our country, our modern Papua New Guinea, the late great Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare, was a champion in this regard. In fact, Sir Michael's championed the cause of Article 5 that has become, has found its place into Paris Agreement as I speak today, early in year 2000s. This is a reflection of Papua New Guinea's strong affinity to the forest, land, and sea. In this regard, my country has been contributing to the public or global discourse over the last 2 decades in as far as environmental management is concerned and matters relating to climate change. Unfortunately, this has been met with very little return of action. However, we continue to stand ready to assist the United Nations family in this area. Mr. President, over the last 49 years of our country's history as an independent nation, our challenges has been many, compounded by vast ethno-linguistic diversities and cultural complexities and the small size of our economy. However, we have remained as one people and one nation. We have moved in the last 49 years. We started off as a least developed nation. Today, we have entered the middle income earning nation status, and we intend in the next 20 years to migrate from where we are today to a high income earning nation by 2025. In doing that, we will migrate from being just a raw resource exporter to a manufacturing economy within the next decade. Mr. President, I want to assure you all that all this is being done in total alignment, and we have aligned our development agendas to the United Nations Charter, especially consistent with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Our aspirations mirror that of this august institution. In fact, in 1975, when we gained independence, our National Constitutional 8-point plan directs not just my government today, but government into the future, as it was in the past governments that led my country, on our national aspirations to leave no person behind. Mr. President, our nation's Vision 2050 that was launched in 2010 compels governments to develop Papua New Guinea into a top 50 nation by 2050 in terms of Human Development Index. Papua New Guinea looks forward to submitting to the United Nations a full progress report in July of 2025 at the high-level political forum, secondary voluntary national review covering the work we have undertaken thus far amidst the challenges we continue to face and the steps we are taking going forward that will culminate in 2030. Mr. President, if you can indulge me in sharing an insight into managing a diverse, multicultural people and what has helped us to blend as one nation, I put to you the role of Christian missionaries and their work that dates back to 1845 when the first Catholic missionaries arrived in my country. In 1975, when we gained independence, Christianity became profound. Consistency with your theme, Christianity in PNG has been the front runner, bearing message of unity, peace, and sustainable coexistence, embracing diversity of cultures, language, and tribes into one human family, living in our natural environment as God has created. Since then, Christian churches have contributed immensely to our country's development through their health and education programs. Real Christianity teaches love, peace, unity, forgiveness, giving meaning to leaving no person behind. Whilst PNG is identified as a Christian nation, Mr. President, I want to assure you and all who are listening that Section 45 of our nation's Constitution protects individuals' right to choose and practice of faith and religion. We subscribe strongly to Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights on freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, United Nations has been the anchor of this God-given right of humanity. And I offer my country's support to the protection of individuals' choice and rights to practice their faith, and urge that this remains a key duty of United Nations. Mr. President, since the dawn of humanity, history teaches us that many wars have been fought and many lives lost as a result of religious intolerance. We see that happening today, as history is stained with blood of innocent people who have died from state, tribe, or church-sanctioned killings. The United Nations, Mr. President, must condemn laws that encroaches upon individual choice of religion and worship. This is a God-given right. And I see the issue of enforcement of religion upon one another as a threat to peace and coexistence of mankind. I ask United Nations to keep watch over religious freedom of all people, especially minority people in society where major religions are practiced. Mr. President, the second threat I see facing humanity is poverty, and especially poverty induced by climate change. The pursuit of wealth has caused man to plunder edge of its resources beyond the threshold of sustainability, with little consideration for our children's future. The acceleration of climate change, for instance, is a direct result of mankind's insatiable appetite for resources. An attitude of survival of the fittest, nations and corporations jostle and stampede over each other in order to harvest resources, causing environmental degradation, deforestation, burning of cheaper fossil fuel, and pollution, spiraling our planet into climate catastrophes that will further engender poverty. Nations like mine oceans nations like mine continue to live with the climate change-induced sea level rise and weather pattern changes that has now become an accidental threat. That is why we welcome the Chair's summary of the high-level meeting on sea level rise. Together with other Pacific Island countries, we continue to recognize the 1982 UN Convention on Law of Sea as a legal framework within which all activities in the ocean and seas must be carried out. We reaffirm commitment to the Pacific Island Forum Declaration of Continuity of Statehood and the protection of persons in the face of climate change-related sea level rise. Last month, the Pacific Island Leaders Forum in Tonga officially recognized these climate change manifestations as existential threat to our Pacific people. We stand united in the support of Vanuatu-led United Nations General Assembly proposal for the inclusion of sea level rise as a standalone agenda in the United Nations General Assembly and other relevant United Nations processes. Mr. President, despite our economic needs, PNG remains committed to safeguarding both our blue ocean life and our green forest life for its children. As a forest nation, PNG continues to play a proactive role to progress our commitments under United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement by undertaking adaptations and mitigation effort. However, accessing of global climate finance continues to be a challenge to Papua New Guinea and many small nations. We call on the United Nations to look into this matter with a sense of urgency, or else we can liquidate our forests and marine resources to achieve our development aspirations, especially in a pursuit to alleviate poverty from our people. It is for this reason I speak in solidarity with all forest nations, especially those in the Congo Basin and those in the Amazon Basin, for adequate compensation if we are to preserve our forests, which is in fact the lungs of Earth. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea's vast forests, rich biodiversity, marine life, and indigenous people and cultures are now at the crossroads of great change, either of preservation or loss and extinction. The responsibility to save our environment and planet should bear on all of us in equal measure. It is now up to members of the United Nations to save these forests, which are global assets as I speak. On this note, I want to thank my good friend, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of France, for mobilizing European Union funding for a forest conservation area called Managalas in my country. This is the kind of partnership that should be encouraged. And again, I remind the world, the forest of PNG is a global asset. It must be preserved at a price transferable to improving the lives of my forests. You cannot talk about climate change without conversation on forestry. They are the two sides to the same coin in conversations on climate change. And I call for others out there, especially those who have big carbon footprints. You have to do justice to planet Earth by doing your part, especially assisting us in the preservation of our forests. Mr. President, the third threat facing humanity, in my view, is geopolitical differences and sovereignty contests over territories and people. Increasing geopolitical conflicts and tensions are fueling fragmentation and protectionism around the world today. The restrictions on trade, disruptions in supply chains, growing competitions are crippling our economies. We need to examine peaceful strategies and solutions and invest in peace-building initiatives for de-escalation, mutual understanding, cooperation, build trust, and foster peaceful relationship. The United Nations role in this must be respected by all nations, for really it was for this reason that the UN was born. So the world does not need to face many more wars again or another big war again. Mr. President, I say this: violence begets violence, and is evil no matter what the justification may be. Violence begets violence. Peace must be achieved by peaceful means. No matter how long or unjust it may seem, peace must be achieved by peaceful means. We live in a time where the press of a button, an atomic or nuclear bomb has the ability and potential to destroy our planet. All conflicts can be resolved if we allow United Nations one rule book to take prominence over our own parochial national interests. In PNG, we partner United Nations in national and subnational peace-building efforts. One good example is the de-escalation of our own internal conflict on Bougainville, when the United Nations supervised the Bougainville Peace Agreement in 2001 and continues to ensure we comply with all requirements of that agreement, including bringing the 2019 referendum results to our national parliament. To this day, I am happy to report that no bullets have since been fired in Bougainville. This is the role and the strength of the United Nations, and I call on all nations and people to respect the charter of this institution and the reasons for its existence. PNG therefore calls on the UN and its systems to begin the process to review the Security Council and the reforms that must take place, including removal of veto powers, so all nations can sit equally on the table in as far as decision-making is concerned. Mr. President, we must do all we can to restore stability to the far reaches of Earth. Global conflicts cause domino effect, and the subsequent impacts are felt throughout the world, including intergenerational wounds. Mr. President, as I conclude, let me remind us again on our collective responsibility to together preserve our planet and our human race. In 1987, a space philosopher called Frank White wrote the overview effect, a cognitive shift astronauts experience after viewing planet Earth from the space, and upon their return to Earth, he records that most astronauts, if not all, experience a self-transcendence, appreciating Earth much more and feeling a very strong connection to all people on the planet. And I am sure Neil Armstrong in 1969, on July 20, when he gazed back on planet Earth, standing on the moon, he would have looked back and he would not have seen his planet, he would not have seen his country, the United States of America. He would have seen the blue planet, the planet he called home. I call upon all of us, esteemed leaders of this planet, let us adopt a little bit of overview effect to see the world through the eyes of the astronauts. They see the planet from humanity perspective, one planet, one people, one humanity. They appreciated Earth much better. And I want to ask all of us, I want to ask all of us, all leaders of planet Earth, let us appreciate Earth. Let us treasure its life-sustaining gifts. Let us do everything within our means to preserve and protect planet Earth. It starts with all of us, leaders, to think and act correctly because our children's collective future depend on this one. We have but one planet. After all, there's not two planets. You look at the observable universe, you look billions and billions of light years into the observable universe. There is no one planet that looks like us. Only one planet. Let's preserve that. Let us rise above religious bigotry, fight poverty together, and coexist in peace under the charter we ourselves have written into this magnificent institution called the United Nations. I thank you all for the opportunity to speak. May the peace of my Lord Jesus be upon you, Mr. President, and all people of Earth, our beautiful life-sustaining Earth. May God bless each and every one of you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Robert Abela, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Secretary General, President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear friends. When we gathered this time last year, little could we have predicted that just a couple of weeks later, our world would be plunged into even greater turmoil by the despicable attacks of October the 7th. In the 12 months since, we have seen continued loss of life and a humanitarian emergency on such a scale that it is all too easy to give up hope, all too easy to believe that nothing can be done, all too easy to turn the other cheek. We cannot escape from the stark reality that our world faces the gravest of challenges, and the populations of far too many of these United Nations face the greatest perils. The gravity of these threats is such that we, as leaders from across the globe, are confronted with a choice of two paths. We can choose the path of despair, dejectedly deciding that it is impossible to make a difference, or we can choose the path of persistence, determined that no matter how rough the waters, we can and we must redouble our efforts to meet those challenges and mitigate those perils. I emphatically believe that we have a moral responsibility to take the path of persistence. I will never apologize for reaffirming the simple belief that motivated me to come into public life, that tomorrow can be better than today. And no matter what the headwinds, it is a belief that still motivates all I do. I refuse to believe that we should just give up. I refuse to listen to those siren whispers that the worst is inevitable and it is not worth working for better outcomes. I refuse to give in to the notion that we can defer difficult decisions or that small countries have to passively accept the actions of the larger players. To acquiesce to that negativity would be to accept that this General Assembly, that this United Nations is nothing more than a council of despair. To that, I say a resounding no. This United Nations can and must be a council of hope. Nobody is going to pretend that we can wave any sort of magic wand or deliver instant solutions. But
we have a duty to keep hope alive, to keep trying, to keep working, to keep battling for the values that were the very foundation of the idea of a United Nations. 8 decades ago, from the rubble of the first truly global conflict, our forerunners had the courage and the foresight to see that the world had to have a forum where the voice of every nation could be heard. And as colonialism rightly crumbled, there were a lot of newly independent nations to add their signatures to the Charter. Malta is one such nation. As we gained our independence from the United Kingdom, we took our place in the world. This year marks the 60th anniversary of Malta's accession to the United Nations. Over those 6 decades, my country has developed beyond the wildest dreams of the pioneers who saw us to statehood. So, as we mark 60 years of Malta as a proud member of the United Nations, and as the United Nations itself gets ready to mark its 80th anniversary, my message is clear. The world needs the United Nations now more than ever. Malta values the United Nations now more than ever. And make no mistake, Malta may be a small country, but we will always be a loud voice against deferring difficult decisions and avoiding difficult conversations. We will never resign ourselves to a future devoid of peace. We will never abandon our commitment to supporting peace processes, no matter how tough those processes may be. We will remain steadfast in our support for steps to build and maintain peace in every region of conflict. We will remain as committed to and confident in this United Nations as that day in December of 60 years ago when the ink dried on Malta's signature. Malta has a unique political and geographical position at the heart of the Mediterranean, a bridge between Europe and North Africa, and the crossroads of Europe and the Middle East. A full member of the European Union, but with neutrality enshrined in our Constitution. We are acutely aware of the responsibility that this position brings. 2 words sum up the role that I believe Malta can and does play: honest broker. From hosting peace talks to brokering difficult dialogues, we aim to harness our unique position to bring those in conflict together, to at least try and find a way forward. This is exactly the approach that Malta has brought to our membership of the Security Council over the past 2 years. And that is exactly the approach we have brought to the chair of the OSCE, which we assumed last January. Malta was happy to step up and take the chair as an honest broker, allowing all members to endorse our leadership and ensuring the work of this vital body can continue. Like Malta, the OSCE is a bridge between neighbors across continents. Europe can only be secure and at peace if its neighbors are secure and at peace, which is why both in the Security Council and the OSCE, our guiding watchwords are always promoting sustainability, peace, and security. This approach sits well alongside the OSCE's comprehensive conception of security as not just about ending military conflict, but also addressing the social and economic tensions that create and exacerbate international tensions. To that end, we will continue to press for all nations to comply with the Arms Trade Treaty. The failure of too many countries to comply with international rules poses too great a threat to too many innocent citizens. President, as I've reflected on my country's 6 decades of membership of this United Nations, I've looked back at the wisdom of some of those who have held the office of Secretary General. Sadly, those words of Ban Ki-moon remain as true and urgent today as ever. The world is overarmed and peace is underfunded. The peace and humanitarian budgets, which are at the heart of the UN's mission, remain unfortunately severely underfunded, harshly impacting too many of the world's most vulnerable people, which is why Malta urges all member states to play their part by remitting the resources to ensure the hard-working, hard-pressed frontline UN staff can play their part in bringing relief and hope where it is so desperately needed. As Malta concludes its current term on the Security Council, I am proud of what we have been able to help achieve. Amidst the tragedy of the events in Israel and Gaza, we have worked with others to prioritize the relief of humanitarian suffering. We used our seat on the Security Council to work for Resolution 2712, which demanded urgent and extended humanitarian pauses and the provision of corridors through Gaza to supply critical supplies needed by so many innocent civilians, not the least children. The resolution also called for the release of hostages held captive by Hamas and other militant groups in Gaza. We are proud that this led to the release of 105 hostages during the negotiated 7-day pause. Similarly, I am pleased Malta played a key role in the Security Council adopting Resolution 2728, which demanded an immediate ceasefire in Gaza for the month of Ramadan, alongside the immediate release of all hostages. This was the first joint motion from the non-permanent members on a geographic situation in the Security Council's history. Understandably, much of the world's attention has been on Israel and Gaza since October the 7th, which has now expanded to a dangerous and deeply worrying escalation in Lebanon. We stand firm in our belief that we must all strive to ensure that the flames of this conflict do not engulf the whole region, and that we all take decisive steps to resolve this conflict before it is too late. Furthermore, it is imperative that we, as a global community, do not lose focus on those other parts of the world where war and the killing of civilians is also all too present and all too tragic a daily reality. Sudan, Yemen, Syria, and, of course, Ukraine. So, let me now turn to another country in conflict, Malta's southern neighbor, Libya. Helping the Libyan people achieve a genuine and lasting resolution to the institutional crisis for which they have paid too high a price for too long is a key priority for Malta. For such a resolution would not only benefit the Libyan people, it would also benefit all Libya's neighbors and also the wider region. Only with a single functioning government supported by citizens across the whole country can Libya play its full part in addressing the migrant crisis, which puts so many lives at risk, which is why Malta welcomes the initiatives taken by UNSMIL in bringing the parties together to sign an agreement that will hopefully end a crisis at the Central Bank of Libya, and also to kickstart this stalled wider political process. Malta will continue to stand ready to do anything it can to aid that process, and we will be unstinting in advocating for proactive engagement by the international community to support and enhance those UN-led efforts. Together, we have a duty to aid the mediation needed to create a pathway towards national, parliamentary, and presidential elections in Libya. As friends and neighbors of Libya, we can and must help. But for the process to truly succeed, it must be fully Libyan-led and Libyan-owned, to which end we unequivocally call for the immediate withdrawal of all foreign forces, fighters, and mercenaries from Libya. And Malta re-emphasizes the need for a full completion of the Libyan arms embargo in line with all the relevant Security Council resolutions. Equality is a key value for my government and my country, just as the situation in Libya will only be resolved by all the people of the country knowing that they have an equal voice, so are so many of the conflicts, disputes, and tensions around the world fueled by inequality. Equality isn't some sort of added extra, nice to have, but not vital to tackling the world's problems. That view couldn't be more misguided. Equality across gender, age, race, religion, disability, sexuality is not just imperative for its own sake. Equality is also imperative in finding lasting solutions to so many of the challenges that face us all. So, I am honored Malta stands at the forefront of promoting civil liberties globally. We are one of the few countries that has already implemented an anti-racism strategy, and we are now in the process of drafting a second renewed anti-racism strategy. We will never take equality for granted at home, and we will always advocate and support greater equality internationally. All too often, it is women and girls who bear the brunt of conflict, and all too infrequently are the voices of women and girls heard when it comes to solving those conflicts. Without women, there can be no peace. As the world redoubles its efforts to bring peace, so must we all redouble our efforts to ensure the voice of women and girls is heard at the top tables as well as on the ground. During our term on the Security Council, Malta has worked hard to do just that. Malta has chaired the Security Council Working Group on Children and Armed Conflict. In the last 18 months, the working group has issued conclusions on the role of children in the conflicts in South Sudan, Nigeria, Mali, Afghanistan, CAR, Colombia, Iraq, and Somalia. That long list is a sad testament to the magnitude and gravity of the repeated violations against children in crisis zones. We must never let up in our outrage and actions at these persistent and flagrant abuses of the rights of the child as enshrined by this United Nations. President, we have a saying in Maltese, El-Bahar Senor, the sea is wealthy. And indeed it is. As an island nation for Malta, the wealth of the sea equates to the wealth of our people. The health of the sea equates to the health of our people. So we need no reminder just how essential it is to protect the wealth, health, and the biodiversity of our seas and oceans. And we know just how much small island nations like ours will be impacted as climate change warms oceans and raises sea levels. We, small island nations, are amongst the lower emitters of greenhouse gases. But we are literally the front line of the climate emergency. The impact of climate change will be felt by all our citizens. It is our duty to them to do all we can to minimize that change and maximize our resilience to the changes which are already being felt. Delay and prevarication simply aren't options. Climate change must remain at the top of the global agenda. Solidarity, standing shoulder to shoulder with our fellow small island nations, is a key value for Malta. Solidarity means actions, not just words. The Islands for Islands initiative is central to our foreign policy, providing concrete, practical assistance to small island developing states, sharing best practice and building capacity. That's why Malta has jointly taken the lead in developing the Climate Vulnerability and Resilience Index, a practical resource to help small islands identify and prepare better for the effects of the changing climate. As sea levels become an even greater concern, so does the health of our seas and oceans become ever greater a priority. Malta remains and will always remain at the forefront of efforts to protect our oceans. In the very first years of our UN membership, we were one of the foremost proponents of the principle of the common heritage of mankind. Thank you, Arvid Pardo. And it remains our lodestar. We have consistently spoken up in the Security Council about the existential threat from rising sea levels, and Malta will always remain unwavering in our support for the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Malta welcomes the first ratifications of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, which will provide much needed, much greater protection for the 2/3 of global oceans that lie beyond national jurisdictions. The treaty will only come into force when 60 nations have ratified it. Our oceans need it. Our people deserve it. So I say to my fellow leaders, speed up and sign. To preserve healthy maritime environments, we all need to take practical, innovative solutions and steps. That's why I am delighted at the success Malta's new shore-to-ship initiative is having. The stunning Grand Harbour in the capital city of Malta, which is Valletta, is a magnet for cruise ships. But while docked in berth, they can produce serious amounts of pollution if relying on their engines in the confined space. So shore-to-ship is installing onshore power supply alongside the quays, which are used by cruise ships, meaning that they can switch off their engines and help reduce pollution in this most special of places by around 90%. In Malta, we know that while the sea can yield great gifts, it can also be the host for illicit activity and the breaking of international laws. The high seas must never become the Wild West. The rule of law and the will of the international community must always hold on sea as on land, which is why Malta championed the creation of a unified database of all vessels which are involved in illicit activity, shareable and usable by all participating states. Shipping is central to international trade, so ensuring they are fully applied at sea is central to any successful sanctions regime. And that can only happen if ship owners know that trying to break sanctions brings consequences. But it is essential for reasons of natural justice and to ensure buy-in from member states that the listing of those breaking sanctions is both fair and transparent. So Malta was proud to jointly hold the pen alongside the United States for Resolution 2744 that overhauls the delisting process for the first time in almost 2 decades. By creating a better system for delisting where warranted, we can ward against premature lifting of sanctions which is not warranted. President, we have witnessed how effective global health policies can unite nations, especially when addressing crises that transcend borders and that affect us all. Just yesterday, United Nations member states adopted the political declaration on antimicrobial resistance, which has been diligently facilitated by Malta and the Barbados over so many months. AMR presents a collective threat and demands our urgent attention. We know what must be done to prevent the loss of millions of lives and avert trillions of dollars in additional healthcare costs. This declaration should serve as a strategic roadmap for policymakers, guiding their efforts to tackle AMR in the years ahead. President, when we reconvene in a year's time, we will be marking the 80th birthday of our United Nations. But we mustn't ever be just marking time. We need to always be marking progress. As Dag Hammarskjöld said, the pursuit of peace and progress cannot end in a few years in either victory or defeat. The pursuit of peace and progress, with its trials and its errors, its successes and its setbacks, can never be relaxed and never abandoned. In Europe, the average life expectancy is just over 80 years. United Nations will only have life expectancy longer than that if we all recommit to its future. As the saying goes, I want reports of its death to be greatly exaggerated. Yes, we can't ignore the fact that the architecture of the world's collective security is under stress like never before. Voices of nationalism dismiss the need to work together. Instigators of conflict believe they can escape the rat and writ of the global community. Both couldn't be more wrong. Acting to end conflict, and relieve suffering is never easy. But that doesn't mean we should stop trying. Reaching consensus across borders and across political differences is never easy. But that doesn't mean we should stop trying. Acknowledging we have all contributed to the state our world is in today and setting aside pride to try and make the world a better place is never easy. But that doesn't mean we should stop trying. Arguably, the temptation to wring hands and see change as too hard to achieve is greatest for small nations like mine. To sit back and sigh that the big boys have made too much of a mess of things. Well, Malta will never sit back. Malta will never wring hands. Malta will never leave it to others. Yes, Malta will always be realistic, but Malta will always remain committed to multilateralism. When the perils are at their greatest, the need to work together is at its greatest. So let us use the next 12 months in the run-up to that 80th anniversary to reassert our collective belief in this United Nations, to redouble our efforts, to resolve conflict, to take the steps the future of the Earth needs, and to deliver the change the people of this planet need and deserve. To raise our game in supporting the Secretary General in delivering the institutional reform the United Nations needs to better fulfill its purpose. In short, and with every fiber of my being, I say to my fellow leaders, now is the time to choose. And we must choose the path of persistence. We must reject the path of despair. Yes, our world faces huge challenges and huge threats. But if we lose belief in the power of collective action, if we lose belief in the ability to work together to make a difference, then we are losing belief in the very idea of a better world. If we fail to persist, we fail to lead. If we fail to persevere, we fail the people who put their faith in us. Failure simply isn't an option. The stakes are too high. The risks are too great. The consequences are too severe. So let us make that choice. Let us today recommit as a United Nations. Let us affirm the path of persistence. And no matter how tough the going, let us enter the 80th year of this United Nations with the simple goal in our head and in our hearts. Let us now, more than ever, never give up believing that tomorrow can and must be better than today. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Philip Edward Davis, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, I wish to congratulate Ambassador Yang on the session to the presidency of the General Assembly for this year coming, and give my best wishes to outgoing Ambassador Francis for leading us in the last year. Over the past 3 years, the Bahamas has been pleading with member states to engage in urgent action in respect of climate change. Along with other small island developing states, we have highlighted our vulnerabilities and our predicament. We have told you what we know, shared our experiences from the front line, described what we are doing to address the various issues, and warn how our yesterdays are becoming your tomorrows. There's been some welcome progress, but it falls far, far short of what is needed. And now we all have to live with the reality of a climate crisis that has pushed our planet past the critical threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius for an entire year. At this very moment, the new harsh reality manifests in hurricanes and heat, fire and floods. Member states can somehow quickly find eye-watering sums of money for bullets and bombs, but only rattle small change in their pockets when it comes to financing the costs of loss and damage, repair and recovery, so desperately needed to adapt to the new climate reality. Why? Why do members persist in ignoring the biggest threat of our lives? The easy answer would be to say that you just don't care. But I cannot accept that. To do so would be to accept a view of humanity which is at odds with my faith and lived experience of humanity. But we in the Bahamas clearly see that lack of determined, committed action as a series of misguided short-term choices and priorities. We can choose differently. We can choose better. We can act to address real, consequential priorities, priorities that are already impacting the lives of every single one of us, and will continue to impact the lives of our children and their grandchildren for generations to come. The irony is that generations before us did not have an established forum such as this, a place to come together as a whole world, to work together for the common good. The genocidal crisis of the Second World War gave birth to the United Nations, and the ensuing wars of independence and regional conflicts means that we have in place the structure for real, effective action. And so today, as the Bahamas celebrates 51 years of membership of the United Nations, we offer our service to the international community as we bid for non-permanent membership of the Security Council for the term 2032-2033. We do so because the present crisis of today, the looming crisis of tomorrow, requires even greater degrees of ingenuity, effort, multilateral cooperation, and sacrifice than the world needed in the aftermath of the Second World War. We understand well that the Council's mandate to maintain international peace and security goes far beyond the mere absence of war. But we also know that from where we stand, on the front line of the impact of climate change on humanity, that the mandate to cooperate in solving international problems, now more than ever, requires us to stand up and step forward. We do so to amplify the voices of small island developing states. We do so because the voices of small island developing states are the harbingers of what lies in store for all of us. The Security Council of the future will not be equipped to deal with the biggest crisis of our time without voices like ours at the table. The link between climate change and global security is undeniable. Things are bad now, and they're going to get a lot worse before they get better. Climate considerations must be integrated into all aspects of the Security Council's work. Because of this, the Bahamas stands ready to advocate and support whatever reforms are needed to help maximize the effectiveness of the work of the Council. Membership for countries like ours was not what the Charter members contemplated when the UN was established, but it is countries like ours which will help the Council with inclusive, truly representative decision-making needed to help address the greatest crisis of our time. Friends, aspirations to lasting global peace and security will remain empty dreams if not supported by economic security. For too long, the global financial system has been skewed against developing nations. It is a cruel irony that industrialized nations who bear the greatest responsibility for the climate crisis often perpetuate another form of injustice in the form of our current global system. We have been instrumental in exposing the hypocrisy of unilateral blacklisting and advocating for a framework that prioritizes fairness and inclusivity. The present system, with its dark rules and uneven playing field, drains resources from developing countries, leaving us to grapple with the consequences. The Bahamas refuses to accept this double standard. We are raising our voice to demand a fairer and more equitable international framework, one where the voices of all countries, regardless of population or GDP, are heard and respected. The Bahamas will continue to be a leading voice in championing this issue for as long as we need to do so, no matter how lonely or how long the journey may take. Even among small island developing states, the Bahamas is uniquely vulnerable. We are not waiting for solutions. We are creating them. We have created a National Youth Guard, empowering our young people to become environmental champions because we know that future generations will have an enormous burden to shoulder. We're embracing innovation, particularly in the realm of ocean technology, to find solutions to the climate crisis. The Bahamas may be small in size, but we are not short on ambition or ingenuity. We have said it before, but we can never say it often enough. Countries like the Bahamas contribute so little to the problems of the world, and yet we are among the first and greatest affected. Over 40% of my country's national debt is as a direct result of the impacts of climate change. Locked as we are into an annual cycle of severe hurricanes, repair and rebuild, how can we fulfill the reasonable aspirations of our people for national development? We need to stop thinking of climate change merely as an environmental threat. It is a threat multiplier, exacerbating existing tensions, creating new ones, and undermining the very foundations of global security. If we think we have refugee challenges now, do we really want to wait until millions are forced to cross borders just to survive? As resources become scarcer, as livelihoods are lost, the potential for conflict, for instability, and mass migration becomes inevitable. And so we ask you to take note of your own self-interest. Your Excellencies, in our Caribbean region, the Republic of Haiti is facing a multidimensional security crisis. It is born of gang violence and resource scarcity, made worse by massive earthquakes, hurricanes, and other natural hazards. In accordance with UNSC Resolution 2966, passed in 2023, and in coordination with the government of Haiti, member states are contributing to a multinational security support mission. The Bahamas government is strongly of the view that any mission in Haiti ought to be Haitian-led and aim to build the capacity of the Haitian National Police to counter gangs and improve security conditions. The Bahamas reiterates the importance of continued and sustained financial support from donor countries to ensure that UN Trust Fund is able to fund the MSSM operations now and in the future. The CARICOM region in and of itself cannot do it alone, and so we urge you to take note of this important aspect of the MSSM mission. Looking beyond our region, in 2024, the Bahamas has looked to South-South cooperation to fill the gaps in development support. We continue to be active participants in CARICOM. We value the support of the Commonwealth and the solidarity between Caribbean and Pacific Commonwealth states, and look forward to meeting this year in Samoa. We value the deepening relationship between CARICOM and the African region. We see renewed value in the Group of 77 and the non-aligned movement. Our concerted efforts to collectively focus on climate reparations have resulted in new pathways to climate justice at the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea and at the International Court of Justice. We remain determined to protect and preserve our climate and our precious biodiversity through the progressive development of international law. COP29 must be a turning point. It is estimated that by 2050, climate-related damage is projected to rise to an almost unimaginable $38 trillion per year. My friends, in some respects, it is already too late. Where we are is not good enough, but there's still time just enough if we act and act now. Let's revitalize the stalled negotiations on a new collective quantified goal on climate finance. We cannot afford another year of inaction. Developed nations must step up, not just with words, but with enforceable, concrete commitments that reflect the scale and urgency of the crisis. While global military expenditure soared to an unprecedented $2.4 trillion last year, the Loss and Damage Fund, painstakingly established at COP28, has secured a mere $800 in pledges. This is a drop in the ocean compared to the trillions needed to address the escalating costs of the negative impacts of climate change. This is not just an issue of funding, it is fundamentally an issue of sustainability and survival. Without it, peace and security mean nothing. The Loss and Damage Fund must be fully operationalized. This is about responsibility, accountability, and building a future where those who have polluted the most contribute the most to cleaning up the mess. The rise in global temperatures of more than 1.5 degrees Celsius this past year has put us in a new reality. But we must do more than roll the dice. Real effort, serious action, tangible progress. These are the only paths to sustainable solutions. And the same truths remain. We must prioritize energy solutions around sources of renewable energy. Redirecting the vast subsidies given to the fossil fuel industry towards renewable energy and climate adaptation and mitigation would be a powerful start. We must reform the global financial institutions and systems. We need multilateral development banks that are fit for purpose, providing accessible finance and prioritizing climate-resilient investments. We must continue to work to strengthen international cooperation. We need a renewed commitment to collective multilateral action. But friends, within this global emergency, we also see a glimmer of hope. The 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold cannot be an endpoint, but a turning point, an opportunity to reject complacency and chart a new course, one grounded in innovation, collaboration, and a resolute commitment to a just and sustainable future. We're not asking for a handout, but for a handout. Even the strongest swimmers drowns if left alone in a raging sea. I'll be remiss if I had to leave this podium without joining my sister, Prime Minister of Barbados, in calling and renewing my call for the removal of the blockade in Cuba. It is hurting the people of Cuba, and though it is said that the blockade is against Cuba, it is the people in Cuba who suffers daily. It has not worked. It's been in place now for how many years? Over 70 years. So why should it still remain? And we call upon all of us here present to seek to persuade those who have the blockade to remove it and move it as soon as possible. Thank you for listening.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kassim Majaliwa, Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, on behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, I stand before this august assembly to deliver a message of hope and peace to the people of the world. In doing so, I wish to convey warm and fraternal greetings from the President and the people of the United Republic of Tanzania. Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, wishes this assembly every success in its important deliberation. I would also like to join the previous speakers in commending you, Mr. President, for the excellent manner you are steering the work for the Assembly. Tanzania endorses and supports the theme chosen of this session, that is, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. This theme aligns well with the United Nations Charter and builds on the effort of your predecessor, His Excellency Dennis Francis, whose remarkable leadership is truly appreciated. Tanzania recognizes and thanks the Secretary General for his great work and the important message he shared with us at the opening of this general debate. Mr. President, the participation in the 79th General Assembly has been a unique opportunity for us to share perspectives regarding to the pledge and the commitment made for addressing global challenges such as pandemics, extreme poverty, climate change, and conflicts. I would like to share some of Tanzania's perspectives as follows. Sustainable development, Tanzania's path to inclusive growth. Mr. President, the Sustainable Development Goals are a beacon of hope in addressing global challenges. Tanzania's journey towards sustainable development reflects that of many nations facing significant challenges from the determined impact of COVID-19 on health and economic systems. Climate change, marked by extreme weather patterns like torrential rain and droughts, has deteriorated health issues and strained infrastructures. We are concerned about the slow pace in attaining these goals, whereas of 2023, only 17% of targets were on track, with over one-third regressing or stalling. Urgent action and global solidarity are needed to overcome barriers such as economic imbalances, climate change, conflict, and gender inequality. Mr. President, our commitment toward the realization of SDGs is focused on sustainability economic growth through strategic investment in agriculture, aquaculture, livestock, fisheries, infrastructure development, energy, and the digital economy. Our goal is to improve food security, reduce poverty, ensure job creation, and drive inclusive economic growth. There are many success stories in Tanzania emanating from this investment, such as the empowerment of youth through the Building Better Tomorrow agriculture initiatives in mainland Tanzania, and empowerment of local women in Zanzibar through seaweed farming. On the other hand, Tanzania implements policies to ensure access to quality healthcare and education for all citizens, including the Universal Health Insurance Act and the free basic education. The government also invests in vocational training and STEM education to prepare youth for job market and digital economy. Defending human dignity, inclusivity, and equality. Mr. President, for decades, Tanzania's foreign policy has prioritized respect for human dignity. Addressing this assembly on 4th December 1961, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, the then Prime Minister of Tanganyika, stated that the basis of our action, internal and external, will be an attempt, an honest attempt, to honor the dignity of man. Mr. President, Tanzania has maintained this pledge by leading the fight against colonialism and racism. In this regard, Tanzania hosted the OAU Liberation Committee, supporting freedom fighters in their struggles for independence. Despite gaining political liberation, many countries still face economic sanction and inhuman conditions which hinders the achievement of genuine development. Thus, we call for realization of right of self-determination of all people under colonial occupation and the fighting and the lifting of economic sanction imposed against them. This assembly must continue to more boldly call for the lifting of economic sanctions placed against the people of Cuba and other countries too. So, to allow the peoples of these countries realize their basic rights, including rights to development. Mr. President, global humanitarian crisis due to war, conflict, and natural disaster requires unrestricted access to humanitarian aid, fair treatment of victims, accountability to actual sites, and the United Nations commitment to uphold human dignity for a peace world. Tanzania believes that every individual deserves to live in dignity, freedom, and security to reach their full potential. The United Nations must not remain indifferent in these solutions, as doing so would only determine its legitimacy. Mr. President, let me talk about peace and security. Security is indivisible. In the face of global health insecurity characterized by the pandemic, such as COVID-19 and current mpox, the saying no one is safe until everyone is safe truly gathers meaning. It is imperative that we should invest more in peace, foster unity, and rebuild trust. In this regard, Tanzania welcomes the adoption of General Assembly Resolution 78/312, which proclaimed July 7th as World Kiswahili Language Day. Kiswahili is a language spoken by over 200 million people in all continents of the world. It is an important tool for advancing peace, unity, and cultural diversity. While Tanzania and other Kiswahili-speaking countries looking forward to commemorate this day in 2025 and beyond, we also call on this assembly to explore the possibility of recognizing Kiswahili as an official language of our esteemed organization or as this assembly. Tanzania, East African Community, South African Development Community, and the African Union have already led the way to Kiswahili speaking, and it is again important that we invest more in peace initiatives because there is no development without peace and unity. Your Excellency, Mr. President, in recognition of this requirement, Tanzania has several decades participated in peacekeeping, peace building, and mediation efforts. Tanzania has and continues to contribute towards world peace through its membership in the United Nations Security Council and the African Union Peace and Security Council. This contribution is also evident through its leadership in regional arrangements, such as International Conference on the Great Lakes region of Africa, and currently the chair of the organ on politics, defense, and security of Southern Africa Development Community. I wish to reassure this august assembly that Tanzania's commitment toward peace will not weaken. Tanzania will continue to diligently dispense the obligations emanating from the culture of the United Nations. Mr. President, let me talk about climate and change. Tanzania, like many other developing countries, is highly vulnerable to droughts, floods, desertification, and effect to sea level rise. It is estimated that the sea level will rise by 41 centimeters by 2080. While the sea level rise cannot be reversed, Tanzania is taking several adoption and mitigation measures, including the restoration and the plantation of mangrove, enhancement of coastal infrastructure, and the promotion of ecotourism and aquaculture. It is imperative that, therefore, that we must invest more in climate finance to help recover economies already suffering from these effects, and to enhance access to funding for loss and damage in the hand-hit countries. Mr. President, about transformation to clean energy, as we prepare for COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, it is worth remembering that globally, an estimated 2.4 billion people are still using polluting fuel for cooking. This contributes to health problems, food insecurity, gender inequality, and environmental damage, including millions of premature death, limited access to education, employment for women and children, and increased household gas emission and deforestation. Achieving universal clean cooking access in Africa by 2030 would require an estimated about $4 billion annually, a small fraction of global energy spending. Mr. President, in response to this alarming situation, Tanzania is championing a clean cooking agenda, which essentially contributed to several SDGs, including goals number 7, focusing on ensuring access to affordable and sustainable energy for all. Tanzania will host the African Energy Summit in January 2025, means next year, co-organized with the World Bank and the African Development Bank. The summit aims to accelerate the implementation of World Bank Group and the African Bank Group commitment to provide electricity access to 300 million people in Africa by 2030. We look forward to working together with all partners to unlock energy potential and build brighter, more resilient future for Africa. Mr. President, delivering on democracy. In November this year, Tanzania will hold the local government election, followed by the presidential and the parliamentary election in October next year. As we prepare for this electoral event, I wish to assure this Assembly that democracy, human rights, and the rule of law will be upheld in line with President Samia's vision as captured in the 4 R's philosophy, namely reconciliation, resilience, reform, and rebuilding. Since the announcement of 4R principles in 2021, the government of Tanzania has continued to foster harmony and promote unity across political, religious, and ethnic divides. In implementation of 4R, the government has also undertaken several monumental reforms that seek to address shortfall within the criminal justice system, allow the effective political process, and enhance the enjoyment of human rights. Mr. President, reforms are crucial for countries and international organizations to stay relevant, for greater inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability, especially in multilateral bodies like UN Security Council and the Bretton Woods institution. Tanzania remained committed to rebuilding its economy and society, focusing on inclusivity and empowering its citizens for a stronger future. Mr. President, when I go to conclude my speech, Tanzania argues all the world leaders to unite against international threats that undermine unity, peace, and human dignity. We are obliged to work together with goals stipulated in the Charter of the United Nations of sparing succeeded generations from the scourge of war. We must stop war and suffering that cause death and wanton suffering to innocent civilians, including women and children. Let us leverage innovation, adopt inclusive policies, and strengthen international cooperation in accelerating the implementation of SDGs. Together, let us build perhaps partnership that transcend borders, ensuring no one left behind. Let us undertake the necessary reform to make our multilateral institution fit for purpose. Let us rebuild trust and reconcile our differences. Let us cooperate to build resilience of our institution and people. We can achieve the future we want if we commit to rebuild and restore what has been damaged by our past action. As we look to the future, let us honor the commitments made in various international fora. Together, let us embrace this moment with optimism and the shared dedication to inclusivity. Asante sana kwa kunisikiliza. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister and Minister for National Security, Legal Affairs, and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a magnificent exemplar of our Caribbean civilization. Despite a quarter century of analysis, advocacy, and prescriptions set forth by leaders of small island developing states and international institutions charged with advancing the interests of SIDS, our travails are enduring in a global community largely disinterested in our well-being and that of small states generally. We in SIDS remain unequally yoked in a global community motivated by the baser instincts of the untrammeled power of money, ideology, guns, lethal weapons, territorial and global dominance. To be sure, the SIDS have made incremental advances in the global community and in the architecture of international relations. Nevertheless, for us in SIDS, it has been a situation akin to going up a down escalator, in which the down escalator is moving at a faster pace than the upward baby steps. Frequently, it appears as though much of the powerful would wish the SIDS not to exist. But here we are, stubborn as the heavens, We are not going anywhere despite our massive vulnerabilities. Our people have a permanence in this world. Even if some of our lands wash away, we have a voice and we will continue to use it. We demand, as of right, a special support from the international community to address efficaciously the unique social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities of SIDS, in the interests of the nearly 70 million people who permanently occupy the seascape and landscape of the SIDS, and in the interest, too, of all the other 8 billion or so persons who inhabit Mother Earth. Small island exceptionalism ought to be a category embedded formally in international law and accorded most favorable treatment. Rather than securing a most favorable treatment, the SIDS are required to fight to maintain the special considerations which providence or serendipity has bestowed upon them. A case in point is the attempt currently by the International Development Association, IDA, to pit the most vulnerable, the SIDS, against the poorest countries in its quest to tighten the terms under which qualifying SIDS of a particular income level, such as St. Vincent and the Grenadines, obtain soft loans through the World Bank IDA nexus. In any event, why is the World Bank persisting with the single, anachronistic, and ill-designed metric of average per capita income in respect of vulnerable SIDS in the age of the Anthropocene, as against a more comprehensive and sensible measure of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index? Your Excellencies, the unvarnished truth is that the developed countries have not kept their promises to the SIDS, except the most marginal ones. Importantly, the countries of the developed world, the major historic and contemporary emitters of greenhouse gases, have failed and/or refused to keep their solemn commitments of restricting the global temperature at below 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Unless there are drastic alterations in the patterns of consumption, production, life, and living in developed and large emerging economies, our planet is inexorably on a path to a proverbial hell in a handbasket. In the process, countries of an island or seaboard civilization are likely to be inundated by raging seas and enveloped in searing heat. On the matter of the financing of climate change, the developed countries which have the means and the major historic responsibility to contain this existential threat have been parsimonious and less than responsible in practice. Even today, the cynicism and doublespeak of several major developed countries is breathtaking in response to the quest of most of the global community to transform the international financial institutions as fit for purpose in today's world, and for responsible, reasonable alterations in the actual modalities of climate financing. High representatives of most of these developed countries pay lip service in general to the innovative proposals, the Bridgetown 3 proposals endorsed by the Caribbean community, only to nitpick and delay in the particular on the progressive essentials. Brazenly, when these developed countries make a marginal concession, they trumpet it as a major advance so as to send the proverbial fool a little further. The Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, adopted earlier this year, encompass an action-oriented framework for the way forward. The recently adopted Pact for the Future by the United Nations General Assembly provides a wider and promising buttress. In our advocacy for the 39 SIDS, we embrace too the cause of the least developed countries and the landlocked developing countries, all 92 vulnerable countries in the United Nations system. Your Excellencies, growing material dissatisfaction grips increasingly large numbers of people in both the metropoles and the hinterlands in this highly interconnected world. Noticeably, the ceremony of innocence is drowned. Things are falling apart. The centers cannot hold, and the cascading effects are ripping the world asunder. The best of all lack conviction, and the worst are full of passionate intensity. Creative resistance and reconstruction are the banners under which ordinary men and women across the globe are draping themselves. Sadly, in the North Atlantic countries, there is a growing and dangerous constituency for an illiberal, even a neo-fascist option of looking forward to an illusory past in search of making again their countries unalloyed, mythical paradises of unrivaled dominance. They are looking forward to a past that never was. At the same time, even a modest middling social democracy is on the retreat because this old political shell of the post-1945 global order can barely contain the erupting contradictions within and outside it. A search for new modalities is emerging, but not yet fully formed, in part because the old order is unprepared to relinquish, cede, or share power, even as it realizes that it cannot continue to rule in the old way, but the new is yet to be born, and the forces of change lack a sufficiency of strength to deliver satisfactory alterations. Your Excellencies, the war in Ukraine, the genocide in Gaza, the conflicts in the Yemen, Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the threats across the Taiwan Strait, and empire's designs on revolutionary Cuba and Venezuela, the violence and more in Haiti, and such like disruptions of the peace globally, all have specific origins and contexts. But they are all reflective, too, of a failure of multilateralism, a hamstrung United Nations framework, and a derogation from the fundamental precepts of the Charter of the United Nations. Large, powerful nations, singly or in allied combinations, have a propensity to seek dominance. In this milieu, opportunistic or servile alliances emerge or persist as the particular circumstances admit. It all degenerates into a Manichean politics of the madhouse. Hypocrisy, disinformation, and folly reign supreme. Your Excellencies, in this context arises the trope of the neoliberal global order that the principal contradiction in today's global political economy is between democracy and autocracy. Still, all the self-serving shibboleths and gloss of this fictional construct will not wash away the unrepentant sins of the past or the cruel impositions of the present. The blinding truth is that the central contradiction in today's political economy is not between democracy and autocracy. The main contradiction has been, and still is today, that which revolves around the fundamental material questions of who gets what, when, where, and how. It is centrally about the struggle or competition for ownership, control, and distribution of material resources, which constitute the basis for regional or global hegemony. Everywhere, more and more, the poor, the hungry, the marginalized, the disadvantaged are clamoring and organizing for a different and better future. Not an unacceptable past, not a present without possibilities of upliftment, but for a future beyond unbounded elements. Your Excellencies, sadly, in our region, we have been experiencing the lived reality that the imperial ghost of Monroe still stalks the marbled halls of the citadels of a neighboring great country of extraordinary possibilities to the detriment of countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. No country in our hemisphere can reasonably be considered a security or other threat to this great nation. Yet St. Vincent and the Grenadines and other Caribbean countries have been damaged collaterally and directly in significant material ways by the weaponizing of the financial system and the unjust unilateral coercive sanctions against Venezuela and Cuba, which are in breach of international law. I am pleading with our friends for an amicable reset of these troubled relations in the interest of peace, mutual respect, justice, and prosperity. The international community continues overwhelmingly and rightly to demand the end of the unilateral sanctions, the embargoes, and unfair declarations about state sponsorship of terrorism and more made against Cuba. Your Excellencies, on July the 1st, 2024, the Category 4 Hurricane Beryl battered St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, and Jamaica. Since the dawn of the 21st century, this is the 12th significant natural disaster to have struck my country. Hurricane Beryl has adversely affected 1/5 of our population and has caused economic damage amounting to 1/3 of our country's gross domestic product. The relief, recovery, and reconstruction processes are underway. On behalf of the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I thank all countries and organizations, including the United Nations, that have come to our aid in the aftermath of the hurricane. Unfortunately, for the recovery and rebuilding processes, we are essentially on our own. We have had to seek significant loans to rebuild our physical infrastructure and 5,000 houses, to provide income support for affected persons, and to mobilize production support for the agricultural, fishing, and tourism industries. I'm appealing to the international community, our dear friends, to assist us, not with further burdensome loans, but with requisite grants. The recovery and reconstruction after every natural disaster increased sharply our debt burden. Countries like ours have contributed little or nothing to global warming and man-made climate change, yet we suffer largely alone on the front lines. This cannot be fair. It cannot be just. Do we have to choose death or debt, D-E-A-T-H or D-E-B-T? Which one we have to choose? Your Excellencies, the Caribbean community, the African Union, the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean, their diasporas, and all fair-minded persons globally have been insisting that the European nations responsible for native genocide and the enslavement of African bodies pay reparations for the consequential legacy of underdevelopment. This issue of transformative reparative justice will not go away until it is appropriately addressed. Your Excellencies, the suffering and pain of the Haitian people continue to weigh heavily on the consciences of our Caribbean. Through the efforts of the Haitian people, in tandem with the regional and international communities, especially CARICOM, the USA, Canada, and Kenya, a measure of progress has been made on some fronts, but immense challenges remain in the humanitarian, security, political, and economic spheres. The building of a free, democratic, peaceful, and prosperous Haiti demands commitment and concerted action from all the relevant stakeholders in pursuance of solutions devised by Haitians and led by Haitians. Haiti fatigue is not an option for the international community. Your Excellencies, in our Caribbean, there is a growing challenge of violent crime involving the combustible mix of imported guns and bullets, illegally exported marijuana, and the trafficking of cocaine from South America. It is evident that this challenge demands much closer cooperation operationally between all the countries concerned in the Caribbean, North America, South America, and Europe. In the Middle East, the collective punishment meted against the Palestinians in Gaza and the continued illegal occupation of Palestinian lands, including in the West Bank, amidst accompanying state terror by an Israeli regime in total defiance of international law, is utterly unacceptable. Surely, despite the complexities of the problems at hand, this United Nations, especially the Security Council, ought to summon the courage and will to stop the carnage and facilitate a lasting peace and security. Your Excellencies, in the Far East, the prospect of a disruption of the tenuous peace across the Taiwan Strait is alarming. The quest for hegemony and the denial of a people's inalienable right to self-determination are wrong in the East as it is in the West. Bullying is objectionable in the West as it is in the East. Unilateral coercive action by a big power in the East is contrary to international law as it is surely in the West. St. Vincent and the Grenadines continues to urge that Taiwan be allowed to participate fully in the specialized agencies of the United Nations, including those pertaining to health, air and sea transport, climate change, disaster preparedness, and global policy. Your Excellencies, it appears that there have been recently some positive movements in the long quest to effect a judicious and just reform of the United Nations Security Council. It is evident to all reasonable persons that reform of this body is long overdue. As the chair of the L69 group, St. Vincent and the Grenadines will continue its advocacy for an inclusive, more accountable, effective, representative, and relevant Security Council. Excellencies, we know that a better world is possible. On the United Nations rests our hopes for a better world for peace, justice, security, and prosperity. Let us also act in accord with our responsibilities, obligations, and means. Please, let us not desecrate our future. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for National Security, Legal Affairs, and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Russell M. Iso Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Majesties, distinguished heads of state and government, the United Nations Secretary General, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, it is with profound gratitude and deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today at this pivotal gathering of the 79th United Nations General Assembly. I bring you the warmest greetings from His Majesty King Mswati III, the Queen Mother, the government, and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini. We are convened here not merely as representatives of our nations, but as stewards of a shared global community, united in our commitment to peace, security, and sustainable development. As we gather under the theme, Leaving No One Behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, we are reminded of our shared duty to create a world where every individual has the opportunity to thrive. Our obligation is to leave this planet in a better place for our posterity. The Kingdom of Eswatini joins this global assembly with unwavering dedication to the principles of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. We recognize that the challenges we face today, marked by unprecedented crises, are deeply interconnected. It is only through collective action, innovation, and a firm commitment to multilateralism that we can forge a path towards a more just and equitable world. We commend the Secretary General for convening the recently concluded Summit of the Future, which has provided a unique opportunity to reinvigorate multilateralism, enhance global solidarity, and reform our international governance structures. Eswatini fully supports the summit and its outcomes, as they resonate with our belief in a fairer and a more inclusive world. Since the establishment of the United Nations in 1945, there are concerns that it no longer addresses adequately the issues faced by the global community. There is a need to reconsider the operations of the multilateral institutions such as the IMF and the World Bank, and particularly the Security Council. The Kingdom of Eswatini stands by its efforts to call for reforms in the United Nations. In 2005, the Kingdom of Eswatini hosted the African Union meeting that resulted in the Eswatini Consensus, which articulated Africa's common position on the reform of the United Nations, including the call for greater African representation on the Security Council. While it has taken nearly 2 decades for this conversation to advance, Eswatini is proud of her early role in championing this cause. We urge the global community to implement these long-standing commitments and ensure that all regions and peoples have a voice in shaping our collective future. Mr. President, in Eswatini, we have embraced the spirit of Nkwe, which means run. This national ethos symbolizes our collective resolve to accelerate progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a call for urgent action, for picking up the pace, and for ensuring that every effort is made to meet the needs of our people and our planet. With only a few years left until 2030, time is not on our side. We must double our efforts to bridge the gaps in development, combat poverty and inequality, and address the climate crisis. Nkwe is our rallying cry to run faster, to work harder, and to leave no one behind. We invite the global community to join us in this accelerated drive towards a better future for all. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, brimming with potential and promise. The Kingdom of Eswatini is committed to harnessing this demographic dividend by investing in our youth. Our youth empowerment program, supported by government, the United Nations in Eswatini, and other friends of the Kingdom, aims to equip young people with the skills and resources they need to succeed in a rapidly changing world. We believe that by creating opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship, we are laying the foundation for a more prosperous and inclusive society. Addressing youth unemployment and providing our young people with meaningful opportunities is not just an economic imperative, but a moral one. We must act now to ensure that our youth can participate fully in building the Africa we want, an Africa of peace, prosperity, and dignity. Poverty remains one of the greatest challenges facing our continent. In Eswatini, we are committed to eradicating poverty through inclusive growth and robust social protection programs. We have prioritized policies that provide safety nets for the most vulnerable in our society, including women, children, and persons with disabilities. We urge the international community to support these efforts by promoting fair trade, increasing development assistance, and fostering partnerships that create jobs and uplift communities. Let us work together to build a world where no one lives in poverty and every person can achieve their full potential. Mr. President, sustainable development is not a choice, but a necessity for the survival and prosperity of our planet. The Kingdom of Eswatini remains dedicated to advancing our development agenda as aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We have made significant strides in promoting poverty eradication, renewable energy, the protection of our natural resources, and ensuring equitable access to education and health care for Emaswat. Our national development strategy aligns with global development goals focusing on economic diversification, poverty reduction, and human capital development. We've taken significant steps to promote renewable energy through investments in solar, wind, and hydropower projects, such as the Eswatini Electricity Company's initiative to increase the share of renewable energy in the national grid. These efforts are complemented by our progress in providing access to quality education through the free primary education program and improving healthcare services as outlined in our National Health Strategic Plan. However, as a small middle-income country, we face unique challenges, including limited access to international financing, vulnerability to climate change, and economic shocks. We call on the international community to support the developmental aspirations of countries like Eswatini, ensuring that our path towards sustainable development is not hindered by structural inequalities in the global system. In response to these challenges, Eswatini has put forth a comprehensive SDG recovery and acceleration plan valued at about $1.6 billion, covering diverse areas including digital transformation, renewable energy, agriculture, industrial expansion, and social protection. This plan prioritizes implementation over the development of new frameworks, emphasizing sectors such as job creation, specifically under SDG 8, Target 8.5, which focuses on creating jobs across industries as a multiplier for achieving other SDGs. By investing in employment opportunities, we believe we can address multiple dimensions of development, including reducing food insecurity, enhancing access to essential services, and minimizing social ills, such as crime and substance abuse. Mr. President, the implementation of SDGs requires substantial financial resources. However, many developing countries, including those in Africa, face significant barriers to accessing affordable finance. The current global financial architecture is not fit for purpose and must be reformed to make the financing more accessible and equitable. We call for the implementation of the Addis Ababa Action Plan, which emphasizes the need for innovative financing mechanisms and global solidarity. We also urge the international community to support the reform of global financial mechanisms that have seen developing countries pay much higher costs than developed nations to access the much-needed funds. This unfair practice must come to an end. The Summit of the Future provides a critical opportunity to address these disparities and ensure that all nations have the means to achieve their development goals. Mr. President, peace is the foundation upon which sustainable development and human dignity rests. The Kingdom of Eswatini, guided by its long-standing tradition of peaceful coexistence, continues to advocate for dialogue and peaceful resolution of conflicts. We condemn all forms of violence and support efforts aimed at silencing the guns across the world, particularly in Africa. We call upon the international community to support the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the African Union Master Roadmap for silencing the guns. It is imperative that we are not to leave anyone behind. We must address the root causes of conflict, including poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunity, which drive instability and undermine development efforts. Mr. President, health is a fundamental pillar of sustainable development, and its challenges are multidimensional, impacting not just individual well-being, but also national productivity and social stability. The Kingdom of Eswatini recognizes that achieving universal health coverage is integral to the broader agenda of leaving no one behind. Despite our efforts to improve healthcare access through initiatives such as the National Health Strategic Plan and investment in health infrastructure, Eswatini, like many other countries, continues to grapple with significant health challenges. These include a high burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases, inadequate health financing, and the complexities of delivering equitable health care in rural and remote areas. Furthermore, the ongoing threat of pandemics such as COVID-19 and emerging health threats such as the mpox, exacerbated by climate change, underscore the need for adequate preparedness and resilient health system. We call upon the international community to support collaborative efforts in strengthening health systems, enhancing disease surveillance, improving access to essential medicines, and building capacity for rapid response to health emergencies. Only through such global solidarity and shared commitment can we ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages as enshrined in SDG 3. Mr. President, climate change poses an existential threat to our future. In Eswatini, we have taken decisive steps to address this crisis. We have developed a comprehensive strategy to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change, investing in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and disaster risk reduction. We are also proud to announce that Eswatini has recently adopted a ban on single-use plastics. This decision, supported by UNDP and the Eswatini Environment Agency through initiatives like Patsasako Nawe, is part of our broader commitment to environmental sustainability. However, our efforts alone are not enough. We call upon developed nations to honor their commitment to climate finance and technology transfer. It is only through collective action that we can ensure a sustainable future for all. The theme of this year's UN General Assembly is leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. Ironically, Taiwan and its 23.5 million people continue to be left by the United Nations and its specialized agencies. we wish to make a call for their inclusion. They need to be part of this global platform so that they can also fully participate in global development and growth of our goals. Mr. President, the road ahead is fraught with challenges, but it is also filled with hope and opportunity. Let us seize this moment to reaffirm our commitment to the ideals of the United Nations and to the vision of a world where peace, sustainable development, and human dignity are realities for all. The Kingdom of Eswatini stands ready to work with all nations in this noble endeavor. May we all embrace the spirit of Nkwe and let us run together with accelerated speed towards our shared goals and ensure that no one is left behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Robina Nabanja, Prime Minister and Leader of Government Business in Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and the people of Uganda. I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang on his election as President of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly, and I assure him of Uganda's full support. I commend His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis, former President to the General Assembly, for his stewardship of the 78th session of the General Assembly, and equally pay tribute to the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for his commitment to the work of the United Nations. Mr. President, in the face of the current global shocks occasioned by multiple human, natural, ecological, sociological, and financial crises, we can all agree that the world is not in a good place. Today, the negative consequences of disunity have given rise to conflicts, global instability, interstate rivalry, and has worsened the already existing problems of poverty, hunger, and disease in many parts of the world. There is therefore need to recommit ourselves to a common identity of shared humanity in the modern global village. As people of the United Nations, we should live by the Charter of the United Nations with a sincere determination to save future generations from the scourge of war. We should fully commit ourselves to upholding the dignity and the worth of human person for peaceful coexistence and tolerance regardless of our differences in values, cultures, race, ideologies, and religions without political, military threats or dominion by war. Your Excellencies, we must resolve our political commitment for the full implementation of the globally agreed frameworks for the promotion of socio-economic development, and advancement of all people. In this regard, Your Excellency, urgent action is required to address global inequalities with regard to poverty, hunger, and disease, which continue to affect disproportionately the poorest and most vulnerable. Therefore, this is the time to ask the following questions. Why have we failed to forge stronger international cooperation in response to collective global challenges? The second question is, why is it that, in spite of the multiple global commitments derived through conceptually formulated solutions, decisions, and commitments, do all these remain unimplemented? This year's General Assembly, unlike others, should seek to answer these questions. Mr. President, we are all aware that most conflict drivers begin as unresolved local or regional tensions or problems, which become increasingly complex, sometimes involving multiple actors. Regional conflicts must be addressed comprehensively beyond security, with the need for broad and strong political commitments by the regional governments. Uganda believes in the peaceful resolution of conflicts wherever they occur. We are at the forefront of promoting regional peace, security, and stability necessary for economic development. In this respect, Uganda encourages international partners to support local and regional-led initiatives or solutions for building peace and stability as prerequisites for sustained and inclusive economic growth and development in our countries and regions. We call on the increased collaboration by the international community to eliminate or reduce the incidence of conflicts caused by factors such as inequality, climate change, pandemics, new technologies, transitional organized crime, and terrorism. Uganda believes that the benefits of this world must be shared with all humanity and detests all forms of exclusion by the relatively few wealthy nations. We reject the increasing competition and confrontation between major powers, which undermines the collective international responses to security, peace, stability, and socio-economic development. Your Excellencies, Uganda reiterates its call for the urgent and comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council for Africa to be represented in both permanent and non-permanent categories as a special case in order to address the historical injustice and the urgent imperative to address it, and fully supports the common African position on this matter. The African Union Committee of 10 heads of state, under the leadership of the Republic of Sierra Leone, has been pursuing the mandate to promote, advocate, and canvass for support of the common African position on the reform of the United Nations Security Council as stipulated in the Eswatini Consensus and the Sati Declaration. The position is that Africa should have 2 permanent seats with a veto if others have it, and 2 additional non-permanent seats on the Security Council. The Committee of 10, since 2005, has been driven with the hope and conviction of solving equality in representation and participation in intergovernmental negotiations for the reform of the UN Security Council to make it more responsive to the current circumstances to achieve a future of shared goals for humanity. The core aspiration is for Africa to get representation in United Nations Security Council as equal partners and make a contribution to multilateral systems that should become inclusive, equitable, and work for international peace and security of all without paralysis or succumbing to parochial interests of major powers. Mr. President, we demand for the right to development as equal members of the international community without any preconditions and politicization, for greater human dignity, freedom, and socio-economic injustice. We call for fair access to means of production, technology, and capital for the socio-economic transformation of our economies in line with our national legal frameworks and development plans. Uganda believes that the perpetual preservation of poverty and inequalities in developing countries undermines the fundamental human rights, in particular the rights of the marginalized and the poor, and remains a threat to international peace and security, which should no longer be overlooked. Uganda, as a chair of non-allied movement, will work with countries of the non-allied movement as well as other countries on the intergovernmental processes that shall lead to the adoption of the UN Covenant on the Right to Development. Mr. President, financing remains one of the greatest challenges that undermine the efforts of developing countries to fully implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and achievement of its 17 sustainable goals. Borrowing is critical for financing investments in sustainable development. Sovereign debt is an important tool for financing sustainable development, enabling low-income countries to invest in infrastructure, health, education, and other critical areas. We emphasize that loans to low-income developing countries should be concessional and at zero interest rate. This will enable our countries to finance productive investments, including building infrastructure to improve connectivity, make debt sustainable in the long run, and spur economic growth, which will in turn help to improve domestic tax collection and raise revenues. Uganda, like other developing countries, faces constraints of domestic resource mobilization due to limited tax base. We call for strengthening of the international cooperation in tax matters to ensure that it is effective and inclusive by making multinational corporations pay taxes in countries of their operations, including collecting revenue generated by e-commerce in cross-border transactions. Mr. President, we fully support the ongoing discussions on adoption of the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation and call upon all countries to negotiate constructively. We also call for the strengthening of international cooperation in the prevention of and combating illicit financial flows, with a view of ensuring that all illicit funds, all resources, including assets, are returned to their countries of origin. Furthermore, Uganda calls for the urgent reform of the international financial architecture, including the international financial institutions and their rules to ensure equitable representation of developing countries in international economic governance decision-making that affect the trajectory of their national development. Your Excellencies, Uganda identified 4 key sectors of wealth and job creation in line with its national development plan, and that includes agro-processing, industrialization, services, information and communication technologies, digitalization, and skills development to support our socio-economic transformation. There is no doubt that affordable energy and access to affordable high-quality internet connectivity is vital to catalyze their full implementation in order to realize inclusive development outcomes and benefits for our people. We need to strengthen deeper collaboration with the Global South, with the support of our partners in the North, to unlock shared prosperity by building the necessary infrastructure and connectivity to increase productive capacity for rapid growth, economic takeoff, and sustainable development. In this regard, Uganda calls on the international community to support the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Furthermore, Uganda calls on the international community to support its path to sustainable development. We encourage foreign individuals and companies to invest in the country. We welcome inflows of money, technology, knowledge, skills, and expertise as major sources of non-debt financial resources for economic development of our country. Your Excellencies, Uganda also calls for collaboration by the international community in medical research for global health to develop vaccines and treatments to combat diseases like Ebola, COVID-19, monkeypox, and improving healthcare capability in low-income countries, particularly in Africa. Uganda advocates for mutually beneficial trade and investment. We encourage that in pursuing sustainable development, foreign direct investment should be geared to adding value by processing raw materials inside our country, where raw materials are produced, and to export high-value products. This will create jobs, generate high incomes, and increase taxable revenues. We call on multinational companies to desist from purchasing raw materials and only selling processed products for consumption in developing countries. We equally call on developed economies and multilateral multinational companies that buy raw materials to process them and add value in their countries should take measures to institute policies that allow sharing the profits they generate in the value chain with the low-income raw material producing countries where it is sourced for shared prosperity. Mr. President, climate change remains one of the greatest challenges to the pursuit of sustainable development. Uganda calls on developed countries to provide the necessary financial, technical, as well as capacity building to support developing countries to effectively address climate change. We demand for climate justice, recognizing that richer countries, having historically profited from high emission activities for the development of their economies, and bear a great obligation to lead in mitigating these impacts. Therefore, high-income countries should reduce their emissions and equally support developing countries in their gradual transition to low-emission development pathways without using the environment as a political and economic tool to block or slow down their development. We emphasize that climate finance should be additional to official development assistance. Mr. President, developing countries face great challenges, including the increase in unilateral political, economic, and trade actions, or policies, and the weakening of multilateralism, which are flagrant violations of the principles established in the UN Charter, international law, and the purposes of the United Nations. We consider that it is urgent to stop these actions that threaten the economic and social development of the countries that are subject to them, and consequently prevent them from achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Uganda reiterates its call to put to an end to the economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed on these sister nations under sanctions, which is a major impediment to the sustainable development. Uganda also reiterates its firm rejection to the imposition of laws and regulations with extraterritorial impact and all other forms of cohesive measures, including unilateral sanctions against developing countries, and reiterates the urgent need to eliminate them immediately. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Uganda took over the chairmanship of both the Group of 77 and China and the Non-Allied Movement in January 2024. I take this opportunity on behalf of His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, to thank all member states of the group and the movement for their confidence in ensuring Uganda is in the capacity of chair. We commend the Africa Group for endorsing our candidature for the chairmanship of both organizations. This year, 2024, has been a crucial year with various intergovernmental processes at the United Nations on issues that are of paramount importance to both the group and the movement. And these include inter alia, Fourth International Conference on the Small Islands Developing States, the Third UN Conference on the Landlocked Developing Countries, the Summit of the Future, the preparations for the Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development, the 2024 UN Climate Change Conference, COP29, all of which demand that we remain even more united and steadfast in promoting the interests of developing countries. Uganda therefore commends the members of both groups for keeping united in solidarity as we pursue the issues of our common interests. In conclusion, Mr. President, Uganda will continue with this stewardship, working together in solidarity to achieve a revitalized multilateral system which is capable of adequately addressing current and emerging global challenges. We firmly believe that multilateralism remains a fundamental and crucial mechanism for addressing our common challenges, namely, 1, accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. 2, scaling up action to address climate change and biodiversity loss. 3, strengthening international tax cooperation. Then 4, availing adequate concessional financing for development. And number 5, the fight against illicit financial flows and enhancing global collaboration in digital and artificial technologies to maximize the benefit to society and minimize harm, among others. I thank you for God and my country.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Leader of Government Business in Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 14th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The 14th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8 entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gaston Alfonso Brown, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we all stand at the edge of a precipice. Never before has humanity been confronted with such stark choices: to end wars or condemn humanity to endless suffering, to eliminate poverty or watch millions starve, to act on climate change or doom future generations to a scorched planet. The choices we make today here in this Assembly and in every institution of governance will shape the survival of entire nations and the future of our world. For small states like Antigua and Barbuda, these are not distant realities. They are existential threats. Our islands are on the front lines of a climate catastrophe that we did not cause, a debt crisis we did not create, and conflicts in which we have no part. And yet, we suffer the heaviest toll. The world is at a pivotal point, and inaction is no longer an option for any of us. Small island developing state SIDS are the first to suffer, but we certainly will not be the last. All will be consumed if we continue to dither and delay. SIDS have learned to fight for survival against the rising seas and violent storms. But today, we must also fight for something greater: the survival of justice, of equity, peace, and human dignity itself. The time for games and lofty rhetoric has passed. We demand committed, concrete action, and we demand it now. We do not do so only for ourselves, but for all of humanity. The 4th United Nations Conference on Small Island Developing States, SIDS-4, is a pinnacle of monumental achievement, a milestone that marks not only our collective progress as SIDS, but also our unrelenting resolve. SIDS-4 gave birth to the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, the ABAS, a renewed declaration for resilient prosperity. This agenda is not just a roadmap for the future, it is a lifeline for now. For SIDS, the ABAS represents the difference between thriving and perishing. It's our roadmap to a prosperous future. At its core is the SIDS Center of Excellence, built by SIDS for SIDS. This center is intended to be more than just an institution. It is an instrument for meaningful change, a center for groundbreaking technologies, revolutionary processes, and certainly pioneering solutions. With its global data hub, innovation and technology mechanism, as well as the Island Investment Forum and Debt Sustainability Support Service, the DSSS, the Center of Excellence can be literally transformed the way in which we adapt to our vulnerabilities and set a path for resilient prosperity. However, this vision cannot succeed in isolation. We need the cooperation and support of the global community to ensure its success. Without global cooperation, our hope of a secure future within our countries will crumble under the weight of inaction. That is why today I call for unwavering commitment of the international community to the center's success. Our survival depends on it. Mr. President, climate change is not an abstract or academic threat. For my people and the people of SIDS, it is a persistent and destructive reality. Intense hurricanes are now an annual terror. Coastal erosion is wiping away our productive areas for tourism and agriculture. The climate crisis is not on the horizon. It is here, now burning through our ecosystems, flooding our villages, and leaving us with fewer tomorrows. And yet, we find ourselves at an absurd situation. Continue to subsidize the very industries that are accelerating our destruction. Fossil fuel companies have become the architects of our demise while generating ostentatious profits for the owners. We must fight to end this madness, and I emphasize that we must fight to end this madness in protection of our planet and the interests of humanity. We need a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to halt the reckless destruction of our environment, to end fossil fuel subsidies, and to chart a course toward a sustainable future with a negotiated and graduated transition. Let COP29 be the moment we draw a line in the sand. Let it be known that we can no longer afford the luxury of delay. While we recognize that fossil fuels still play a vital role in the energy security of many countries, and we do not expect their production to cease overnight, we should not support companies extracting oil and gas to continue generating extravagant profits at the expense of our planet. It is only fair and just that these companies pay a global levy to fund mitigation efforts and compensation for the damage that they continue to inflict. And this is not punishment, it's climate justice. It is a moral and legal responsibility in which the polluter pays. And it is also very appropriate that the time for action is now. While we face the climate emergency, we are also drowning in a sea of plastic pollution that is choking our oceans and devastating our biodiversity. It is no longer a question if we act, but how swiftly we can mobilize against this threat. Our nations must commit to a binding treaty as required by the UNEA Resolution 5.14 to put an end to plastic pollution and safeguard our world's most fragile ecosystems. Let us not allow this tightening suffocation of our planet to continue. Distinguished delegates, Antigua and Barbuda, in concert with other small island developing states, has played a leading role in pursuit of climate justice. And I said to all of us that we cannot relent on the issue of climate justice. At COP26 in 2021, together with Tuvalu, we established the Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law, COSIS. Today, an expanded membership from the Caribbean and the Pacific stands united in our demand for accountability. In 2022, the Commission sought the first ever advisory opinion from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea on the obligations of states to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. In May of this year, the tribunal rendered a historic opinion affirming that major polluters are under legally binding obligation to protect the oceans, and by extension, small island states, from the catastrophic harm of climate change. This precedent sets the stage for the advisory proceedings now before the International Court of Justice, initiated under the leadership of Vanuatu, with the co-sponsorship of Antigua and Barbuda and other SIDS. It is remarkable that the smallest nations are those driving this global response to the greatest threat to human survival. Yet, despite our efforts, the COP process continues to fail us. Instead of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, an essential threshold for survival, the world is hurtling towards a disastrous 2.8 degrees centigrade rise. This is nothing less than a death sentence for small island states. But it is also a harbinger for grief for the rest of the planet. We must demand that major polluters not only respect their obligations on international law, but also compensate us for the loss and damages that we have suffered. Those who preach about a rule-based international order must now lead by example. Rules must apply equally to all, including the mighty, not just to the poor and powerless. At COP29, we expect no further delay in the capitalization and operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, for which we have struggled so long and certainly so hard. Equity and fairness demand it. Mr. President, the fight for survival is not just about climate. It's about financial justice, reparatory justice, and other injustices and equity. The international financial system is skewed, outdated, and unjust, literally punishing the most vulnerable, while rewarding the already rich and prosperous with favorable terms for their financial instruments. For too long, small states like mine have been shackled by debt we did not cause, debt that arose from recovery spending on recurring disasters that are beyond our control. We cannot achieve climate justice without addressing the structural inequities in the international financial architecture. It is time to lift the burdens that keep us bound to the past and unable to invest in our future. The SIDS Debt Sustainability Support Service is a critical mechanism that can provide tailored solutions, utilizing debt for climate swaps, debt relief, repurposing of SDRs and carbon pricing funding to help us escape the cycle of unsustainable debt. This is not charity. It is the justice of financial inclusion. And in the end, by remedying past injustices, it will establish a world that is fairer, more just, and more at peace with itself. Excellencies, the adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, the MVI, which Antigua and Barbuda was honored to help advance in this organization, offers a path towards correcting the imbalance of unjust treatment accorded to small and vulnerable nations. It is a vital tool designed to acknowledge the complexities we face, not just in terms of limited economic capacity and other structural vulnerabilities and a lack of resilience, but also in our exposure to myriad external shocks. International financial institutions must act on this, integrating the MVI into their policies to ensure that support is targeted where it is most needed. The work has been done. The case has been made. The arguments are irrefutable. There can be no just and sustaining reform of the World Bank, other IFIs, and multilateral banks without their effective implementation and use of the MVI. There can be no legitimate excuse for failing to utilize the MVI. As I said before, the arguments for its use are irrefutable and just. Mr. President, these initiatives which SIDS have undertaken are a small component of the wider and more fundamental necessity for reform of the international financial architecture to provide greater funding accessibility and better terms to include lower interest rates and longer maturity transformations. They are part of the wider need for change to effectively address the historic imbalances against SIDS, including financial exclusion. The international financial institutions and the nations that sit on their controlling boards must develop bespoke funding instruments that meet the needs of small, vulnerable states and other developing countries, taking into consideration their vulnerabilities and lack of resilience. Mr. President, we must also recognize that the principles of justice and equity we champion here apply equally to all nations and are conditions precedent for a peaceful world. In this spirit, Antigua and Barbuda calls for the end of the designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism and for the lifting of the long-standing, senseless embargo that has restricted its economic development. The time has come to cast off the chains of this outdated measure, which no longer serves the interests of our modern, interconnected world. Let us work together toward a future built on mutual respect and cooperation, where Cuba, like all nations, can fully participate in the global community. This is not a matter of politics. It's a matter of fairness and human dignity. The delegitimization of governments based on ideological differences, utilizing misinformation and disinformation, including atrocity propaganda, serves no useful purpose, but creates unnecessary tensions and conflicts. Let's embrace and respect our differences, standing in solidarity with each other in defense of global peace and prosperity. Excellencies, I wish now to address the grave issue of small arms and light weapons that are routinely exported from wealthy nations to our shores, creating havoc and instability. I call on the United States and other small arms and light weapons producing countries to put systems in place to curb the exportation of these lethal weapons to our shores. They are causing immense harm. This issue is now emerging as a public health epidemic among SIDS, to the extent that I hereby make a clarion call for a high-level meeting at the 80th UNGA to debate the threats of these weapons to peace and security and to devise effective solutions. Antigua and Barbuda cannot remain silent as innocent lives are destroyed and generations are condemned to fear and hatred. The events unfolding in the Middle East, particularly the conflict between Israel, Hamas, and Hezbollah, are deeply troubling. The violence is destabilizing the entire region and reverberating across the world. Every missile fired, every life lost deepens wounds already too many to bear. The violations of international humanitarian law are alarming. We call on all parties to end the suffering by sitting down at the table of peace, where sincere negotiations can lead to a lasting solution. We believe that the only sustainable resolution is the creation of two sovereign states with borders respected and rights upheld. It is time for the people of this region and all conflict zones to end these conflicts and to give peace a chance. Let us give peace a chance. From Gaza to Sudan, Ukraine to Yemen, the scars of conflict run deep, leaving devastation in their wake. The anguish of families torn apart by war reverberates across the globe, and it is our collective humanity that bleeds. Conflict kills the victims of bullets and bombs, but it also diminishes all mankind. On September 17th, inspired by the Secretary General's impassioned call for peace, I wrote to him proposing an initiative that transcends borders, language, and conflict. With that letter, I transmitted a concept note setting out a proposal for holding international music concerts for peace across every region of the world. This initiative is intended not only to raise our global voices in a unified chorus against the horrors of war and other conflicts, but also to raise critical funds to support displaced persons and those who continue to suffer. Music is a universal language. It speaks to the soul in ways that words cannot. In moments when words fall short, music carries our collective cries for peace and justice. This would be more than a performance. It would be a global appeal, a powerful demonstration that peace is not just an ideal, it is an absolute necessity, a survival imperative for this and future generations. I call on all nations, large and small, to support the concept of international music concerts for peace. Mr. President, the world is crumbling under the weight of crises, to include poverty, wars, pandemic, and the climate devastation. We are at a defining moment, and the choices we make now will determine the fate of every nation, large and small. We can end these grave challenges, but it requires more than words. It demands decisive, concrete, unified action. Antigua and Barbuda, like all small states, does not stand on the sidelines. We stand on the principles of peace and love for common humanity, and in the path of struggle against these global predicaments we did not create. Yet we fight not just for ourselves, but for a world where justice reigns, where peace endures, and where future generations inherit not a planet in peril, but one that prospers. The world must act now, for the choices we make today will resonate through history. Let us choose peace, let us choose justice, and let us choose the survival of our one human race in our one homeland, the planet Earth. Peace.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance, and Public and Private Partnership of Antigua and Barbuda. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you. As we meet today, we confront yet another year. As we meet today, we confront yet another year of complex crisis and conflict as a deeply divided world watches. Our prospect for a more peaceful, just, and equitable world are blurred today. Our times are challenging. A few days ago, we committed to the Pact of the Future, a sound framework with a high level of ambition and actionable deliverables. We have made other similar major commitments in the past. We have not always kept them, to put it very mildly. We have paid the price. This is yet another chance, one we take under pressure to make a difference for a more peaceful and prosperous future, while the time we live in could not be grimmer. Albania humbly joins this discussion after the conclusion of its mission for the first time at the UN Security Council. We aim to represent this community of countries that stand together for those values and principles that are non-negotiable, and we sincerely hope to have met the expectations of many. Today, more than ever, we need tolerance and trust, and an extended hand of friendship to each other. Make no mistake, by tolerance, I do not mean complacency. Tolerance demands that we go beyond our comfort zones and not merely tolerate, but tolerate respectfully, actively and graciously, by not simply accepting others' views, but constantly engaging with the complexity of all our own histories. Tolerance for us Albanians is not merely the passive acknowledgement and grudging acceptance of someone's diversity. That form of tolerance, the tolerance that Muslims and Christian Albanians expressed during World War II towards the Jews by putting their lives on the line against evil and making Albania the only country in Europe to end the war with more Jews than it had when the war began, requires its own partisan spirit. It requires engaging with the one who is different from us, accommodating disagreements with respect, and continuing to build bridges so that we can continue to debate and foster further understanding and peace by putting ourselves in the other's shoes. But it also requires that we continue to challenge ourselves by reflecting on the possibility of our own biases and prejudices, by reflecting on the arbitrariness and unilaterality that we attribute to others, and by constantly interrogating our own double moral standards. It is with the trust in humanity and humanism that Albania became a safe haven for the people who escaped death after the fall of Kabul under the Taliban, who were welcomed and accepted by my country, while bigger and richer EU member states of NATO turned the back to them. In the same spirit, we gave shelter to several thousand Iranian refugees whose lives were in daily danger in Camp Liberty, in Iraq, where they were raided and killed by Tehran assassins. We paid a dear price for being their hosts. The Tehran totalitarian regime engaged in a large-scale cyber attack against Albania, which aimed to bring the country to its knees by wiping out all our digital infrastructure of public services. They were very brutal, but they failed miserably. We didn't waver, and we will not waver in our commitment to shelter those people in our country for as long as it takes. Our hospitality was not and is not at all related to any political stance against Iran, but only to humanitarian belief engraved in our spirit as a nation. We recently extended a hand of help to our neighbor and special friend Italy in an effort to ease the difficulties that geography has burdened on them with one of the most pressuring phenomena of our times, immigration. Meanwhile, instead of just talking, we try to act without pretending to solve the huge immigration problem in Europe, but on the other hand, without just sitting around and by trying to build and add something constructive, we just did our part. This attitude of solidarity, cooperation, and good neighborly relations is the linchpin of our policy in our region, the Western Balkans. In our region, after more than a quarter of a century, the deep wounds left by the violent disintegration of the former Yugoslavia still need to be healed. But we have also seen the construction of peace, reflected above all by the vision, unparalleled wisdom, and courage that led to the creation of the European Union. All of us in the Western Balkans have tried for over a decade to come together and meet and talk about the challenges and plans for our common future. It is Albania's firm belief that we need to look at the past with the eyes of the future and not look at the future with the eyes of the past. Today, the peoples of the Balkans have a moment of historical opportunity in a context of historical danger in the wider Europe, where the Russian aggression against Ukraine should serve us all as a permanently ringing bell. I would say that the Western Balkans is in a much better position today than ever before. But we must work tirelessly and patiently among ourselves, in the region, and above all with our allies and partners, to make sure that the return to the past is not just impossible, but simply unimaginable. In this context, our brotherly Republic of Kosovo is an irreversible reality as a state among the six countries of the Western Balkans, with a clear European perspective and an undisputed allegiance to the large democratic community of nations. Any artificially drawn parallels between Kosovo and the occupied areas of Ukraine are meant to distract and to confuse whomever possible under this roof and the whole international public opinion, but they can never achieve to dilute the truth, which is Kosovo is now an intrinsic part of the international reality, an inspiring member of the Euro-Atlantic community, and must not be held hostage by anyone with false pretensions and excuses, starting with a group of 5 EU members that still do not recognize Kosovo's rightful place in every international forum and organization. In the third year of the unprovoked and unjustified war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, we feel compelled to renew our call for Russia to stop this war. This is a war that neither Ukraine nor our community of like-minded nations choose, a catastrophe conceived by the decision of one country, and indeed one delusional dreamer of an old imperial past, rewarding an aggressor who annexes the territories of a sovereign country by disarming the victim of the aggression does not bring peace, but paves the way for more war. All those who seek peace by stopping Ukraine instead of stopping the neo-imperialist Russia's aggression are wrong. And they should be aware of a very simple truth. A peace that defeats Ukraine would bring only further aggression and will turn our world into one ruled by might, not by right. Yes, we seek peace too, and we want peace to be made between Ukraine and Russia as soon as possible. And of course, we would support any peace attempt and format that would include Russia around the table. But we seek a just peace, based on the Charter of these United Nations, international law, and the resolutions of this General Assembly of the United Nations. A peace that cannot undermine Ukraine and its rights. Earlier this year in Tirana, our capital, we hosted the second summit between Ukraine and Southeast Europe and welcomed President Zelensky, a true and brave leader of a resistance which is not simply a resistance to a brutal aggression against their homeland, but at the same time, a resistance for the very existence of democracy and the just rule-based Europe and world. Albania will continue to stand by Ukraine and support it for as long as necessary and as long as a lasting, just peace is achieved. There is another war waging in Europe's southeast too. Albania stands firm in its position that there is no place for Hamas and its likes in the world we want to live in a fully recognized right of the Palestinian people to have their own safe place in this world and their right to give birth and raise their children in their own state. Guaranteeing such a basic condition for millions of Palestinians is much easier said than done, just as it is much easier said than done for the Jewish people to live in their land without anyone around questions their right to exist. We need to restore our moral compass in the Middle East. Yes, of course. But there is no moral compass that can relativize and, God forbid, normalize terror and a terrorist organization like Hamas as a part of the peace we all want between Israel and Palestine. Doing so would be like relativizing the scourge of anti-Semitism and accepting to coexist with a new vicious form of Nazism, which is the worst thing that could have happened for so many years to, first and foremost, the Palestinian people themselves. Nevertheless, it is not too difficult to state loudly and strongly that so much violence and destruction cannot be the long-term solution for both Israel and Palestine and should stop. We reaffirm here our national support for a just and comprehensive resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict based on the two-state solution. Albania supports the international community efforts related to this conflict through dialogue and negotiations leading to a true independent states solution, living in peace and good neighborliness, a functional state of Palestine and a secure state of Israel, which instead of being lectured from far away should be supported with no yes buts in its fight against terror, while still more than 100 innocent people are being kept hostage in hellish holes under the face of the earth by the butchers of the last year, October the 7th. The rule of law stands at the heart of one of the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda, a goal which plays the role of the enabler and accelerator of all other sustainable development goals. Its importance stands on the promise of achieving more inclusive, just, and peaceful societies. Without strong institutions, access to justice, and respect for human rights, progress on other goals, such as ending poverty, ensuring food security, promoting health and well-being, including fighting climate change, will be limited. Albania is living proof of the radical transformation of good governance practices and mindset. Our public services are now 95% paperless, and the digitalization of access and services has curbed corruption, informality, and mistrust in institutions. With its unprecedented justice reform, Albania has invested tremendously over the last few years in achieving SDG 16 as a crucial tool for achieving a sustainable future, for social progress, economic prosperity, environmental sustainability, and justice. But for a developing country, the struggle for just and fair institutions and good governance is not one that can be won within a year through some reforms or even during a single decade. On the contrary, it is a perpetual effort to transform domestically over making to the most effective practices of providing access to citizens at all levels and instances of government. We are committed to playing our part and collaborating with the international community to ensure the successful realization of our Albania 2030 vision. Building upon the ongoing work during our previous mandate, as a non-permanent member of the Security Council, we'll continue to work with like-minded countries to improve the governance and institutional efficiency for the UN, as well as multilateralism and respect for human rights. As a member of the Human Rights Council, Albania is committed to the universal principles of human rights and dignity in a world where every human being can realize their full potential and live with dignity and respect. A very dear daughter of the Albanians, Saint Mother Teresa, once said, "I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples." No better saying can mirror today's need to work together on what is clearly the substance of multilateralism. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Mataafa, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, Tarafalawa, and good afternoon. I would like to extend my congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang of the Cameroon on the assumption of the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly. The theme of your presidency is one which resonates with us as we strive to navigate a path towards a more peaceful, sustainable, and resilient future for our people and the planet. Please be assured of Samoa's support in the successful execution of your mandate. The effects of climate change are being lived in real time. We're not even at the end of 2024, yet we've witnessed countries in all corners of the globe endure extreme weather events, from ferocious wildfires to devastating floods and scorching heat waves. In July this year, we saw the earliest Category 5 Hurricane Beryl hit the Caribbean with such ferocity, causing devastation, and even in parts of Mexico, Venezuela, and the USA. Our collective efforts must not end at national borders. In our most difficult times, it is easy to abandon the collective to safeguard the individual. But history reminds us of the folly of that approach. Climate change remains one of the gravest concerns for all countries, especially SIDS. Its impacts are more extensively felt due to our special circumstances and the lack of capacity to respond quickly and effectively. Unless substantial investments are made to mitigate climate change, boost adaptation, and build more resilient economies, we face urgent climate and financial risks. Climate change also has significant security implications for our food, water, and energy supplies. Competition over natural resources, loss of livelihoods, climate-related disasters, and potentially forced migration. We must do more to turn the tide, to honor our commitments and obligations, and to take urgent and ambitious climate action now. Our expectations for the upcoming COP29 in Azerbaijan include securing an agreement on NCQG that is truly fit for purpose. It is time to review the outcomes of the first global stocktake to ensure that new NDCs due in 2025 are as ambitious as possible. Excellencies, we must keep global temperatures below 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is a red line for many SIDS like my country, Samoa. In this era of unprecedented sea level rise, international law must evolve to meet the climate crisis and the disproportionate effect it has on SIDS. Earlier this week, AOSIS leaders adopted a declaration of sea level rise and statehood. The declaration provides affirmation that international law is based on the fundamental principle of the continuity of states. Our statehood and sovereignty cannot be challenged. No matter the physical changes wrought by the climate crisis, we will remain sovereign states unless we choose otherwise. As part of the Blue Pacific continent, Samoa is committed to ensuring that our ocean spaces, resources, and ecosystems remain healthy for current and future generations. We have witnessed many demands on our marine resources from a variety of sectors. Cognizant of the threats that such demands and pressures place on these critical resources, we launched the Samoa Ocean Strategy in 2020, our national policy framework that seeks to sustainably manage Samoa's vast ocean and marine resources. The strategy provides bold and comprehensive integrated ocean management solutions to advance ocean stewardship and ensure that cultural and economic values that Samoans derive from the ocean continue to be available to all generations. Stewardship of the ocean extends beyond our national boundaries. In this regard, Samoa is working towards ratification of the BBNJ agreement, while continuing to engage regionally and internationally on advocacy of ocean health and sustainability of our marine ecosystems, including fisheries resources. We call on our partners to continue working with us to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which deprives us of resource benefits and undermines our management efforts. We continue to engage in the work of the INC for an internationally legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. For Samoa, the need to address the global plastic pollution problem, especially in the marine environment, is a priority. Your Excellencies, we need to protect our biodiversity, both terrestrial and marine. Healthy biological diversity maintains the web of life that we rely on, such as food, water, medicine, economic growth, and sustainable livelihoods. The protection of our mangroves and reef systems increase the resilience to climate change-driven erosion and flooding. Supporting healthy ecosystems and the sustainable well-being of coastal communities. Our experience with COVID-19 pandemic has taught us to be better prepared for global pandemics. Non-communicable diseases are a priority concern and accounts for much of the burden of diseases in Samoa. Chronic NCDs are overtaking communicable diseases as the dominant health problem and are the leading causes of mortality, morbidity, and disability. At the national level, NCDs account for almost half of the deaths, and premature deaths at that, in Samoa. Excellencies, food security is a priority that requires the transformation of our food systems. We must return to locally produced, quality, fresh foods with less reliance on processed, imported foods. As important is the need to address the balance of issues of access, affordability, and convenience against quality and well-being. In last May, we met in Antigua and Barbuda for the 4th SIDS conference, where we adopted the ABAS, a 10-year action plan for our sustainable development. SIDS are in the crossfire of multiple crises: climate change, the economic and social repercussions of COVID-19, which many of us still haven't fully recovered from. We face a unique set of vulnerabilities which impede our ability to achieve sustainable development. Most SIDS, like Samoa, face high indebtedness, compounded every time there is a natural disaster. These disasters will only increase and intensify as long as climate change remains unaddressed. The work of the Systematic Observations Financing Facility and the Risk-Informed Early Action Partnership in this space is much appreciated and fully supported by SIDS. Samoa looks forward to the timely and effective implementation of the MVI by international financial institutions and our development partners as a tool to assist SIDS in accessing finance. I am determined in this call, not only as Prime Minister of my country, but as Chair of AOSIS. In July this year, Samoa presented its 3rd voluntary national review report to the high-level political forum. Its focus is on the continued commitment of the government to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development at a pace commensurate with our prioritization, resource availability, and active engagement of our communities. We continue to place emphasis on achieving the SDGs through a balancing of the strengths of our culture and society, transformative reforms, effective resource mobilization, and the careful management of our natural environment. Your Excellencies, the Global Digital Compact has been a focus of this year's Summit of the Future, aimed at establishing a comprehensive framework for the governance of digital technologies and the Internet. We request that support for SIDS include capacity building, technical assistance, and strengthening digital infrastructure through cybersecurity measures and educational initiatives for public and private enterprises. The successful implementation of the Digital Compact will require a coordinated and multifaceted approach with the assistance of UN entities and development partners in applying the principles to our national context as well as to the regional and global levels. Samoa remains a peaceful country, committed to justice and the protection of human rights. We are concerned that the wars in Ukraine and the conflict in Gaza and surrounding areas are still ongoing with no resolution in sight. The terrible loss of civilian lives, displacement of people, as well as the destruction of infrastructure and the environment is something we do not condone. The provision of arms to these conflicts needs to cease. Arms and weapons only fuel more death and destruction. The UN can play a greater role in finding a path towards peace, and we are committed to the collective responsibility of our global community to achieve this through international cooperation and diplomacy. 2025, being the 80th year of the UN anniversary, presents an opportunity, all of us, to seriously consider the reforms of the Security Council. We must consider the expansion of both the permanent and non-permanent seats of the Security Council to enhance the representation of the underrepresented and the unrepresented regions. Your Excellencies, the more things change, the more we cannot afford to stay the same. The tools of a foregone era can no longer ensure our future. The complexity of the challenges that beset us requires a greater understanding of the challenges themselves, as well as those being challenged. Samoa remains committed to the United Nations, and our conviction that it remains the foremost forum to address all international issues. Whaftai, and thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sonexay Siphandon, Prime Minister of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, at the outset, I would like to express my sincere congratulations to you, Excellency Philemon Yang, on your election as the President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I have full confidence that with your extensive diplomatic experience and wisdom, you shall successfully lead this august assembly under the theme of leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, which is of most importance and relevance to the current global situation. In the same vein, I would like to commend His Excellency Dennis Francis for successful conduct of his tenure as the President of the General Assembly. Madam President, Today, the international community is facing multifaceted challenges taking place across various regions, such as geopolitical tensions, armed conflicts, economic and financial crisis, even more frequent and devastating natural disasters resulting from climate change, rising poverty, and widespreading of social unrest worldwide, among others. These remain real threats to international peace, stability, and security, and obstacles to national development efforts of member states, as well as the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, leaving many countries that have yet to fully recover from the impacts of COVID-19 with exacerbated economic and financial difficulties. Against this backdrop, I have witnessed that the member states have strived to enhance cooperation both through the multilateral frameworks and regional mechanisms to jointly address the pressing issues, aiming at creating an environment conducive for maintenance of peace, which is the most fundamental condition for sustainable development. However, these challenges that we are facing are much more fragile and could lead to more dire consequences and potentially reshape the current and future international peace and security landscape, especially the geopolitical tensions that are becoming more confrontational and widening division, all of which require immediate attention, including the prolonged conflicts in Gaza, Ukraine, and many countries in Africa. The LAUPIDA is deeply concerned with the ongoing armed conflict that is gravitating towards spilling over in the entire Middle East region, which would consequence in even more humanitarian crisis for innocent civilians. Therefore, we maintain our consistent support to all international efforts aimed at achieving a permanent ceasefire and cessation of all violence in Gaza and the adjacent areas, as the fundamental condition for safe and unhindered humanitarian access for the people, as well as rapid peace agreement negotiation. The LAUPIDA reiterates its support for the two-state solution for the Palestinian issue, where Palestine and Israel coexist in peace in accordance with the relevant UN resolutions, and calls for respect for the inalienable rights and inalienable and legitimate rights of Palestinian people, for creating necessary conditions for Palestinians to become a full-fledged member of the United Nations. Madam President, many countries all over the world, including the LAUPIDA, have experienced and suffered firsthand the consequences of war and solving disputes by force, which directly endanger peace and security with unpredictable destruction to innocent lives. As such, the only way to solve disputes at all levels with a view towards sustainable peace is to begin with building mutual trust along with diplomatic negotiations based on respect for sovereignty and adherence to the fundamental principles of international law and the United Nations Charter. I am of the view that the international community must ascend to its required responsibility and political commitment that lead to tangible results based on international principles to address various issues at hand, as well as emerging challenges in the future. Simultaneously, we must further enhance our development cooperation and global partnership, ensuring the concrete implementation of the 2030 Agenda for sustainable development, together with the outcomes of the Summit of the Future that the world leaders has just endorsed most recently, based on the promotion of multilateralism with the United Nations at its core to adequately and timely respond to the needs of the international community. It is my view that the application of unilateral coercive measures is against the principles of the UN Charter and international law. These measures have severely and disproportionately affected the innocent people and obstructed development progress in many countries. On that account, we reiterate our unwavering support, in line with the calls of the international community, for ending the economic embargo against Cuba and removing it from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, and removal of all unilateral coercive measures against any sovereign state. Madam President, the Lao PDR has the honor to assume the ASEAN chairmanship in 2024 for the third time under the theme ASEAN Enhancing Connectivity and Resilience, aiming at building ASEAN to be a more connected and resilient community through the implementation of the 2024 ASEAN priorities and initiatives. The theme is reflective of the Lao PDR's national policy and objective to turn itself from being a landlocked country to a regional connectivity hub. The theme is also in line with ASEAN's common goal of building a more connected, integrated, and resilient region that is able to respond effectively and timely to the emerging challenges amidst the regional and global complex and rapidly changing landscapes, thereby contributing to the global common cause of maintaining peace, stability, and security, as well as sustainable development in the region and the world. Importantly, this year, ASEAN is focusing on developing strategic plans in each pillar, as well as the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 towards resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered community, as well as the implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Agenda. In addition, ASEAN is accelerating the accession process to admit Timor-Leste as a full member of ASEAN in the near future. On the developments in Myanmar, the Lao PDR, as the ASEAN chair, continues to uphold the ASEAN's commitment to assisting Myanmar in finding a peaceful and durable solution to the ongoing problem in Myanmar through the implementation of the 5-point consensus based on the Myanmar-owned and Myanmar-led process. The Lao PDR will continue to engage with relevant stakeholders, aiming at building a conducive environment to implement the 5-point consensus, including the inclusive national dialogue and humanitarian assistance. Madam President, the Lao PDR remains steadfast to achieving the sustainable development goals, focusing on socio-economic development, together with the environment protection and reduction of poverty. Last July, the Lao PDR presented its third voluntary national review of the SDG implementation at the 2024 High-Level Political Forum, which demonstrated that there remains small progress and off-track goals. Among them, the implementation of the national SDG 18, Lives Saved from Unexploded Ordnance, has made progress in varying degrees. However, the unexploded ordnance remains a major threat to the lives of the Lao people and poses obstacles to the national development while hindering the progress of the other SDGs. We therefore take this opportunity to call upon the international community to provide predictable and adequate support and assistance to the Lao PDR in addressing this long overdue and challenging problem in accordance with the Convention on Cluster Munitions. The Lao PDR is of the view that one of the main obstacles to implementing the SDGs is insufficient funding. As such, there is an urgent need to reform international financial architecture through the collaboration among the UN development system, development partners, and the international financial institutions, while promoting the participation of the developing countries in the international economic decision-making, norm-setting, and global economic governance. Currently, it is our view that the UN development system at all levels must enhance its roles in incorporating with and providing support to the member states, especially the least developed countries, the landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states in order to help tackle their special needs and challenges. Another key factor that can help accelerate national development efforts is the role of science, technology, and innovation, including artificial intelligence, in facilitating green growth and digitalization that is environmentally friendly and investment in carbon capture and storage. Thus, the Lao PDR calls on the international community to facilitate access and transfer of appropriate technology in innovation to help leapfrog the development, including support for the implementation of strategic plan and vision for the development of digital economy of the Lao PDR. Furthermore, I am of the view that human capital is another decisive factor. Presently, 1/3 of the Lao population are within the age range of 10 to 24, making the Lao PDR the nation with the youngest population in Southeast Asia. And those figures are projected to continuously increase for the next 10 years. At the same time, the working age population is expected to increase around 67% of the total population by 2030, as compared to 63% in 2020. The government of the Lao PDR invested in its human capital development in order to reap the benefits of its demographic dividend. As part of such efforts, the government of Lao PDR organized the first Human Capital Summit on Education in 2023 and the second Summit on Nutrition in 2024, aimed at enhancing education, quality, basic healthcare, and nutrition of the Lao people. On graduation from the least developed country status, the Lao government has adopted the Lao PDR Smooth Transition Strategy for LDC graduation by 2026 and beyond. From the result of the triennial review by the UN Committee for Development Policy in early 2024, the Lao PDR continues to meet all three thresholds for graduation by 2026. However, given the current situation, we are of the view that there remains the necessity for us to continue to focus our forces and efforts to cope with external shocks and address domestic economic and financial difficulties, as well as impacts of natural disasters, including the ongoing floodings, in cooperation with the United Nations and development partners in order for the Lao PDR to be able to overcome various obstacles and continue its development momentum towards a smooth, quality, and sustainable graduation from the LDC status. Madam President, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the international community for the successful outcome of the Summit of the Future, which has reaffirmed strong commitments of the world leaders to supporting multilateral system, maintenance of peace, and promotion of international cooperation for sustainable development through the adoption of the Pact for the Future, which focuses on the current challenges of the world and building a better future for the future generations. In this connection, the Global Digital Compact has set the goals to eliminate all obstacles and facilitate digital cooperation at the international level, while also ensuring that technological advancement contributes to the acceleration of the SDGs achievement. The LAOPDR always take into consideration our common responsibility for future generations, and thus highly values the adoption of the Declaration on Future Generations, which prescribes the principles and commitments to protecting our world peace and stability, ensuring equal access to social services, information, and innovation while addressing the impacts of climate change, among others. All of these will help ensure the sustainability of our planet, in which future generations could continue the utilization of natural resources in the future. Despite being one of the least emission-polluting countries in the world, the LAOPDR, like many other countries, has encountered severe consequences of climate change and natural disasters. Hence, the LAOPDR has adopted its National Strategic Plan on Climate Change and committed to contributing to the international efforts in addressing climate change. Allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate all on the success of the high-level meeting on sea level rise on 25 September 2024, which has reiterated the need for strong international cooperation to address climate change. Notwithstanding the fact that the LAOPDR is a landlocked country, we stand ready to contribute to the international efforts to protect the environment while calling for support measures to further increase adaptation capacity and resilience for responding to future impacts. President, last but not least, I would like to reaffirm the consistent support of the government of the LAOPDR to the multilateralism and the principles stipulated in the UN Charter and international law. The LAOPDR continues to uphold its cooperation with the member states of the UN and regional countries to contribute to the cause of maintaining peace and security, promoting prosperity of all nations worldwide, as well as overcoming the challenges of today and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in order to provide an enabling condition for a bright future of the current and new generations. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Feleti Penitala Teo, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, Madam President, I am humbled and indeed honored to stand before you today at this August Assembly for the first time as the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. I bring to the General Assembly and the related high-level summitaries the best wishes of my people and the government of Tuvalu. I take this opportunity to congratulate His Excellency President Philemon Yang for assuming the role of the President for the 79th United Nations General Assembly. Tuvalu wishes you a very successful presidency. I also take this opportunity to congratulate the outgoing President, His Excellency Dennis Francis, for a job well done and for his exceptional leadership during its presidency. Madam President, I applaud President Young's insightful vision for this session, namely, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. The theme challenges us to work in unison to advance peace and security, sustainable development, and human dignity. Considering how off track the progress of the SDG, it is a timely and pragmatic call. We must therefore advance in unity as a family of nations. However, it is imperative to recognize the inherent disparity in our respective developmental capacities. The LDCs and the SIDS, trailing on the lower end of the global economic scale, face persistent and significant financial challenges in their developmental efforts. For Tuvalu, a purely import-oriented economy, our economic fragility is further compounded by poor natural endowment, geographical isolation from major markets, and environmental vulnerability to climatic crisis. Madam President, your vision to promote human dignity at this critical moment is highly commendable. Ensuring that all individuals have access to resources and opportunities to participate in international decision-making processes is crucial for a just and effective response to these global challenges. In that regard, it is regrettable that the Republic of China, Taiwan, continues to be excluded from the United Nations system, despite its significant contribution and partnership across various development sectors. The UNGA Resolution 2758 does not preclude Taiwan's meaningful participation in the UN system, and therefore must include Taiwan so that no one is left behind. As a vibrant democracy that has made remarkable progress on the SDG, Taiwan is well positioned to make meaningful contribution to global efforts in achieving those goals. It is also regrettable to observe that the people of Cuba continue to bear the economic burden of long-standing unilateral economic blockades. With such measures, Cuba is denied crucial international development assistance and partnerships necessary for its recovery and rebuilding efforts. Tuvalu aligns itself with member states that supports the lifting of those blockades and join other member states' call for the removal of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. Excellencies, Tuvalu applauds the Secretary General and his team for their tireless efforts in the organization of several important high-level meetings this week. Tuvalu also commends the commitment and constructive contribution by all member states that enable the success of those meetings. Excellencies, Tuvalu welcomes and supports the Pact for the Future, adopted earlier this week at the Summit of the Future, together with the Declaration on Future Generations and the Global Digital Compact. What is needed now is robust political will and unwavering commitment to implement the provision of the Pact. We are heartened by the Pact's call for a bold and comprehensive outcome document on addressing climate change at the upcoming COP29 in Azerbaijan. While climate change affects every nation, its impact are disproportionately felt more by small island developing states like Tuvalu. Despite our insignificant contribution to climate change, we face the most severe consequences when climate-induced disasters do occur. We therefore urge all member states to honor their commitment to increase support for climate finance and technology transfer to help nations like Tuvalu develop and enhance their adaptive resilience. The science is very clear. Atmospheric temperatures continue to rise due to the increasing emission of greenhouse gases from burning fossil fuels. Therefore, phasing out fossil fuels is crucial to global efforts to reduce carbon emission and to curb global warming. Towards that objective, Tuvalu and several other like-minded nations are leading the promotion for the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. The initiative is to garner international support on a binding treaty arrangement that regulates and limits the use of fossil fuel with the ultimate objective of total phase-out. And I take this opportunity to invite other member states of the United Nations family to support the initiative. And I express the sincere hope that the commitment in the pact provide the much-needed reboot to the global multilateralism architecture and the UN system generally. Tuvalu supports and looks forward to the effective implementation of the pact for the future to build a more equitable global system where no nation and no community is left behind. Excellencies, climate change-induced sea level rise is and will always be a top priority for Tuvalu. Sea level rise is not only a top development priority, but also a top survivability priority for Tuvalu. The Pacific Ocean that used to define us will soon engulf us and will determine our future existence if sea level rise is not halted and the Tuvalu coastlines are not suitably fortified and reinforced. Sea level rise is a global and a multidimensional phenomenon that requires immediate global actions. For Tuvalu, sea level rise poses the greatest existential threat to our economies, to our culture and heritage, and to the land that nourished our ancestors for centuries. Current predictions on the rate of sea level rise are frighteningly disturbing. The predictions are that in 26 years' time, by 2050, more than 50% of Tuvalu's land territory will be regularly flooded by regular tidal surges. 50 years afterward, in 2100, more than 90% of Tuvalu's land territory will suffer the same fate. The predictions do not account for severe climatic conditions like cyclones and hurricanes, which would exponentially accelerate the reaching of those thresholds. Tuvalu therefore commend the President for the timely and successful organization of the high-level meeting on sea level rise on Wednesday. Tuvalu is heartened by the commitment of all member states to strengthen international cooperation and partnerships for more comprehensive and effective responses to sea level rise. We are committed to providing the Secretary General with our national report on this issue within the suggested time frame and look forward to contributing to a concise, action-oriented, and intergovernmentally negotiated declaration. The high-level meeting marks the takeoff for our global effort to shape an ambitious declaration by the General Assembly in September 2026. The declaration, in my considered view, must be a strong pronouncement in support of the expectation of the 1 billion people affected by sea level rise. The declaration shall be an unwavering commitment to our sovereignty, dignity, prosperity, and rights. The declaration must be action-oriented and comprehensive. And toward those objectives, we expect the declaration to include the following principle. Firstly, The declaration shall ascertain the principle of statehood continuity as a tenet of international law and international cooperation, and to affirm that statehood cannot be challenged under any circumstances of sea level rise. Secondly, the declaration shall reaffirm the permanency of maritime zones established in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Thirdly, the declaration shall call on the international community and regional institutions to enable human mobility pathways that facilitate movement safely, orderly, and with dignity. Fourthly, the declaration shall devise concrete programs for the international community to support our efforts to safeguard our unique culture and heritage, both tangible and intangible. Fifthly, the declaration shall establish dedicated and innovative financing mechanisms to support the positive adaptation journeys of the most vulnerable communities. And finally, the declaration shall underscore the importance of knowledge, data, and science to anticipate and plan for the impact of sea level rise. Excellencies, I wish to reiterate the commitment of Tuvalu to address the effect of climate change through identified science-based transformative adaptive solutions. These solutions are designed to reclaim and elevate land, enhance our resilience against sea level rise, and ensure our sovereign rights to our land and cultural identity are safe and protected for our future generations. I acknowledge the efforts of the Pacific people and leaders in addressing the pressing issue of sea level rise. The Pacific leaders, in their annual meeting in Tonga last month, reiterated the importance of the 2021 Declaration on Maritime Boundary Preservation and the 2023 Declaration on Statehood Continuity and Climate Change-related sea level rise protection. The Pacific leaders also called for sea level rise to be a standalone agenda in the UNGA and other related UN processes like the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Furthermore, in 2021, Tuvalu, in collaboration with Antigua and Barbuda, established a Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law. The said commission successfully secured in May of this year an advisory opinion from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, which clarifies that greenhouse gas emissions pollute the marine environment, and that states have the legal responsibility to take all necessary measures to prevent, reduce, and control them. This advisory opinion is a significant development as it shifts the conversation from political commitment to binding legal obligations. Excellencies, the science on climate change is comprehensive and clear, and that the climate is changing and is significantly impacting small island states through rising sea levels. Nationalized scientific data and information has allowed my government to create a three-dimensional model that specifically demonstrates the impact of climate change and sea level rise in Tuvalu. We showcased this three-dimensional model here in New York during the high-level week. And I must admit it is alarming and disturbing to see how quickly Tuvalu's entire land territory will be engulfed by rising seas as greenhouse gas emissions continue to increase. Excellencies, I am pleased to share with the General Assembly this afternoon a watershed treaty between Tuvalu and Australia titled the Falepili Union Treaty. The treaty carries the title of a treasured Tuvalu value of the Falepili, which connotes good neighborliness, care and share, and mutual respect. The treaty is firmly grounded on mutual respect of each other's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. The treaty prioritized three key areas, namely climate cooperation, mobility with dignity, and shared security. For the first time, there is a country, Australia, that has committed legally to come to the aid of Tuvalu upon request when Tuvalu encounters a major natural disaster, when Tuvalu is experiencing a major public health pandemic, and when Tuvalu is subjected to some form of military aggression. For the first time also, another country, Australia, is legally committed to recognize the permanency of the future statehood and sovereignty of Tuvalu, despite the impact of climate change, particularly sea level rise. The treaty also provides for a mobility pathway for citizens of Tuvalu who so chooses to live, work, and study in Australia. And I look forward very much to the full operationalization of the Falepili Union Treaty next year in 2025. Excellencies, let me reiterate Tuvalu's unwavering support for the Antigua and Barbuda's agenda for SITS, the ABAS, that was adopted in May this year. ABAS addresses the unique challenges faced by small island developing states through a multifaceted approach that includes climate action, economic diversification, and social development. Excellencies, Tuvalu is one of the smallest states in the world in terms of its land territory and population. But it is a very large ocean state, considering the extent of its exclusive economic zone. So Tuvaluans have a very close affinity with the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean sustains our daily lives and economic prosperity. The impact of climate change on fish stock migration and declining marine resources, together with IUU fishing and marine pollution, pose a major challenge to Tuvalu's progress towards sustainable economic development. As a signatory to the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, Tuvalu is committed to the sustainable utilization and equitable distribution of marine resources. Tuvalu is also committed to the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, which aims to protect the ocean. This commitment is reinforced by UNEA Resolution 5/14 to develop an ambitious international legally binding agreement to end plastic pollution based on a comprehensive approach that addresses the full life cycle of plastic, including its production, design, and disposal. Excellencies, Tuvalu expresses its sincere gratitude to the Economic and Social Council for their consideration of deferring Tuvalu's graduation from the least developed countries category earlier this year. It is important to reiterate that while Tuvalu has met the graduation threshold for some time now, Tuvalu continues to have serious reservations about leaving this group. As one of the last remaining Pacific Island countries in the LDC category, Tuvalu is exceptionally vulnerable to the impact of climate change and rising sea levels. Even the Committee for Developing Policy has recognized that Tuvalu's vulnerability to climate change is not only severe, but permanent. For this reason, Tuvalu applauds the newly developed multidimensional vulnerability index that could complement the traditional gross national income indicator as the basis for development and climate finance access. Excellencies, Tuvalu commenced the commemoration and promotion of the International Day of the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons this year. The event served as a powerful reminder of the catastrophic consequences nuclear testing and warfare, as well as the ongoing threat posed by these weapons. By observing this event annually, as agreed to in Resolution 78/27, reinforces our commitment to nuclear disarmament. Tuvalu is also a party to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And I'm also pleased to announce that in June of this year, Tuvalu became one of the few remaining states to accede to the Biological Weapons Convention, further solidifying our steadfast commitment to creating a world safe from nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction. Excellencies, 12 months ago, we adopted a declaration on universal health coverage following the review of implementation of the 2019 Universal Health Coverage, titled Moving Together to Build a Healthy World. This year's adoption of the political declaration on antimicrobial resistance has once again unified us in a concerted global effort to build a healthier world. As unified as we ought to be, achieving equitable and adequate essential healthcare services for all must remain a common priority. International cooperation remains appropriate to the efforts of improving and strengthening healthcare systems, particularly those that are lacking. On the 5th of this month, Tuvalu celebrated its 24th anniversary of membership in the United Nations. It has been over 2 decades since Tuvalu joined this august body as the 189th member state. Tuvalu remains grateful for the privilege to engage with other member states in our common pursuit for the advancement of peace and security, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. Next week, on the 1st of October, will be Tuvalu's 46th independence anniversary. And as I prepare to celebrate this momentous occasion for the first time as the Prime Minister of Tuvalu, I wish to take this opportunity to express my special appreciation and gratitude to the United Nations and its member states, and in particular, Tuvalu's generous traditional and emerging partners for all the support and assistance afforded to my country. Excellencies, in conclusion, I render Tuvalu's unwavering support to the Pact for the Future and for the accompanying declaration and compact adopted during the Summit of the Future earlier in the week. I expressed a sincere and genuine hope that the commitments in the Pact provide the much-needed reboot to the global multilateralism architecture and the UN system generally. The global community must seize this opportunity to reaffirm and to recommit to multilateralism and international cooperation, to the Sustainable Development Goals, and to the principle of the United Nations Charter. Tuvalu calls on the global community to rally behind the Pact for the Future and to build a more equitable global system where no nation, no community is left behind, particularly those frontline nations to the devastating impact of climate change and the climate change-induced sea level rise, like my country, Tuvalu. I thank you, Madam President. Whakaftailasi, Tuvalu Modetua, Tuvalu for God.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Terence Kiodro, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General Guterres, esteemed colleagues, excellencies, my fellow citizens of our twin island federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and friends from every corner of our shared planet. Today I rise on behalf of my island developing state, and yet in truth, I speak for the many small island nations, large ocean states, that know too well the high cost of inaction. We are small, yes, but our voices carry the weight of rising seas, thundering storms, and livelihoods teetering on the edge of erasure. A sustainable future for SIDS demands more from us all. Let us begin by paying tribute to His Excellency Dennis Francis, whose leadership and presidency of the 78th session demonstrated the fierce determination of the Caribbean. Thank you for your service. We stand ready to drive the changes necessary for a sustainable, secure world. Thank you for your sterling leadership, Mr. President. I must also acknowledge Secretary General Guterres, who with unflinching resolve has championed justice, equity, and hope. This past year tested our commitment to peace and security, yet it also revealed the vast opportunities we must seize if we are to steer humanity toward a better way. Mr. President, Philemon Yang, congratulations on your election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We have great confidence in your leadership as you guide us with the theme, Unity and Diversity for Advancing Peace, Sustainable Development, and Human Dignity everywhere and for all. As we convene here in this hallowed hall, I recall the words of former Secretary General Kofi Annan. The future of peace and prosperity that we seek for all the world's peoples needs a foundation of tolerance, security, equality, and justice. That foundation is fragile, but it is essential. And it is crumbling under the weight of neglect, greed, and abuse of power. 79 years ago, in the wake of war's devastation, visionaries sought to build a world where diplomacy and dialogue could triumph over destructive intolerance. Yet today, we stand on the precipice of a perilous return to a world where peace is kept at gunpoint, where weapons are romanticized and violence is exalted in the pursuit of absolute power. We need more than diplomatic platitudes. We need a humanity steeped in decency, justice, equity, and inclusivity. We must rise from these chambers, not resigned to the idea that the children of Haiti, Congo, Sudan, and Palestine are less deserving of the rights and freedoms that we enjoy. We are all one people, one world. We cannot have peace without justice, nor justice without true, solid equality. In the Caribbean, our lived reality of rising tides, washing away our hopes of unforgiving heat, setting ablaze our dreams. We pray for rain and receive the floods, dragging our homes and our futures to the abyss. When the guns flood our communities, tearing children from their mothers' arms, it is a collective cry for action. When the global south starves while food wastage continues unabated, we must be shaken from our complacency. The harsh truth is that the world is becoming mortally insecure. We stand on disappearing shores. We are besieged by storms, natural and man-made. Corporate greed, colonial arrogance, and unchecked consumerism have torn apart our social contract with each other. We are no longer at peace with nature. The greatest delusion we feed ourselves is that security and sustainability are separate endeavors. They are, in fact, intertwined. We cannot build secure nations while allowing the climate crisis to rob future generations of their birthright. Security is more than an absence of conflict. It is the presence of dignity, of justice, and hope. Generations ago, the labor movement in St. Kitts and Nevis paved the way for our people's emancipation, an emancipation built on the principles of social, economic, and human dignity. Today, I echo their call. We must do better. We must be better. Our ambitions must be grander, our visions clearer. When we say leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, it cannot be a hollow phrase. It must be a sacred commitment, a pledge to every soul, from the wealthiest nation to the smallest island state. For when the waters rise in the south, even the north will eventually drown. When the forest burns in the north, the south too will choke from the smoke. For it is one planet, one human race. The pandemic has left scars that still fester, and global economic fragmentation threatens to deepen the divides between us. From small island states like mine, the failure to meet these goals is not just a disappointment, it is a death sentence. The clock is ticking, and we cannot afford to wait any longer. We must act, and we must act now. Today, the Caribbean braces for an intense hurricane season, facing the escalating fury fueled by warming oceans and unprecedented storms. Our brothers and sisters in Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Jamaica are still recovering from the devastation of Hurricane Beryl, which became the earliest formed Category 5 hurricane on record this past July. In the Pacific, our brothers and sisters there remain exposed to the incessant battering of typhoons that ravage their islands. And as I speak, the southeast United States is being pounded by Hurricane Helene. Lives and livelihoods hang in the balance as entire communities brace for the next assault. Hoteliers, for example, in my own country of St. Kitts and Nevis, have approached our government, stating that with a sense of dread, that they may soon no longer be able to market themselves as beach resorts or famous beaches, once the lifeblood of our tourism-driven economy are steadily disappearing under the relentless rise of the sea. The sands that once beckoned visitors from across the globe are now receding, swallowed by seas which continue to rise. The loss will be irreversible if we do not act, and if we do not act now. The Sustainable Development Goals were meant to shield us from such devastation, offering a progressive agenda to build resilience and safeguard all our citizens. Yet despite their promise, according to the UN's 2024 SDGs report, only 17% of the targets are on track. Nearly half are showing minimal or moderate progress, and over 1/3 have stalled or even regressed. The clock is ticking, and we must do more than observe its passage. We must act before these realities become permanent fixtures in our collective future. In May 2025, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis will proudly co-host the Global Sustainable Island Summit with Island Innovation, a pivotal event dedicated to advancing sustainable development on islands across the globe, titled Sustainable Future for Island Communities. This summit will build on the momentum of SIDS 4 conference held in 2024, tackling the pressing challenges island nations face. This summit will call to action, a space where we share practical solutions and partnerships that ripple far beyond our shores. Our islands are sentinels of climate change and the proving ground for sustainable development. It is with this spirit of shared responsibility and urgent action that I extend a heartfelt invitation to all leaders of island nations gathered here to come, to engage, to commit to meaningful change. A recent and commendable stride toward equity and inclusion has been the adoption of the MVI, the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. This serves as a powerful testament to the potential of multilateralism when it is both purposeful and effective. St. Kitts and Nevis stands with the Caribbean community and the Alliance of Small Island States in welcoming Resolution 78/322, while urging this esteemed body to rally the necessary political will and resources to drive its implementation across international financial institutions and multilateral development banks. For us small island developing states, the MVI is not just another metric. It is a lifeline, offering a means to cushion the relentless blows of climatic and economic crises that disproportionately affect us. Its full implementation will demonstrate to the world that the United Nations, and by extension the global system, remains committed to uplifting those most vulnerable. It will restore trust in a system that must not only recognize vulnerability, but actively work to address it. The time has come to reshape the United Nations, to reform its structures so that they reflect the realities of our modern world. Too many voices remain unheard. Too many nations marginalized. The UN Security Council must include representations from the regions most vulnerable to the threats of our time. Regions such as Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa. Nowhere is this change more urgently needed than in the international financial architecture. St. Kitts and Nevis stands in solidarity with the government of Barbados in its fight for financial and climate justice, pledging our full support for the Bridgetown Initiative. This bold framework demands a reformation of the global finance, making it more responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of small island developing states like mine. We cannot build resilience without first ensuring that the international system works for the most vulnerable among us. In the Caribbean, we continue to call for and guard our zone of peace. The Argyle Declaration serves as a shining example of how we in the Caribbean manage security challenges. We go back to basics. We talk to each other. Specifically, the Declaration has been instrumental in facilitating dialogue between Venezuela and Guyana, demonstrating that even the most complex disputes can be navigated through peaceful means. This model of engagement, one of dialogue and cooperation, is the very essence upon which this institution was founded. The international community would do well to follow this approach and inject new life into our diplomacy. And to this end, I reiterate CARICOM's call for an unconditional ceasefire in Gaza to put an end to the suffering. The only pathway to peace and to secure fundamental human rights and dignity is through the two-state solution, and St. Kitts and Nevis stand in full support. Mr. President, as we face these global challenges, we should always remember Haiti. I want to reiterate that again, Mr. President, that we should always remember Haiti. Haiti, the beacon of resilience and courage, stands at the crossroads of its next chapter. St. Kitts and Nevis, alongside the Caribbean community, firmly supports the work of the National Transitional Council as it strives to create an environment conducive to a multi-stakeholder political solution. Haiti was there for the downtrodden of the world, lighting the path toward freedom for many. And now the world must be there for Haiti, not because it is a place of sorrow, but because it remains a symbol of human endurance and defiance against injustice. With the establishment of the Multinational Security Support Mission, the Caribbean community seeks to usher in a new day for Haiti's families. And to this end, I want to thank the government and people of Kenya for their significant contribution. And of course, we want to usher in a new day for Haiti's families, a day where schools become places of learning, hospitals are places of healing, and markets are not arsenals for gangs, but havens for community and prosperity. Haiti's future is not only one of security, but one of sustainability, and we must rally to give it the peace it deserves. Mr. President, year after year, this body sends a strong message to the people of Cuba, a message of hope and a message of support. The embargo that has isolated Cuba for decades is not right, Mr. President, and it continues to be a stain on our collective conscience. St. Kitts and Nevis joins the Caribbean community in calling for an end to this unjust embargo and for Cuba's removal from the State Department's list of state sponsors of terrorism. Cuba has long been a friend to the Caribbean, its doctors, educators exemplifying true philanthropy. And I might state here, Mr. President, that I'm a graduate of the Cuban educational system. Instead of denigrating the island, we should elevate and learn from its sustainable solutions that have empowered their people and in turn the region. A stronger, more sustainable Cuba enhances the security and sustainability of the Caribbean. Mr. President, in the same breath, we must not forget Taiwan. The people of Taiwan have proven time and time again their firm commitment to sustainable development. The theme of this assembly, leaving no one behind, compels us to ensure Taiwan's inclusion in the work of the United Nations system, particularly in the World Health Organization and the International Civil Aviation Organization. Taiwan's leadership in innovation and technology is not just an asset, it's a necessity for the global community to meet the challenges of tomorrow. The United Nations must extend its vision to include Taiwan, a nation whose exclusion undermines the very principles we stand for: peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis, citizens of the world, St. Kitts and Nevis is not seeking for pity. St. Kitts and Nevis is not seeking for anyone to feel sorry for us. We are small, but as we say in our country, we are Talawa. St. Kitts and Nevis is seeking for partnerships. We are on a transformative journey to become a sustainable island state, guided by 7 pillars, which are water security, energy transition, food security, sustainable industry, sustainable settlements, circular economy, and social protection. We are taking bold and tangible actions by building renewable energy desalination plants for reliable 24/7 water supply, aggressively advancing geothermal energy on our sister Isle of Nevis with the goal of a unified sustainable energy grid for both islands, St. Kitts and Nevis, and extending it to the rest of the Caribbean, constructing our first modern climate-smart hospital, building climate-smart affordable housing solutions, ensuring that our people have safe, sustainable places to live and to call home, finalizing one of the Caribbean's largest solar plus storage projects. We are on track, Mr. President, to meet CARICOM's 25 by 25 agenda, reducing our food imports and bolstering local food production. We created, for example, a children's medical fund to ensure that disadvantaged families can access vital medical care for their children. And may I state, Mr. President, that as a result of this policy, St. Kitts and Nevis recorded no death of any child between the ages of 1 to 4 in 2023. We continue, therefore, to advance our education beyond our universal compulsory system, promoting lifelong learning as key to national development. All of these and more we are pursuing, Mr. President, demonstrating to the world that we don't just complain. We don't want to be a part of just problems. We want to be a part of the solutions. And that is why we will continue to seek partnerships, Mr. President. My friends, we stand at the crossroads. We can no longer afford the luxury of inaction. We must meet the moment with the courage it demands. We must reject business as usual and embrace a new path forward, one that values people over profit, one that prioritizes the planet over power. As we gather in this assembly, let us remember, we are all stewards of this fragile world. The rising tides do not respect borders, and the fires of conflict burn without discrimination. For St. Kitts and Nevis, for the Caribbean, for every small island nation whose future hangs in the balance, I ask you to stand with us. Let our voices rise like the oceans that surround us, powerful and unyielding, calling for a future where peace is not just the absence of war, but the presence of justice, of sustainability, of hope. Mr. President, citizens of the world, leaders, all who are present, together, let us seize this moment and shape the future. Together, let us stand proud and strong. Together, let us act now, for the moment demands it. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, National Security, Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Keirashana Gosmo, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, the President of the United Nations General Assembly, all protocols observed. It is an honor to address this Assembly once again on behalf of Timor-Leste. This session holds a special significance for the Timorese. Last month, in Dili, with the esteemed presence of the United Nations Secretary General, we celebrated the 25th anniversary of our historic popular consultation. A quarter of a century ago, the people of Timor-Leste, under the auspices of the United Nations, exercised their vote for independence. With the support of the international community, we were able to return the destiny of our country to its people, the destiny of living in peace, freedom, and independence. After 24 years of resistance and a forgotten war in which more than 200,000 Timorese sacrificed their lives. In 2002, when we became the 191st member of the United Nations, it was a memorable day for the Timorese people and was undoubtedly a triumph for the international system. Today, I stand before you with pride, representing a vibrant democracy, a democracy that has embraced peace, dialogue, human rights, and the rule of law. Although a small country and a young state, Timor-Leste is an example of this relentless pursuit of peace and has affirmed this position on the international stage. Immediately after our vote for independence, we began a process of internal reconciliation among Timorese and external reconciliation with our Indonesian neighbors. Reconciliation is a powerful mechanism for healing the past and building the future. Reconciliation and trust are the instruments of peace that the world needs. Your Excellencies, the story of Timor-Leste is a story of hope and resilience. The creation of the United Nations was founded on hope. The hope of achieving peace in all its dimensions and in all places, promoting sustainable development, finding collective solutions to global challenges and threats, and uniting international cooperation around these goals. However, there has never been so much hopelessness, uncertainty, instability, and distrust as in today's world. As everyone knows, global crises are numerous and complex. The Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, are due in 6 years, and I must say that we are far from achieving them. Some countries have lost the race even before leaving the starting line. Timor-Leste and the G7+ countries proposed the inclusion of SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions in the 2030 development agenda, because we believe that leaving no one behind means prioritizing the most fragile first. Peace and stability are priorities for achieving sustainable development. Without peace, there is no justice, no strong institutions, and no development. And without development, peace becomes fragile. 2 days ago, the G7+ held a side event here at the United Nations, where we discussed our successes or our setbacks. But the common problem we all faced in solving internal problems was a lack of funding. Timor-Leste is proud to have already made some significant progress. However, we are well aware that much remains to be done. The overlap of crises in the world has exacerbated social and economic inequalities. Hunger is the most illustrative face of inequality, and it is women, young people, and children who suffer the most from this tragedy. In a world where global military spending exceeds $2.4 trillion, more than 800 million people suffer from extreme hunger. Some countries report alarming levels of hunger, while others endure severe hunger in regions devastated by decades of conflict and instability. Your Excellencies, Timor-Leste, being a half-island, is currently focused on diversifying its economy, with particular emphasis on agriculture and the blue economy. By investing in these sectors, we aim to improve the livelihood of our people and enhance food security. Like many other countries, Timor-Leste is grappling with climate change and unsustainable activities in the ocean. As we know, in the words of Sylvia Earle, we need to respect the oceans and take care of them as if our lives depended on it, because they do. Timor-Leste is located within the Coral Triangle, a magnificent area of marine biodiversity. Our seas host important ecosystems and marine life and serve as an important migratory route for species such as the incredible pygmy blue whales. Timor-Leste is pleased to share that we have ratified the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea relating to the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, and we support and actively participate in negotiations on the Marine Plastics Treaty. Internally, we are committed to exploring our ocean resources in a balanced and sustainable manner, ensuring that we can develop our country while simultaneously protecting our marine environment for future generations. Your Excellencies, we recognize that small island developing states and least developed countries face enormous challenges in achieving the SDGs. During the 4th International Conference on SIDS in Antigua and Barbuda, I saw that we shared a perception of geographical and historical disadvantage. Without financial conditions, capacity building, and technology transfer, we cannot do better. Moreover, we are trapped in international financial systems that place us at a disadvantage, burdening us with conditional aid, financial assistance, and debt. The Loss and Damage Fund, approved at COP28 in Dubai, must secure more significant contributions from the wealthy and developed countries. This commitment is urgently needed. As Secretary General Antonio Guterres stated during his visit to Timor-Leste last month, many of us won the battle against colonialism and the struggle for democracy, but we are still fighting for sustainable development. In his new agenda for peace, he also notes that the unequal suffering caused by the effects of climate change is among the greatest injustices in the world. Timor-Leste agrees. We all know that we can only win this battle with genuine global solidarity and effort. Unconditional support based on our identified needs and priorities is required. It is with sadness that I stand before you in a world ravaged by international conflicts and wars. A world that, if not entirely at war, is threatened by war. We possess the instruments of international law, diplomacy, and multilateral cooperation to resolve disputes peacefully. But these instruments are not applied consistently and are often ignored. We call for the peaceful resolution of international disputes and conflicts, whether related to borders, sovereignty, or cooperation. Timor-Leste will host the 24th Regional Conference on the Special Committee on Decolonization in May 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, Western Sahara is a country that has faced political uncertainty for almost 5 decades. In October 1975, the International Court of Justice held that Western Sahara was a non-self-governing territory and that it should follow the parameters and principles stated in the UN General Assembly resolution for self-determination through the free and genuine expression of the will of the peoples of the territory. More recently, rulings by the European Union courts, as well as the decision of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, state that Western Sahara is separate and distinct from Morocco, without Morocco exercising any sovereignty over the territory. When in 1991, the United Nations Security Council established the United Nations mission for the referendum in Western Sahara through Resolution 690, the Timorese were motivated and hopeful that one day it would be our turn too. However, in 1992, the referendum in Western Sahara was postponed. I am now calling, after dozens of Security Council resolutions, for their implementation, leading to a referendum on self-determination for the Sahrawi people. I am pleased to see the presence of the Palestinian delegation as an observer member of the United Nations, and I hope that next year we will also have the presence of a Sahrawi delegation. I call for an immediate ceasefire between the Polisario Front and Morocco to pave the way for an exhaustive dialogue based on goodwill between the parties for a negotiated peaceful solution acceptable to both sides, but which respects the will of the Sahrawi people. I call on the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres to embrace this just cause of the Sahrawi people, as Kofi Annan did for the Timorese cause. Your Excellencies, War cannot be an instrument of domination. It is a scourge that destroys lives, communities, and nations, and it must not, and indeed does not, remain confined within borders. We must ensure that international law is respected by all, not just by some. Timor-Leste expresses its deepest concern and full support for a peaceful resolution to the conflict between Israel and Palestine, and calls for an immediate end to the genocide, and also calls for the end to the war in Ukraine. I call for the principles of the United Nations Charter to be applied with courage and leadership. I call for more thought to be given to peoples and individuals, victims of global policies and leadership, entrenched status quo. An example of this is Cuba, a friend of Timor-Leste, without which our health sector would still be in a deplorable condition. The economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed on Cuba for decades, with its implications for its people, is unacceptable. If the focus this year is on human dignity, let us not forget, please, the most forgotten people of the world. Your Excellencies, the Security Council must become more representative, and its decisions must reflect the collective will of the international community. The voices of smaller nations should not be drowned out by the interests of the more powerful states. The world's main peace and security body must be expanded so that it is not underrepresented and must include the permanent voice of the African continent, as well as Latin America and Asia. Timor-Leste supports comprehensive and long-term reform of the Security Council to expand both permanent and non-permanent members, as only then will we have a solid and transparent architecture for global peace. We also believe that the General Assembly itself should have more power on security issues to prevent member states from becoming paralyzed in critical situations. We are encouraged by the calls of the United Nations Secretary General to eliminate nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction before they eliminate us. Timor-Leste has ratified the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty and the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and calls on everyone to contribute to ensuring our common future, including the ratification of the treaty by Pacific Island nations. We call on all nations, especially the developed world, to join us in building a fairer, more equitable, and more sustainable future, and in doing so fulfill the vision of the Pact for the Future. Before concluding, I must express my appreciation to the Secretary General of the United Nations, who now also holds Timorese nationality, for his efforts to transform the present towards a future of dignity for all generations. This vision will only be possible if all UN member states can overcome their differences and act together for the consolidation of peace and development. Peace is a global mission. Development is a global duty. I would like to remind you that without the United Nations, our future would be even darker, Even with all its weaknesses and need for change, the United Nations is the most promising mechanism available to us to overcome the challenges of our time. Without this body, we would truly have no way out. With perseverance and the will to do good, no matter how inconvenient it may seem, no challenge is insurmountable. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Siausi Ofakifolau Sovaleni, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Maloelele, warmest Pacific greetings from the Kingdom of Tonga and our Blue Pacific continent. First, I wish to congratulate Your Excellency in assuming the esteemed presidency of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I also thank your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Tanis Francis, for his able leadership during a period where global challenges continue to increase in numbers and complexity. I acknowledge the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his steadfast stewardship of our home, the United Nations, during these troubled times. Mr. President, we convene at this 79th session with the theme of leaving no one behind. My delegation pledges our unwavering support to this noble goal. At a time of escalating conflicts, near-conflict situation on the horizon, all too often triggered by political instability, economic disparities, social tension, and the security threats posed by climate change, we must rally around this goal. If we fail to do so, we will further erode world peace and fail people's lives far and wide. The long-awaited reform of the Security Council is now urgent, crucial, and must happen swiftly. It is our responsibility to resolve adequately the security challenges of the 21st century. We must include non-traditional security issues like climate change in its agenda. Further, we must include the voice of small island developing states. In our quest to leave no one behind, we must take a hard look at the lagging process in achieving the sustainable development by 2030. This goal is equally in peril unless we change our approach. Human dignity is intrinsically built on both peace, security, and sustainability. If we cannot act now, decisively and collectively, the goal to leave no one behind will be just words, and will have further eroded people's trust and hope. The key is not words, the key is our shared commitment to action. Mr. President, I commend the tireless effort that have led to the ambitious and balanced text of the Summit of the Future, not only do we stand at a critical juncture in our collective history, but it is now where we must safeguard the needs and interests of both present and future generations. The spirit of compromise and commitment demonstrated by delegation and regional groups give us hope that multilateralism can work. As our forebears, our founders did, we pledge to spare succeeding generations from the scores of war, and we commit to building a world where there is hope and they can thrive. Our commitment must be to sustainable development, to the preservation of our planet's resources, and to the pursuit of a future that is inclusive, equitable, secure, and sustainable. We must commit to the highest value of human dignity and justice. Thus, we welcome the adoption of Pact for the Future, We are resolute in our commitment to working collaboratively with member states to advance peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. We hope for action that will leave no one behind. Mr. President, last month, Tonga assumed the chairmanship of the 53rd Pacific Island Forum Leaders Meeting. We were honored to welcome Secretary General Guterres as a special guest. I reiterate our forum leaders and Pacific people's deep gratitude for his in-person participation. We now look forward to continued and augmented support and tailored solutions from the United Nations in our effort for our people's lives and futures. The theme of our meeting was a resilient Pacific, built better now. The urgency of our theme certainly was underscored by the torrential rains, the flash flooding, and the 6.9 magnitude earthquake that struck Nuku'alofa on the first day of our meeting. This was yet another stark reminder of our vulnerability to natural disasters. Once again, it is also demonstrated our unwavering resilience and the priority we place on the full implementation of our early warning for all initiative by 2027 and for disaster preparedness. Mr. President, the 2024 Sustainable Development Goals report before us is grim. The report reveals what we see every day on the ground, a stark divergence from the ambitious target set forth in the 2030 Agenda. Climate change, escalating inequalities, and persistent conflicts are compounding challenges, leaving many countries struggling to meet even the most fundamental goals. Without urgent and coordinated global action, the vision of a more equitable and sustainable world may remain just another elusive dream. This means eroded trust in our ability to keep promises. It will jeopardize both our planet and its inhabitants. We must and we can confront these seemingly insurmountable challenges with innovation and determination. We can no longer afford business as usual. Mr. President, decade after decade, year after year, we present to this esteemed body the existential threat that climate change poses to the Pacific, including Tonga. Our situation has become even more urgent this year. Climate change is the single greatest threat to the survival and prosperity of the blue Pacific continent. Once again, we urge the international community to promptly and dramatically act to restrict global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Industrialized nations must strengthen their emission reduction commitment. We must ensure that climate finance is speedily and easily accessible to Pacific Island countries. Let there be no doubt we are teetering on the brink of a climate catastrophe. While in Tonga, the United Nations Secretary General issued a global SOS, or Save Our Seas warning of rising sea levels. The WMO echoed this urgent message, launching the State of the Climate in the Southwest Pacific 2023 report. The report confirms that 2023 was the warmest year on record. The scientific consensus is irrefutable. Our climate is changing at an unprecedented rate with devastating consequences. Extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and intense. Cyclones and typhoons are wreaking havoc on our communities, leaving behind trails of destruction that take years to repair. The economic toll is immense, but the human cost is far greater. Lives lost, communities shattered, hopes lost, and futures uncertain. Mr. President, the most alarming aspect of the crisis is the unprecedented rise in sea levels. The WMO report confirms that sea level rise in the Southwest Pacific is significantly exceeding the global average. In some parts of the Pacific, sea level have risen by 10 to 15 centimeters in the past 30 years, more than double the global average. Without bold and coordinated global action to expedite assistance to the Pacific and its most vulnerable inhabitants, Tonga and other Pacific countries can expect sea levels to double by mid-century. This will exacerbate the frequency and severity of storm surges and coastal flooding. For the nation of the Pacific, these changes are not merely environmental issues. They are existential threats that jeopardize the very existence of small Pacific island countries, including Tonga. Rising sea levels are eroding coastlines, swallowing entire islands, and forcing families to abandon their ancestral homes. This is not just about losing land, it's about our very identities, losing heritage and culture. We issued a strong call for including sea level rise as a standalone and permanent agenda in the UNGA. And Mr. President, the upcoming COP29 presents a critical opportunity to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund, transforming pledges into tangible support for vulnerable nations. Mr. President, our ocean, seabed, and land are simply who we are. As I mentioned earlier, the severe and irreversible threats posed by climate change-related sea level rise will disproportionately impact the lives, livelihoods, food security, ecosystem, and the well-being of our people. We have established key declarations. For example, the 2023 Declaration on the Continuity of Statehood and Protection of Persons Amid Sea Level Rise, and the 2021 Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones Against Climate Impacts. We have also developed and endorsed the Pacific Regional Framework on Climate Mobility and introduced the Framework for Resilient Development in the Pacific. The latter is the world's first regional framework linking climate change and disaster risk. Now we need to act now. We commend the United Nations for addressing this critical issue and welcome the high-level plenary meeting on addressing the threats posed by sea level rise. The 2023 Beef Declaration on the Continuity of Statehood takes a clear stance on protecting Pacific people's rights and sovereignty. By asserting the continued existence of Pacific Island Forum members' statehood, sovereignty, and rights and duties, the Declaration underscores our determination to safeguard both the territorial and human dimension of our states under international law. The Declaration commits to protecting persons affected by climate change, ensuring that human rights, political status, cultural heritage, identity, and dignity are upheld. We call for global cooperation to achieve the Declaration objectives in line with international principles of fairness, equity, and shared responsibility. Mr. President, yes, the challenges we face are immense, but they are not insurmountable. The resilience of the Pacific people is legendary. Through centuries, our communities have weathered countless storms, adapted to changing conditions, and preserved our rich culture through adversity. Now more than ever, we must draw upon this resilience. It is now that our Forum Islands countries urgently require timely, predictable, and scale-up access to climate finance to protect our communities. Tonga is proud to announce the establishment of the Pacific Resilience Facility, or PRF, a Pacific-led, member-owned, and managed climate and disaster resilience financing facility. Tonga will host the PRF office, and we acknowledge the commitment and contribution received from our development partners and friends of the Pacific thus far. We call upon global partners to support our Pacific-led solutions, the PRF. The key goal is to bridge the financing gap for smaller, high-impact adaptation projects. I would like to once again thank the United Nations Secretary General for his leadership and commitment in supporting the Pacific Island Forum by convening a global pledging event for the PRF in 2025. We again urge multilateral climate funds, such as Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund, to establish dedicated climate finance access windows tailored to the condition and needs of vulnerable countries like the Pacific Small Island developing states. Mr. President, we appreciate the support for the new 10-year blueprint recognized the special case of small island developing states, the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, or APAS. This agenda goes beyond being a merely policy framework. This is our collective vision for sustainable growth and resilience in the face of unprecedented challenges. We support the allocation of resources and tailored systems to facilitate the implementation of the concrete action outlined in APA's 10 thematic areas. At the same time, reforming the international financial architecture will be crucial to support this new program of action. And this includes three substantive global policy agendas: redefining eligibility for development resources, improving access to climate finance, and creating long-term debt sustainability. Implementing the APAS is a vital step towards accelerating the achievement of the SDG by 2030. We request the support of key entities within the UN to help implement the APAS. Recognizing our unique vulnerabilities by fellow Pacific Island Forum leaders, we welcome the adoption of the MVI. This practical instrument, advocated for over many years by SIDS, offers a more comprehensive understanding of the vulnerability, providing renewed hope and impetus to the 2030 agenda through a more context-responsive approach. We look forward to the operationalization of MVI in relevant MVI settings, UN setting, and urge international organizations and financial institutions to consider MVI ratings in their eligibility criteria for grant and concessional financing. Mr. President, the opinion may be that our Pacific communities are remote and small. Let there be no doubt our economies continue to suffer, like so many, from the effects of geopolitical tension and supply chain disruption. Our people suffer from rising inflation, and we go through increased hardship and deepening poverty, particularly for the most vulnerable in our blue Pacific continent. However, at such critical times, the Pacific Island Forum is steadfast in its commitment to building a resilient Pacific region, a region of hope and prosperity that ensures all Pacific people can lead productive lives. We invite all partners to support our development aspiration outlined in our 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent and our forthcoming Pacific Roadmap for economic development. Resilient transformation demands for Pacific peoples to have access to quality, affordable, accessible, and inclusive health and education services. Our Blue Pacific region will focus on improving climate-resilient healthcare and education infrastructures and digital platforms to mitigate risks, manage climate-sensitive diseases and NCDs effectively, and ensure continuity and equity in learning across our Blue Pacific continent. We remain resolute in our commitment to the global fight against NCD. We reaffirm our commitment to building stronger partnerships between government sectors and other relevant sectors to address the root causes of NCDs through a holistic whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach. Addressing the global plastic pollution problem, especially in the marine environment, is a priority. This is a threat to our ecosystem and health, and the Pacific Ocean is our Pacific identity. It is a vital resource for food and livelihoods, and a healthy ocean will aid in our fight against climate change. Mr. President, the actions of the government of Tonga focus on three key thematic areas: national resilience, quality services and affordability, and progressive economic growth. Our goal is to enhance national resilience by creating stronger platforms to tackle natural disasters and address the persistent issues brought about by climate change. We aspire to alleviate related poverty and improve the quality of social protection measures. We will also mobilize national and international responses to reduce the supply and use of illicit drugs and address harm reduction processes. We aim to enhance education for everyone, prioritizing safer schools, tackling dropout rates, advocating for gender equality, and expanding vocational training opportunities, all while ensuring quality services and affordability. Our efforts are also directed towards improving access to health care that is both affordable and of high quality, with a particular emphasis on addressing COVID-19, NCTs, and preventative measures. Our focus is on development governance services that are of exceptional quality and can be easily accessed by all. This entails enhancing access to high-speed broadband technology and ensuring that energy, communication, drinking water, and a clean environment are more affordable. Our main objective for fostering progressive economic growth include giving priority to trade and private sector development, enhancing the quality and accessibility of public infrastructure, and forging stronger partnership to drive development. Mr. President, as I conclude, allow me to close the circle and come back to the critical element of this session's theme, leaving no one behind. This aspiration must be our guide for eradicating poverty, ending discrimination, and upholding the fundamental rights of individuals, reducing inequalities and vulnerabilities that not only undermine our shared humanity, but also leaves too many without hope. The advancement of one community or nation cannot occur in isolation from the well-being of others. By embracing a fair and equitable playing field, we foster a more resilient and harmonious global society, advancing peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. We must travel the path to ensuring peace and sustainable development with a sense of urgency, just as others have done before us. In this, let us be guided by shared values of justice and human dignity. Our collective endeavor to leave no one behind must ensure every person's potential is recognized, their rights upheld, and so we must bridge gaps, dismantle barriers, and amplify voices that have historically been marginalized. This is what we owe present and future generations. I thank you, Mr. President, and may God bless Tonga, and may God bless the United Nations.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hamad Abdi Bare, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished guests, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Allow me to begin by congratulating you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Please be assured of Somalia's full cooperation as you undertake the responsibilities entrusted upon you during your tenure. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank your predecessor, His Excellency Denis France, for the successful presidency of the last session. Mr. President, this session of the General Assembly convenes amid a rising number of global challenges, from escalating transnational conflicts and humanitarian crises to the existential threats of climate change and growing economic inequalities. This resonates profoundly for our theme of this year, leaving no one behind. Acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. In the spirit of our unity and shared responsibility, we must confront the persistent and escalating conflicts that continue to cause immense human suffering and destabilize entire regions. Today, we are facing with crises that test our collective conscience and our commitment to peace. In Sudan, the conflict has escalated into severe humanitarian crisis, displacing millions and ravaging communities. Civilians endure indiscriminate violence and widespread gender-based assaults. We urgently call for immediate cessation of hostilities, the protection of civilians, and adherence to the international humanitarian law. It is crucial to ensure safe, unrestricted access for humanitarian aid and to foster inclusive dialogue that respects the rights and aspirations of all Sudanese people. In Gaza, the situation has reached catastrophic levels, driven by the persistent blockade and relentless cycles of violence that have created one of the most severe humanitarian disasters of our time. Despite the senseless killing of tens of thousands of men, women, and children since last October, over 2 million Palestinians are trapped in open-air prison, where access to basic goods, services, and medical care is severely restricted. Children in Gaza have particularly suffered the most, with the many enduring unimaginable trauma, malnutrition, and lack of access to education and health care. They live under constant fear as their homes, schools, and hospitals are repeatedly targeted and destroyed. The ongoing conflict has not only destroyed the physical infrastructure of Gaza, but also crushed the hopes of entire generation. The world cannot continue to turn a blind eye on this gross injustice and the continuous violations of international law by the Israeli government. We call on the international community to take immediate and decisive action to reinforce an unconditional ceasefire, to lift the inhuman blockade, and to recommit to a political process that ensures a just and lasting peace based on the two-state solution, thereby restoring the rights, dignity, and future for Palestinian people. In Ukraine, the war now in its third year has inflicted a devastating toll on civilians, destroying homes and critical infrastructure and leaving millions without essential services. The legacy of trauma and displacement will affect generations. We urgently call for an immediate cessation of hostilities, a ceasefire, and adherence to international humanitarian and human rights law, including avoiding attacks on civilians, critical infrastructure, and nuclear facilities. It is essential to open channels for dialogue and achieve the lasting political settlement. The international community must act swiftly to prevent further escalation and support efforts for peace. Mr. President, while international crises demand our attention, we must not overlook regional threats that directly challenge national sovereignty and stability. Somalia currently faces a serious threat from Ethiopia's recent actions, which flagrantly violate our territorial integrity. Ethiopia's attempts to annex parts of Somalia under the guise of securing sea access are both unlawful and unnecessary. Somali ports have always been accessible for Ethiopia's legitimate commercial activities, reflecting our commitment to regional trade and cooperation. However, Ethiopia's aggressive maneuvers, including its controversial agreement with one of our regional administration, undermines Somali's sovereignty and embolden secessionist movements threatening our national unity. This action is not only sow division at the time when Somalia is striving for peace and cohesion, but also serve as propaganda for terrorist groups like Al-Shabaab, who exploit Ethiopia's provocations to recruit and radicalize vulnerable individuals. Such destabilized behavior poses a significant risk to the security and stability of the entire Horn of Africa. Somalia asserts its sovereign rights to defend its territorial integrity and calls on Ethiopia to cease its provocations and adhere to the international law. We urge the international community to stand with Somalia in condemning these violations and upholding the principles of international sovereignty and territorial integrity, which are the cornerstones of international peace and security. Regional stability depends on mutual respect for these principles, and Ethiopia must be held accountable for actions that threaten to destabilize the Horn of Africa. Mr. President, while the conflict may capture the headlines, we must not lose sight of other pressing global challenges that demand our immediate attention and collective action. Somalia's experience underscores the importance of sustainable funding for peacekeeping. For over 15 years, we have hosted key African Union missions like AMISOM and ATMIS, which have been critical in countering Al-Shabaab and supporting state building. As the new mission, AUSM takes over with a focus of counterterrorism and capacity building. Its success depends on reliable funding. Peacekeeping is about creating lasting stability, not just maintaining peace, and we urge the international community to support innovative funding solutions to ensure these missions fulfill their vital roles. Mr. President, climate change is a global crisis that touches every life and every community, but nowhere is its impact more deeply felt than in vulnerable nations like Somalia. We endure relentless droughts, devastating floods, and rising temperatures that tear apart our communities and threatening our very survival. While the recent COP28 conference made important strides with the creation of a loss and damage fund and the commitment is to expand renewable energy, there remains a significant challenge accessing these funds. For many developing countries, the reality is that complex bureaucracy, rigid criteria, and lack of necessary resources often stand in the way they receive the help they so desperately need. It is not just about making promises, it is about ensuring that those promises can reach the people who need them most. We call on the global community to simplify access to these crucial funds so that countries like Somalia can build resilience, protect our people, and secure the future where everyone has the chance to thrive. Mr. President, reforming the United Nations Security Council is essential to ensure it reflects today's geopolitical realities. The current structure no longer adequately represents the voices and concerns of world nations, particularly those in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. We support the Eswatini consensus, which calls for a more representative and inclusive council. This reform is necessary to enhance the UN's credibility and effectiveness in addressing the full spectrum of global challenges, from peace and security to development and human rights. Reforming international financial institutions is also crucial to building a fairer global economy that promotes inclusive growth and sustainable development. The existing international financial system is heavily skewed in favor of a view, perpetuating inequalities and restricting the ability of developing nations to thrive. We call for reforms that make these institutions more accountable, transparent, and responsive to the needs of the world's poorest and the most vulnerable. Mr. President, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is not an ambitious, it is a necessary. With only 6 years left, the world is far behind on our collective promise to end poverty, protect our planet, and ensure peace and prosperity for all by 2030. We must urgently renew our commitment by increasing funding, creating innovative partnerships, and focusing on reaching the most vulnerable. As Somalia takes its seat on the UN Security Council, we stand ready to work with all nations to address these challenges, strengthen cooperation, and promote multilateralism, and build a world where no one is left behind. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Somalia has come a long way on its journey toward stability and development. This past year has been particularly significant, marked by critical milestones that signal Somalia's rising trajectory. We have successfully completed the debt relief process, allowing us to reclaim our economic sovereignty and integrate into a global financial system. Additionally, Somalia's accession to the East African community marks a new era of regional integration, trade, and cooperation. We have also made a historic stride in lifting a long-standing arms embargo, a step that will further enable us to safeguard our sovereignty and security. Security is fundamental to development, and Somalia has prioritized to prioritize the fight against terrorism with remarkable success. In the past 2 years, our national security forces have reclaimed more than 2/3 of the territory that was once under the control of a Shabaab terrorist group, significantly diminishing their operational capability. Mr. President, with marked progress in governance, democratization, and political stability, Somalia stands on the brink of significant economic growth, with vast untapped resources and strategic location along major maritime trade routes. Our arable land offers great potential for agricultural protection, and our livestock sector is already among the strongest globally. We also have one of Africa's highest potentials for renewable energy, particularly on onshore wind power. And our extensive coastline provides rich opportunity for sustainable fishing and other sectors of blue economy. To capitalize on these assets, we are drafting a national transformation plan that outlines our vision for leveraging our resources to achieve stability, self-reliance, and prosperity. And we welcome international investment and cooperation to help us realize this potential, integrate into the global economy, and contribute to regional peace and stability through strong partnerships. Mr. President, as we look ahead, Somalia is determined to be defined not by the hardships of its past, but by the possibilities of its future. Let us act now to build a future where every nation, every community, and every person can thrive in dignity and peace. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Christian Nitze, Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Republic of Madagascar. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellences,
Mr. President, Heads of State and Government, United Nations Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I have come here with a profound sense of honour and responsibility to address you today with the mission entrusted to me by His Excellency Mr. Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, and on behalf of the Malagasy people. I wish to applaud the election of Mr. Philemon Yang, His Excellency, to the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Your exemplary parcours and your wealth of knowledge in terms of global affairs are undeniable assets to guide our work. Rest assured, Your Excellency, of the support of Madagascar in the fulfilment of your noble mission. Madagascar, as newly elected Vice President of this General Assembly, is honoured to serve for this term 2024 to 2025. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this session of the General Assembly, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development and human dignity for present and future generations, particularly resonates today in this time of grave uncertainty in the world and for the world. Today, we are strongly reminded of how interconnected the different global challenges are and how important it is to engage in a collective response with solidarity and being resolute. Indeed, peace, the fragile foundation of a world that faces divisions, is today being jeopardized by many different crises, a multitude of crises with dangerous and profound geostrategic ramifications. Far from being a regional conflict, the war in Ukraine is shaking the international order and exacerbating geopolitical tensions, worsening food and energy insecurity, and putting global peace and security in peril. Terrorism and transnational crime continue to sow terror and distress, affecting in a disproportionate way the most vulnerable populations. The proliferation of weapons and drugs, in particular in conflict zones, are feeding a hellish cycle of violence and instability, thus hindering the long-term development objectives and mortgaging off the future of entire generations. The climate emergency has become a tangible and devastating reality. The multiplication of extreme climate events, the degradation of ecosystems and the loss of biodiversity are all warning signs that should push us to act with a sense of determination and clear-sightedness. Glowing inequalities across the world make fertile ground for social tensions, for conflicts, and for instability. The COVID-19 pandemic, far from having been a great leveller, has exacerbated existing gaps, shedding light on how vulnerable healthcare systems are and social protection systems are in many countries, and further widening the gap between rich countries and developing countries. President, ladies and gentlemen, faced with these challenges, we cannot give in to fear or to fatality. Multilateralism, as embodied by the United Nations, remains the best weapon that we have available to us and remains our collective instrument to build a more safe and peaceful world. However, and unfortunately, we must note and we must realise that the multilateral system now that was created in the post-war period is struggling to effectively respond to the challenges of a world that is so swiftly and significantly changing. A courageous and ambitious reform of the United Nations, in particular the Security Council, is now more than ever essential. Africa, which is a continent with huge demographic and economic growth, should not be left to the sidelines of the hubs of global decision-making. The effective implementation of the Paris Agreement and the strengthening of commitments made to reduce greenhouse gas emissions are absolutely essential in order to preserve the future of our planet and to guarantee the well-being of future generations. To this end, the President of the Republic of Madagascar, Mr. Andry Rajoelina, recalled during his statement in Glasgow at the COP26 conference that took place in 2022, how important it is to ramp up the mobilization of $100 billion in line with the Paris Agreement in order to finance the energy transition policy in Africa. The fight against climate change can therefore not be decoupled from development issues. It's essential to support developing countries in their transition towards a green and resilient economy by providing them the financial and technology resources that they require, while recognising their right to development. It is essential and urgent to promote a development model for a more inclusive and more equitable world that leaves nobody behind. Above and beyond words, now is the time to act. It is time now to turn our commitments into concrete actions, especially for Africa, by investing massively in education, in healthcare, in drinking water, in social protection for all, in infrastructure and innovation, and in job creation, in particular for young people and for women. For inclusive multilateralism, it is time to promote more just and more equitable international trade, and to promote and guarantee equitable access to knowledge and to technology and to the finance and investment systems, and they need to be fairer as well, and the same goes for social justice and sustainable peace in the world. President, ladies and gentlemen, Madagascar, aware of these global challenges and of how urgent it is to bring concerted and lasting solutions, is committed with a sense of determination alongside the United Nations and its member states to build a more just and sustainable world with more solidarity. The Fihavanana, which is a national way of living together, is profoundly rooted in Malagasy culture and guides our action. It brings across our profound aspiration to live in harmony with mutual respect and solidarity, ensuring we leave nobody by the wayside and never forgetting the most vulnerable, working thus for a more fair society. The general policy of the state of Madagascar, implementing the vision of His Excellency Mr. Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic, places human capital as the main key pillar for development. Over the last 5 years, we've invested enormously in education, in training, health, security, innovative and inclusive social programs, the fight against malnutrition, and in infrastructure in order to catch up with our development deficits and thus break the vicious cycle of poverty. The country continues to invest massively in these areas, which are the main foundation of our actions to foster human development. True to our country's tradition of being a peaceful and tolerant people, Madagascar has made democracy, the respect for the rule of law and good governance key tools to maintain stability, to strengthen peace and security, and to consolidate our path towards sustainable development. And of course, this is shown and very clearly proven explicitly in our classification in the Global Peace Index that has placed Madagascar in 2nd place. So that's the second most peaceful country in sub-Saharan Africa in 2024. Of course, we do nevertheless have many challenges. However, the leadership of His Excellence, Mr. Andry Rajoelina, President of the Republic, is in line with the hopes of our compatriots who entrusted him with a new term in 2024 to engage in agricultural and industrial transformations for Madagascar, to create more jobs and decent income for young people and rural people, to bring added value to the Madagascar economy, and to bring more peace and sustainable development for the country. Today, Madagascar is the 3rd largest rice producer in Africa. However, our ambition is to become #1 with new policy guidance for regional development coming from the government to optimize farming in the rice paddies of our country, focusing on new knowledge and new technology in terms of using agricultural inputs for all farmers, and to improve irrigation infrastructure in order to double, even triple productivity on the short term, focusing on the so-called agricultural aggregation to better attract private investment in intensive rice production, and also other crops like potatoes and dry grains, etc. When it comes to development challenges, Madagascar intends to bolster its tireless efforts to improve our road network by building the flagship Sunshine Road project, the Route du Soleil, that connects the regions on the east side of our Great Islands, and this is going to bring about more growth and investment, public and private investment, more fluid trade, to develop tourism in our regions, and to rapidly transform regional economies and strengthen peace and security in the country. These efforts on our road network are also part of our government's priority actions to carry out large infrastructure projects. Renewable energy is thus one of the priorities that my government has today to achieve its industrialization plan, and its many actions seeking to improve the living conditions of our population, in particular the rural population, by substantially reducing the state budget in a lasting way by subsidizing the cost of electricity production to carefully support the development projects. In this regard, we are now ramping up our solar energy project with 47 different solar panel projects in the country, and we are also starting to build hydroelectric power stations and solar power stations with private investors and development partners that will allow us to reach additional production of more than 500 megawatts over the next 4 to 5 years. The goal that we seek is to double the shares of the agricultural and industrial sectors in Madagascar's GDP in order to bring about real growth that creates jobs and sustainable income for youth and for rural people, thus transforming our economy and substantially reducing poverty to enable the development of our great island to soar. Aware of the climate change challenges and the challenges that that causes for peace, security and development, Madagascar, although we are one of the most vulnerable to climate change as a very low greenhouse gas emitter. And we are facing harsh blows from cyclones, drought, coastal erosion and loss of biodiversity, and this risks considerably reducing, even annihilating economic and social progress made through agricultural and industrial transformations that we've been engaging in thus far. Since Madagascar is one of the few countries that is actually saving the planet with a negative carbon footprint thanks to our forests, we're actually one of the real green lungs of the African continent. In light of this, I urge the international community to ramp up and to accelerate climate adaptation finance for the most vulnerable countries, in particular island countries like Madagascar. Madagascar is determined to preserve our precious natural assets for future generations. President, ladies and gentlemen, by way of conclusion, Madagascar more than ever now is appealing for strengthened multilateralism that is more just and that is based on dialogue, cooperation and solidarity. Madagascar will continue to work tirelessly alongside the United Nations and its member states to build a world of peace, development and dignity for all. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Republic of Madagascar. I now give the floor to His Excellency Filip Ivanovic, Deputy Prime Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of Montenegro.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address to you today on behalf of Montenegro and to reiterate our unequivocal support and commitment to the goals and principles of the UN Charter, as well as the overall mission of the World Organization, as we are confronted with unprecedented challenges across the globe, not only in terms of international peace and security, but in other domains as well. Allow me to extend due acknowledgement and gratitude to the President of the previous session of the General Assembly, His Excellency Denis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago, for his achievements and guidance through these unsettling circumstances. Furthermore, I would like to express our best wishes to his successor, His Excellency Philemon Yang of Cameroon. We wish him a successful tenure and we welcome the choice of this year's debate theme as it faithfully portrays the very mission of the United Nations, and you can count on the full support of the Montenegrin delegation. Ladies and gentlemen, leaving no one behind while acting together for peace and security, sustainable development and human dignity are the key challenges lying before the United Nations, to which, unfortunately, as a community, we still have failed to provide an effective and a comprehensive response. Achievement of a peaceful and sustainable future against the backdrop of one-sided, arbitrary and authoritative actions of a handful of international actors, but whose actions are jeopardizing the peace and welfare of the majority, will insist on our full-scale vigilance and awareness and put our words and our rhetoric to a practical test. Even though the occurring geopolitical developments have clearly demonstrated that our efforts have fallen short and that we must do much more, and not just more, but much better, there is a solution and an alternative. Multilateralism at its best and strongest, led by a more powerful United Nations at the helm of international cooperation and global response, if we are to have a peaceful and prosperous global society. Dear colleagues, national-based narrow approaches instead of global solutions still dominate the international environment, and rather than uniting in joint endeavors with positive global circumstances, we are losing ground to authoritarianism and unilateral behavior. In addition to the crisis in the Middle East, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, civil war in Sudan, instability in the Horn of Africa, Yemen, Democratic Republic of Congo, Myanmar, Haiti, we are facing a number of other issues, including the climate emergency, growing food insecurity, erosion of democracy and human rights, growing terrorism and violent extremism, cyber threats and backsliding on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, only contributing to an already alarming global situation. We commend and support the Secretary-General's new Agenda for Peace, which offers and identifies indeed the needed tools and measures for generating a quality response to the ongoing challenges, especially through disarmament, more investments in diplomacy and mediation, mitigation of geopolitical influence on the population, prevention of further fragmentation of global trade rules, effective tackling of the climate change issues, as well as prevention of violence and human rights violations. As we are all very much aware, the pace of the SDGs implementation is not at the percentage we hoped for. Member States need to commit to the realization of the 2030 Agenda as the best possible way to build long-standing peace and prosperity. However, we need to take into consideration that the developing economies are not able to sufficiently finance policies to implement the SDGs, especially in the light of the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and other crises. We are committed to the promotion of good governance and strong institutions at all levels as key enablers of sustainable development, peace and security, and we strongly advocate for reforms towards a more inclusive and representative international financial architecture. Therefore, we support the Secretary-General's appeal for a wholesale reform of the financial architecture, which at the moment does not offer developing countries the affordable financing needed to achieve the SDGs, and we join the UN in calling upon the international financial structure to finance these countries in a form of eligible credit arrangements. Within its capabilities, Montenegro will continue to fully support the transformation based on accelerating the implementation of the goals and objectives of sustainable development, with the aim of achieving continuous, inclusive and sustainable economic growth while protecting natural resources, improving the state of human resources and strengthening social inclusion. Excellencies, in view of the volatile situation in the Middle East, I would like to express Montenegro's deep concern over the escalating violence and the humanitarian situation in Gaza, with the destruction of infrastructure, lack of water, food and healthcare. We call upon all the parties to de-escalate and engage in a meaningful dialogue. Our position is clear. We have condemned the indiscriminate terrorist attacks by Hamas on Israel from October the 7th in 2023. At the same time, however, we also condemn every act of violence against the civilian population, as well as the interruption of water, food and energy supplies in the Gaza Strip. It is of absolute importance that the humanitarian corridors are opened and humanitarian aid provided to civilians. Any response to a terrorist attack must be undertaken in accordance with international humanitarian law. We call for a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza, during which negotiations would be conducted towards a two-state solution, as only a two-state model guarantees lasting and sustainable peace in the region. Again, regardless of the outcome of the negotiations, the international law must be upheld by all the parties to the conflict and all hostages still in captivity released immediately and unconditionally. Montenegro also reiterates its strong condemnation of the destruction that the Russian aggression has caused in Ukraine, including the killing of civilians, as well as unlawful attacks on civilian infrastructure, sexual and gender-based violence, and reports of child abduction. We emphasize yet again that there can be no impunity for war and other heinous crimes, and that we must ensure responsibility as a precondition for ensuring a durable peace. In this regard, we support all accountability initiatives to fight impunity and ensure justice. As the aggression has been particularly devastating for children, we call on the Russian Federation to fully respect the international humanitarian law and to immediately implement measures to protect children. In addition, we call on the Russian Federation to cease attacks on civilian infrastructure and allow aid to the affected civilian population, including areas under temporary Russian military control. I would like to reconfirm our support to Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. Montenegro will continue to support Ukraine and will continue to provide financial, humanitarian, military and diplomatic aid. Like the entire international community, we want to see a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine in accordance with the UN Charter and the adopted resolutions of the UN General Assembly. Dear colleagues, I believe we can all agree that the ongoing global crisis represents one of the gravest challenges to international peace and security since the creation of the World Organization. The world ought to be united as ever before in defending democracy, human rights, the freedom of choice, rule of law, and ensuring peace and prosperity, but above all preserving human lives. The international community must also do significantly more in the fight against climate change, with decisive actions much needed, such as the full implementation of the Paris Agreement and the resolution of the interconnections between the triple planetary crises of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are needed while strengthening climate action. Sustainable development goals and the fight against climate change are fundamentally linked to peace and security and human rights. Without peace, all other goals, from human rights and gender equality to addressing climate change, water and energy and food security, will not be achieved. The increasing number of conflicts, as well as ever-growing threats to international peace and security, require a change in the current global practice and the application of a holistic and coordinated approach within the UN system based on prevention. It is in this context that we must take a better advantage of the preventive capacity of the Human Rights Council. As a member of the Council for the term of 2022 to 2024, we fully recognize its contribution to the early warning system when it comes to prevention of violence and mass violations of human rights. Unfortunately, as it is the case with other forums, I am afraid we do not use them properly and to the fullest scope of their potential. Nevertheless, Montenegro remains a dedicated defender and promoter of human rights and freedoms, their universality and indivisibility, which we must not take for granted. Advancing and supporting the integration of human rights and the gender perspective in all aspects of the work of the United Nations and preserving the universality and independence of the human rights system remain our absolute priority, and in that light, further strengthening of the Human Rights Council role in responding to situations of serious human rights violations globally. Excellencies, there are still far too many places in the world where peace, stability, human rights, and even basic necessities are a luxury. This is something which we cannot be proud of. On the contrary, we more often place emphasis on reactionary humanitarian response rather than on a preventive one. Nevertheless, although of vital importance for the affected population, the humanitarian aid needs to be followed by an adequate political solution representing the best way to sustainably end violence and to establish long-term peace. Montenegro is firmly committed and determined to actively and constructively contribute and support collective efforts to preserve world peace and security, and in this line supports the new agenda for peace as an opportunity to shape new responses to old and emerging threats, including strengthening prevention, adapting UN peacekeeping forces to this new environment, and strengthening the peace-building architecture, including ensuring adequate, predictable, and sustainable financing for peace-building and implementation of Agenda Women, Peace and Security in all its dimensions, as well as the Agenda Youth, Peace and Security. At the same time, Montenegro continues to actively participate in peacekeeping missions aware that only a safe neighborhood can provide a guarantee of our own security and prosperity. Furthermore, we hope the new agenda for peace will contribute to the preservation, implementation, and further strengthening of the global architecture for arms control, disarmament, and non-proliferation, as well as multilateral export control regimes, strengthening at the same time multilateral capacities to address the challenges of terrorism and violent extremism, hybrid threats, as well as cyber risks. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the solution to all of these challenges must go hand in hand with the reform of the UN system, in line with the reform agenda of the Secretary General. In particular, as a small country, we are interested in strengthening the authority and role of the General Assembly, as well as its efficiency, but also other main UN bodies. The reform of the UN system presupposes a flexible attitude of all participants in the negotiation process, especially in the process of reforming the Security Council. We believe that the reform of the UN Security Council as the guardian of international peace and security is necessary, with the expansion of its membership achieving a more equal representation of regional groups, which would thus enable more effective maintenance of international peace and security. In order for the United Nations to maintain and strengthen its central position in the global governance system, it is vital that the organization is reformed and adapted to the geopolitical realities of the 21st century and modern democratic values. Excellencies, in the conditions of an increasingly sharp international polarization, fragmentation and instability, economic and geopolitical uncertainty, it is our common responsibility to show the true value of the United Nations and effective multilateralism as a global solution to global challenges. We can either choose further isolationism and erosion of trust, growing xenophobia, nationalism and extremist ideas, or we can make a breakthrough by choosing a future based on the highest civilizational values of equality, justice, responsibility and solidarity, and not on retrograde ideologies, selfishness and unscrupulous populism. As John Adams once said, every problem is an opportunity in disguise. It is precisely what we have at our hands, a unique opportunity to use the current deteriorating international environment as momentum for building a more equal, just and sustainable world with a revitalized multilateralism based on fair and humane globalization, respect for human rights and dignity of all. We must act for peace and progress now, while we still have a chance built on achieving a just and quality of life for all. Montenegro, proud of its centuries-old multi-ethnic and multi-confessional tradition, remains steadfast on the course of a Euro-Atlantic future, good neighborly relations and multilateralism. Being a geographical part of Europe, values as well as principles-wise, we are convinced that only the acceleration of integration process and a stronger incentive of our EU partners can bring about stability and prosperity of the region, which is undoubtedly an important asset and contribution to the overall security and stability of Europe. Montenegro will continue to tirelessly pursue and promote those policies with undiminished commitment to the values of multilateralism, open and friendly cooperation. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, the very core principles of the United Nations Charter are not just being compromised, but essentially nullified. We cannot act as innocent stand-byers, as we are not. We must rise to the challenge, raise our voice and stand up for those in need, and demonstrate that our common values are not subject to interpretation, but that those who violate these principles have to be held accountable. Too many people have already lost their lives in recent conflicts across the globe. They have lost their loved ones and their homes, and in most cases forced to flee their countries. This must not happen in the 21st century. This is not what our predecessors fought for. We are better than this, but we must show it. This cannot be a heritage we wish to leave to our children. We must do better for the sake of the generations to come. I thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of Montenegro. I now give the floor to His Excellency Rashid Meredov, Deputy Chairman, of the Cabinet of Ministers and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Turkmenistan.
Your Excellency, Madam Chair, distinguished heads and members of delegations, first of all, allow me to congratulate you on the beginning of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I congratulate Mr. Philemon Yang on his election as the President of the General Assembly and wish him every success. I would also like to express my gratitude to Ambassador Dennis Francis for his effective leadership of the General Assembly during the 78th session. Ladies and gentlemen, strategic partnership with the United Nations and cooperation with member states are the main approach of Turkmenistan in addressing the pressing global issues and challenges. The key condition and mere criterion in this work for Turkmenistan is adherence to the UN Charter, international legal norms, and recognized beneficial models of relations based on equality, sovereignty, and mutual respect among all participants in international affairs. In this logic, Turkmenistan supports the global mission of the United Nations as a conductor of the collective mandate and the balance of interests of member states. This position was reaffirmed at the meetings of the UN Secretary-General with the President of Turkmenistan and the national leader of the Turkmen people during his visit to Turkmenistan this summer. For the 79th session, Turkmenistan has decided to follow 4 priorities, which are peace and security, sustainable development, climate change, humanitarian issues. All of these areas are closely interconnected. It means that their implementation must be comprehensive, based on unified principles and approaches. In this context, Turkmenistan advocates for equal, fair, and balanced approach that would ensure the UN pays same attention to all key areas of the international agenda. In matters of ensuring peace and security, Turkmenistan's efforts in the current session will be aimed at strengthening peace and trust, enhancing the role of preventive diplomacy mechanisms, and furthering peace-building processes in line with the new agenda for peace. When it comes to global security, Turkmenistan is especially promoting model of neutrality within the United Nations, which capable to provide the world community with practical tools to resolve existing and prevent potential conflicts and contradictions. Next year, we will celebrate 30th anniversary of the UN General Assembly resolution on international recognition of neutral status of Turkmenistan. Over the past years, our neutrality has demonstrated its alignment with the high ideals, basic principles, and goals of the United Nations. The unanimous adoption in 2015 of the corresponding resolution of the General Assembly has demonstrated that neutrality became a heritage of the entire world community. During the 79th session, our country will be promoting further support of the political and legal foundations of neutrality and their application across a broad range of UN activities. Preventive diplomacy holds an important place here. We are convinced that the time has come to reflect on the significance of neutrality for global politics and its potential in the current strategic landscape. In this regard, Turkmenistan puts forward the initiative to provide neutral countries the status of priority partnership with the United Nations in its peacekeeping efforts. We are confident that this will serve as an effective impetus for the international community to more actively utilize the tools of neutrality and preventive diplomacy. One of the essential aspects of the United Nations Security Agenda is the practical implementation of the General Assembly resolution declaring 2025 as the International Year of Peace and Trust. Naturally, as the country that initiated the resolution, Turkmenistan will take on the leading role in organizing relevant events next year. At the same time, we rely on the support of all member states, the UN Secretariat, and its leadership to ensure that the International Year of Peace and Trust becomes a manifestation of the goodwill of the international community, its desire for peace and harmony, overcoming differences, conflicts, and rejection of dividing lines. In the regional dimension, the most important aspect of ensuring security is cooperation in the Afghan direction and support for the people of Afghanistan in their aspirations to begin peaceful, constructive work to rebuild the economy and social sphere and solve humanitarian problems. In this context, I would like to highlight major infrastructure projects in Afghanistan being implemented by our country together with international partners. Among them is the construction of the strategic Turkmenistan-Afghanistan-Pakistan-India gas pipeline. Just 2 weeks ago, we began a new stage of construction of this pipeline on Afghan territory. Other significant projects include the construction of power transmission and fiber optic communication lines along the Turkmenistan-Afghanistan-Pakistan route, as well as a new railway from Turkmenistan towards Afghan direction. Turkmenistan's humanitarian aid to the Afghan people will continue, including the free construction of social facilities there and the education of Afghan students in our country's educational institutions. Thus, Turkmenistan in practice confirms its strong position of solidarity with the people of Afghanistan. In addressing the global climate agenda, Turkmenistan will be focusing on protection of the environment in Central Asia and Caspian Sea region. In this regard, our country advocates for more active and extensive UN involvement in saving the Aral Sea. Turkmenistan initiated the adoption of 2 recent UN General Assembly resolutions on cooperation between UN and the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea. Furthermore, in 2023, ISCAP adopted a resolution on the modalities for creating UN special program for the Aral Sea Basin. Among other specific problems of Central Asia, which have much broader consequences and impact, we highlight desertification, and the reduction of water resources. All of this requires more active cooperation with the United Nations and presence of its resident offices in the region on a permanent basis. Turkmenistan is ready to work on this. As a concrete step, in cooperation with United Nations, our country is promoting the establishment of specialized structure, the Regional Center for Climate-Related Technologies. Another topic has gone far beyond regional borders is the Caspian issue. In this regard, we especially emphasize that preserving the Caspian Sea as unique natural complex are not just the internal affairs of the littoral states, but a global-scale problem and challenge. The approaches to solving them should be appropriate. Therefore, Turkmenistan appeals to the UN, its relevant agencies such as UNEP and UNDP, financial institutions, environment funds, primarily Global Environment Facility and Green Climate Fund, and other structures, urging them to move towards systematic and targeted cooperation with the Caspian states to combat the sea's shallowing, destruction of its ecological balance, reduction of biodiversity, and other ecological and climate issues affecting the Caspian Sea. The President of Turkmenistan at the last session of the UN General Assembly proposed the Caspian Environmental Initiative. We are ready to start the active dialogue on this topic and hope the full support of the General Assembly. In matters of sustainable development, we propose moving forward with a number of specific initiatives from Turkmenistan. In particular, we are talking about developing a global framework program for the transition to a circular economy. Other initiatives include the creation of a global atlas of sustainable transport connectivity and Alliance for Global Energy Security and Sustainable Development. In cooperation with the UN, we are ready to begin developing algorithms for joint work on these proposals. Turkmenistan will continue to work with UN to overcome the consequences of humanitarian crises, address population issues, protect motherhood and children, and safeguard the rights of persons with disabilities, refugees, and stateless persons, among other topics. I would like to note that our country has done significant work in reducing and preventing statelessness. Currently, more than 32,000 people, including refugees and stateless persons, have been granted Turkmen citizenship. It is mean that this year we have fulfilled 5-year international action plan to eliminate statelessness. Ladies and gentlemen, next year the entire world will celebrate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. We are approaching a milestone where responsibility, foresight, and realism must guide all our thoughts and actions. It is time to reflect on the path traveled, assess the experience, correct mistakes and shortcomings, and together move forward in improving the work of our organization and its institutions. One thing must remain unshakable. It is commitment to the values principles and goals of the United Nations, because they have proven their viability and alignment with the fundamental long-term interests of humanity. Around this fact, now more than ever, it is necessary to combine all responsible forces. Turkmenistan believes in the United Nations and its huge creative potential. For our country, the United Nations has always been and remains the unique international organization with universal legal status. The voice of the United Nations must remain strong in ensuring global peace and security, sustainable development, and solving humanitarian problems. Turkmenistan will continue to contribute its efforts in addressing the global challenges for the future of the world through realization of its priorities. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Deputy Chairman of the Cabinet of Ministers and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Turkmenistan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Cho Tae-yo, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, I'd like to extend my congratulations to His Excellency Philemon Yang on assuming the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Let me also pay tribute to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his dedication to global peace and prosperity. The year 2024 has sadly earned the distinction of being the most conflict-ridden year since World War II. Across the globe, from Ukraine to the Middle East, conflict and division have torn at the fabric of human dignity. 2 billion people, or roughly 1 in 4, reside in conflict zones. 310 million people require humanitarian assistance worldwide, and more than 120 million, or 1 in 70, are refugees. Meanwhile, records suggest that we are brushing dangerously close to the critical threshold of 1.5 Celsius degrees. Most worrying of all, the international community seems to be losing the sense of what these numbers really stand for. Real lives disrupted, families displaced, futures lost, and a planetary crisis looming. As the war of aggression against Ukraine drags on to its third year, as seemingly intractable challenges mount with no end in sight, cynicism and powerlessness are hardening in some quarters. There is growing belief that multilateralism is ineffective and the United Nations is no longer relevant. But I stand before you today to affirm that this is not true. My nation's very existence as a free, democratic, and prosperous country is the proof that the United Nations in action works. It was the first ever UN-led coalition that defended the freedom and democracy in the Republic of Korea, ravaged by war in early 1950s. Our journey from devastation to democracy and prosperity was made possible by the continued support of the international community, particularly through UN agencies and programs. The story of the Republic of Korea provides the antidote against paralyzing defeatism. It is a story of what we can achieve when good men and women choose to act together. A concrete evidence that multilateral system can make a real difference. If global challenges are mounting, then we must double down on multilateralism. We need more of UN in action, not less. This is why I applaud the timely and proactive initiative of Secretary General Antonio Guterres to convene the Summit of the Future this year. As we prepare to mark the 80th session of the UN General Assembly next year, we must ask ourselves, what will be the UN's role in the decades to come? Where do we see ourselves in the 90th and the 100th session of the UN General Assembly? The Pact for the Future is the culmination of all our soul-searching at the Summit of the Future. It galvanizes our resolve to act not just for the present, but for the future generations as well. Mr. President, now the onus is on each and every one of the UN members to fulfill the commitments on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement. Earlier, I mentioned that UN in action works, but we must not forget UN in action actually means UN members in action. Under the foreign policy vision of President Yoon Suk-yeol, the Republic of Korea seeks to be a global pivotal state, recognizing both its indebtedness to the multilateral systems and its growing ability to be their champion. The Republic of Korea is committed to do its part as a UN member by serving three functions: a facilitator, a supporter, and an initiator. First, in the global efforts to build sustainable peace, the Republic of Korea will act as a facilitator. Peace is not merely the absence of conflict. It is the sustainable presence of security and opportunity. The Republic of Korea understands this deeply, having endured the trials of war and division. Today, the Republic of Korea is one of the core contributors to UN peacekeeping and peace-building efforts around the world. Its troops and experts serve in some of the world's most volatile regions, providing not just security, but hope. To ensure that peace is durable, however, it is important to go beyond the individual efforts of contributing countries. The Republic of Korea advocates strengthening the UN's peace-building architecture with the Peacebuilding Commission at its core, fulfilling its unique mandate to bridge all three pillars of the United Nations to bring greater coherence and a more integrated approach. We will actively participate in the peace-building architecture review next year with a focus on how to strengthen the humanitarian, development, and peace nexus. We will also align our humanitarian aid and development cooperation programs with the United Nations activities to promote peace and security around the world, and collaborate with the United Nations to identify multifaceted challenges and address their root causes in a coherent and holistic manner. At the heart of our mission as a facilitator is our role as an elected member of the Security Council for the 2024 through 25 term. Our focus is on peacekeeping and peace building, advancing the women, peace, and security agenda, and addressing the complex relationship between climate and security. However, we must also face the dysfunctions that have hampered the Council's effectiveness. It is increasingly difficult to justify the current structure when a permanent member continues its war of aggression on its neighbor, challenging the fundamental tenets of the UN Charter it is tasked with upholding. The misuse of its right to veto is putting deadlocks on important and urgent work. As we seek to find practical solutions by actively building common ground amongst the diverging views of the Council members, we will also work with all UN member states to achieve a comprehensive Security Council reform in the international intergovernmental negotiations. Expanding elected membership on the equitable geographical distribution and through regular elections will contribute to a more democratic, effective, transparent, representative, and accountable Council. The compromise proposal of longer-term re-electable seats deserves due attention in this regard. The Republic of Korea will also actively address the surging demand for humanitarian aid in the midst of ongoing conflicts. This year, the Republic of Korea has committed $200 million in humanitarian aid to Ukraine. And we also plan to provide $100 million to tackle humanitarian crises by this year's end, including $30 million for civilians affected by the ongoing Israel-Hamas conflict. Sadly, conflict in the Middle East is now being further escalated, especially in the Israel-Lebanon border. The Republic of Korea joins the United States, France, and many others in urging the parties to pause their fighting and instead give diplomacy a chance to succeed. Second, the Republic of Korea will play a role as a supporter for the Global South in their efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and take climate actions. As the first country to transition from an aid recipient to a donor nation, we firmly believe that we can and should be the tide that lifts other boats. This philosophy underpins our approach to official development assistance, which has grown by 30% this year from last year and quadrupled since 2010. With only 6 years left to meet the SDGs and only 17% of these goals on track, we also wish to be smart about how our ODAs is put to use, however fast-growing it is. Our initiative to serve as a green ladder through our Green ODA demonstrates the commitment to tackle the nexus of climate change and the SDGs. Recently, the Republic of Korea has committed an additional $300 million to the Green Climate Fund, $7 million to the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, and has plans to continue expanding its Green ODA. But financial support is only part of the equation. We are buttressing our funding with intangible support by sharing our unique developmental know-how and by building wider and more sustained partnerships. The inaugural Korea-Pacific Islands Summit held last year, as well as the first ever Korea-Africa Summit held in June this year, were landmark events which highlighted our commitment to deepening mutually enriching partnerships with these regions. At the June Korea-Africa Summit, we pledged to increase our ODA to Africa up to $10 billion by 2030 and to collaboratively address global challenges such as climate change, food insecurity, and supply chain disruptions. We put a particular focus on empowering the youth of Africa, the youngest continent in the world, to drive sustainable development through initiatives like Tech for Africa. Next year, we plan to organize the inaugural Korea Central Asia Summit, where sustainable development will again take center stage. All of this would only be a half measure without Korea's own green transition. We will remain fully committed to carbon-free energy initiative. Third, the Republic of Korea will act as an initiator in the global efforts to install new norms and governance for human dignity and well-being. The exponential growth of technology, particularly in the field of artificial intelligence, has not only opened new frontiers, but also poses potential risks to human rights and dignity. Meeting such a new challenge requires new norms and governance fit for our time. To that end, my president, standing in this very hall last year, pledged to lead the global discussions on AI governance, and we have since spearheaded efforts to establish frameworks that ensure AI is developed and used in service of humanity. The Seoul Declaration for Safe, Innovative, and Inclusive AI, adopted during the AI Seoul Summit in May, marked a significant milestone in building the norms for civilian AI. The adoption of Blueprint for Action during the second summit on responsible AI in the military domain earlier this month in Seoul further laid the groundwork for norms for military use of AI. We are also dedicated to addressing cyber threats and promoting an open, free, and safe cyberspace that respects human rights. Leveraging its expertise in cybersecurity, the Republic of Korea has actively participated in global efforts to establish comprehensive norms, including the UN Convention Against Cybercrime. Our work extends to the UN Security Council, where, as an elected member, the Republic of Korea is helping to lay a solid foundation for the Council's effective and agile response to cybersecurity issues. Another area of concern is plastic pollution, a global crisis that threatens both ecosystems and human health. The Republic of Korea will host the 5th and the last session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution in Bhutan in November this year, where we hope to work with the UN members to reach a binding agreement to end this pollution. Mr. President and Madam President, the heartbreaking tragedy is that just miles from Seoul, we find cynicism at its bleakest. North Korea continues to pose threats to peace and security on the Korean Peninsula and beyond, with its ongoing development of nuclear and missile capabilities, as shown by their recent disclosure of uranium enrichment facilities, as well as provocations that have stooped down to despicable levels, such as sending trash balloons into the south. Moreover, North Korea has been engaged in military cooperation with Russia, providing it with missiles and millions of ammunition. It is indeed deplorable that Russia, a permanent Security Council member and one of the founding states for the non-proliferation regime, is engaging in illegal arms trade with North Korea, and in April of this year, vetoed the extension of the mandate of the panel of experts on sanctions against North Korea, which had been functioning effectively for the past 15 years. The heart of the matter is that North Korea's nuclear and missile programs and egregious human rights abuses are two sides of the same coin. North Korea is only able to develop these weapons of mass destruction with impunity by repressing the human rights of its people and diverting scarce resources from its starving populace. What Pyongyang offers is not a vision, but a cold and self-serving calculus, a calculus that only sees twin deficits persisting indefinitely, a deficit of peace on the peninsula and a deficit of freedom in North Korea. Madam President, the August 15 Unification Doctrine unveiled by President Yoon Suk-yeol last month presents a vision of a unified Korean peninsula that is free, peaceful, and prosperous. Recognizing that achieving sustainable peace is an unfinished task on the peninsula, we firmly believe that the road to peace runs through the expansion of freedom and through the unification of Korean peninsula. This peace will contribute to global peace and security. Under this vision, freedom which has underpinned the Republic of Korea's independence, growth, and prosperity will at last be fully unlocked in the North, restoring the human rights of each and every Korean. Achieving this vision requires the international community to advocate the freedom and human rights of North Koreans who have no voice. The Republic of Korea is committed to working together with the international community to steer North Korea towards making the right decisions. Madam President, nearly 75 years ago, founders of the United Nations stood together, bound by faith in multilateralism, to defend freedom and sovereignty and uphold the UN Charter. As we approach the 80th session of the General Assembly next year, we must recommit ourselves to the principles that brought us together. Multilateralism is not an outdated concept. It is the only path forward. To stand idle in the face of today's challenges would be to abandon both the vulnerable today and the generation of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Penny Wong, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Australia.
President, friends, steeled by the horror of the most catastrophic conflict in history, humanity forged our United Nations. Its purpose often defined not as taking us to heaven, but saving us from hell. Yet we convene this week with so much of the human family enshrouded in darkness. More conflict than any time since World War II. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Sudan, Myanmar, Yemen, Gaza, and now Lebanon. Brutal, degrading conflict, ingraining hate and division, pushing peace into the unseeable distance and pulling neighbours into an endless, reflexive cycle of blame and retaliation. Such entrenched violence has its own gravity. More violence becomes the path of least resistance. Seeing past hatred is hard. Building trust is hard. Compromise is hard. Making peace is hard. But the future otherwise is not worthy of our children and the present not worthy of ourselves. We must remember why we built this institution. The United Nations system is where the world comes together to agree and uphold standards and rules to protect all of the world's peoples and the sovereignty of all nations. These rules always matter, and never more so than in times of conflict, when they help guide us out of darkness back toward the light, back on a path towards peace, stability, and prosperity. Not long after we last gathered here, Israel was attacked by the terrorist group Hamas, which killed 1,200 people. This was the greatest loss of Jewish life in a single day since the Holocaust, and Hamas continues to hold hostages. It was an attack that cannot and should not be justified. Like many countries, Australia has imposed sanctions on Hamas, its leaders and financial facilitators. In Israel's response, more than 40,000 Palestinians have been killed, more than 11,000 children, nearly 2 million Gazans displaced, some many times over, more than 2 million facing acute food insecurity. This must end. Palestinian civilians cannot be made to pay the price of defeating Hamas. All lives have equal value. Last month, we marked 75 years since the world established the Geneva Conventions, the foundations of international humanitarian law to limit human suffering in conflict. War has rules. Every country in this room must abide by them, even when confronting terrorists, even when defending borders. Israel must comply with the binding orders of the International Court of Justice, including to enable the provision of basic services and humanitarian assistance at scale. Australia shares the frustration of the great majority of countries more than 77 years since this General Assembly adopted Resolution 181, a plan for 2 states side by side, one Jewish, one Palestinian. 77 years later, that Palestinian state still does not exist, long held out as the promise at the end of a peace process that has ground to a halt. The world cannot wait. We must all contribute new ways to break the cycle of conflict. Earlier this year, Australia voted in the General Assembly in support of Palestinian aspirations for full membership of the United Nations. We have sanctioned Israeli extremist settlers and will deny anyone identified as an extremist settler a visa to travel to Australia. But individual country actions alone are not moving the dial. The international community must work together to pave a path to lasting peace. The world cannot keep hoping the parties will do this themselves. We cannot allow any party to obstruct the prospect of peace. As I've said for many months, Australia no longer sees Palestinian recognition as the destination of a peace process, but a contribution towards momentum towards peace. Australia wants to engage on new ways to build momentum, including the role of the Security Council in setting a pathway for 2 states, with a clear timeline for the International Declaration of Palestinian Statehood. because a two-state solution is the only hope of breaking the endless cycle of violence, the only hope to see a secure and prosperous future for both peoples, to give the Palestinian people the opportunity to realise their aspirations through self-determination, to strengthen the forces for peace across the region and undermine extremism. A two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, is the opposite of what Hamas wants. Hamas does not want peace, and it does not want security for the State of Israel. Any future Palestinian state must not be in a position to threaten Israel's security, and there can be no role for terrorists, and it will need a reformed Palestinian Authority. Right now, the suffering across the region must end. Hostages must be released, aid must flow. Australia has provided more than $80 million in humanitarian aid to support civilians who have been devastated by this conflict. But humanitarian aid is not a long-term answer. It is now nearly 300 days since Australia and 152 other countries voted for a ceasefire, and today I repeat that call. Just as I repeat Australia's call for a ceasefire in Lebanon and for parties to fully implement Resolution 1701, Lebanon cannot become the next Gaza. We know Australia is not a central player in the Middle East, but we seek to be a constructive voice for peace and the upholding of international law, including the protection of civilians. In order to protect civilians, we must also protect aid workers who deliver the food, water and medicine civilians need to survive. Aid workers are the best of humanity. Their selfless devotion to improving the lives of others should not cost them their own. Yet 2023 was the deadliest year on record for aid workers, and 2024 is on track to be even worse. Gaza is the most dangerous place on earth to be an aid worker. Australia felt this deeply with the IDF's strike against World Central Kitchen vehicles, which killed Australian Zoe Francom and her colleagues. This was not a one-off incident. More than 300 aid workers have been killed since the start of the conflict. This week, Australia has convened a group of ministers to pursue a new declaration for the protection of humanitarian personnel. This declaration will be developed over the coming months to demonstrate the unity of the international community's commitment to protect aid workers and to channel that commitment into action in Gaza, in Sudan, in Ukraine, and in all current and future conflicts. All countries will be invited to join the declaration, and I want to thank my fellow ministers from Brazil, Colombia, Indonesia, Japan, Jordan, Sierra Leone, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom, and the humanitarian leaders who have partnered with us in this. As Zomi Francom's family said this week, people like Zomi are rare, and their bravery and selflessness should be not only celebrated but protected. They can't be brave at any cost. The world's peoples are counting on all of us here to rededicate ourselves to international humanitarian law and the rest of the rules we have agreed to preserve peace and security. Russia continues its vicious assault on the people and sovereignty of Ukraine in flagrant violation of the UN Charter. Aside from terrible damage and loss of life in Ukraine, Russia's invasion is also propelling the global crisis in food and energy security, raising the cost of living for working people all over the world. This year, we saw Russia end the mandate of the Security Council's panel of experts on the DPRK after 14 years of unanimous support. The DPRK continues its unlawful activities with impunity, conducting illegal arms transfers to Russia and threatening our region, including the Republic of Korea and Japan. And we are concerned that Russia is sharing nuclear and space information and technology with Iran. Rules are being blurred, undermined, and at times blatantly violated. We must rally to defend these rules that protect us all, these rules that form the character of the world we want. A world where Australia and other countries have the freedom to decide our own futures without interference and intimidation. A world where we can find collective solutions to our toughest problems. These problems are evolving and changing, but the commitment of some states to the rules underpinning the international system has not evolved for the better. Whether cyber attacks, interference, disinformation or economic coercion, some states circumvent the rules, putting further out of reach collective approaches to counter new and emerging threats. Pressing challenges like climate change, technology, poverty, reform of financial architecture and increasingly necessary peace-building work. We need reform of the UN system to better serve us all. But reform cannot become a means for disruptors to dismantle protections for smaller countries. No state should pretend the rules don't apply to them. Ignoring international rulings, using might over multilateralism, ruling by power alone, not by law, favouring impunity rather than facing accountability, forcing outcomes by economic coercion or military muscle rather than on the level playing field we have established so carefully. We see some states trying to set us against each other when the challenges demand that we come together, that we stand together in support of the security, prosperity and sovereignty of all countries. Australia has a different vision for the world, one where no country dominates and no country is dominated. When disputes inevitably arise, we insist those differences are managed through dialogue and according to the rules, not simply by force or raw power. It's why we have consistently pressed China on peace and stability in the South China Sea and Taiwan Strait, and why we have welcomed the resumption of leader and military level dialogue between the United States and China. Some countries may dismiss the rules as a Western construct. Well, our Asia-Pacific region tells a different story. Take the agreement between Vietnam and Indonesia to delimit their exclusive economic zone after 12 years of negotiations, an example of how long-standing maritime disputes can be resolved in accordance with international law. Take Vanuatu's landmark International Court of Justice initiative on climate change, or Fiji and Solomon Islands maritime boundary agreements. Take the Bay of Bengal arbitration, where states peacefully resolved long-standing and sensitive claims under UNCLOS, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Or Australia and Timor-Leste, initiating the first ever compulsory conciliation under UNCLOS, leading to the resolution of our maritime boundary dispute. We see it in the Philippines' decision to go to the arbitral tribunal constituted under the UNCLOS and its unanimous clear ruling in the South China Sea arbitration between the Philippines and China, which is final and binding on the parties. These cases in our region illustrate how international law has been built, defended, and promoted by small and medium countries from different traditions. The countries of our region have embedded the rules that serve us all, and we make an ongoing contribution to maintaining and promoting them. And together we want to pursue peaceful ways to resolve disputes. We know this doesn't happen on its own. All of us help make it happen. Australia is doing this by being active, by exercising agency, and by contributing our efforts to the balance of power in our region and in the world. Our candidacy for a non-permanent seat on the Security Council for the term 29 to 30 reflects our deep commitment to contributing to international peace and security. The Security Council is a foundation of our collective peace and security, but we must reform it. Australia wants greater permanent and non-permanent representation for Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean and Asia Pacific. This body must represent the world as it is in the 21st century. We must also reform the peace-building and conflict prevention architecture. It's not working. That will be the focus of our coming term on the Peacebuilding Commission. We will support national prevention strategies in our term, essential for local peace building, and we are providing additional resources and staff to the PBC's support and secretariat bodies. We will increase our voluntary contribution to the UN Peacebuilding Fund to $15 million a year, because we are committed to doing all we can to de-escalate and prevent conflict. We do this by responding when we or our neighbours are coerced or have sovereignty threatened. We do this by supporting our region's security, as we did at the Pacific Islands Forum this month when we stood side by side with Pacific leaders to announce a Pacific-led, Australia-backed Pacific policing initiative. We do this by backing the call of Fiji's president for a cessation of ballistic missile testing in the Pacific. We do this by combining reassurance and deterrence, by working with our friends and partners openly and transparently, so no potential aggressor thinks the pursuit of conflict is worth the risk. But there is so much more to do. Friends, for peace to be truly durable, it must be built by and for all of society, including women. Yet here in the world's premier peace forum, only about 1 in 10 speakers at this dais so far this week have been women. Gender equality is a primary predictor of peace, even more so than a state's wealth or political system. And that is why Australia champions the Women, Peace and Security agenda. We support initiatives we know are working, like the Southeast Asia Women Peace Mediators, who link stakeholders to enhance the potential for constructive dialogue, like the Pacific Women Mediators Network, a locally led, vibrant, inclusive platform to support women's political leadership. And earlier this week, with Germany, Canada and the Netherlands, Australia invoked Afghanistan's responsibility under international law for the violations of the rights of women and girls. The Taliban have erased women from Afghanistan's self-portrait, effectively imprisoning half their society's population immediately halves their country's potential, depleting the soul and the prospects of a nation. Any country that wants to develop fully must encourage the full participation of all its people. So we can't pursue only parts of the 2030 agenda. We must achieve all of the Sustainable Development Goals. And yet, with just over 5 years to 2030, over a third of the SDGs are stalled or regressing, and finance targets are not being met. In times of scarcity, we need every development dollar to count. And this is why we need to strengthen the global financial architecture. And this is why Australia is backing the multidimensional Vulnerability Index and the Bridgetown Initiative. This is why Australia is championing reforms that make the MDBs more responsive to global shocks and build sustainability and resilience, particularly in the smallest and most vulnerable countries. This year, Australia committed 492 million Australian dollars to the Asian Development Fund, working with Japan to unlock a record $5 billion in new assistance to the region's most vulnerable countries over the next decade. Financial pressures are further strained by the trend of trade being used as a point of leverage rather than an opportunity, as economic interdependence is misused for political and strategic ends. Nearly every country in this room depends on open trade with transparent and predictable rules. So we must keep working together to uphold these trade rules that underpin our economic growth and the livelihoods of our peoples. Of course, it's not just finance and unfair trade arrangements that threaten development. Climate change is causing more disasters, reversing years of development gains overnight. Extreme weather threatens food and water security with grave implications for global stability. Australia is acting at home, enshrining our ambitious emissions reductions targets into legislation, 43% by 2030, net zero by 2050. We are transforming our economy. Within this decade, 82% of our electricity generation will be renewable, up from just 32% when I first addressed you 2 years ago. We are building new industries to accelerate our economic transition and to export reliable, renewable energy to the world. And we are acting internationally to respond to our partners. By the end of 2025, Australia will offer climate-resilient debt clauses in our sovereign loans. And the groundbreaking Australia-Tuvalu-Philippili Union Treaty entered into force on the 28th of August. Friends, it is the first time two nations have recognised in a legally binding treaty continuing statehood and sovereignty notwithstanding the impacts of sea level rise. And this agreement supports Tuvaluans to live and thrive at home through land reclamation and investments in infrastructure, education and health. At the same time, Tuvaluans have the choice to live, study and work in Australia. Mobility with dignity means ensuring people have a genuine choice to stay. Pacific voices have demonstrated sustained, clear and innovative leadership as well as tremendous resilience. This is why we are bidding to host COP31 in partnership with the Pacific. We want to show the world the unique climate challenges facing our regions and amplify the voices of small island developing states, the custodians of the world's oceans. President, we know that along with climate change, technology will define the multilateral system and development goals for decades to come. We want safe, accessible technology that is used for the global good, not as a tool for censorship or surveillance or exclusion or division. From the start of negotiations for the Global Digital Compact, Australia has advocated that all states should boost access to digital technologies that offer benefits to our world. And we know that if countries don't have digital infrastructure, they'll miss out. That's why we're building sustainable south-south connectivity, including submarine cables across the Pacific. We also know not all knowledge is new. First Nations peoples' deep knowledge must be preserved and it must be protected. Australia's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples have been innovators, inventors and knowledge holders for over 65,000 years. Whether it's fire-stick farming used to sustainably manage country, or the engineering of great stone fish traps across rivers and seas, that unbroken line of innovation has continued to this day. Earlier this year, Australia's Ambassador for First Nations People helped bring countries together to finalise the World Intellectual Property Organisation Treaty on Intellectual Property, Genetic Resources and Associated Traditional Knowledge. It's a treaty that acknowledges the link between traditional knowledge and innovation and intellectual property. It helps First Nations communities identify and protect the use of their knowledge by others, which in turn will spur collaboration between researchers, innovators and communities, opening up new opportunities for First Nations entrepreneurship. But friends, this treaty is remarkable for another reason. You see, it serves as a source of optimism. 193 member states agreed on new rules to the world's intellectual property system. That's an extraordinary achievement. As I said at the outset, the international outlook is framed by entrenched division, where consensus often seems a lost cause. But we collectively move the intellectual property system a step forward, just as we collectively move forward this week with the Pact for the Future. And these recent wins remind us of the gains we've made that we all need to protect, of the ways our lives are better because of the United Nations, of the ways our world is better because of our collective contribution to the international system. It promotes economic development and makes trade more fair, together supporting job creation, overcoming poverty and enabling small and medium countries to resist coercion. It guards against the spread of nuclear weapons. It sets the standards that keep food safe. It assigns the satellite orbits that take the internet to the most remote reaches. It sets the standards that keep 120,000 flights and 12 million passengers safely in the sky every day. It is resolving and preventing conflicts in 53 peacekeeping and political missions. And each year, it saves more than 350 million children from malnutrition. And most of all, let us always remember this. We are collectively descended from people who lived in a harsher, more dangerous world, who built this UN system to confine horrors of the past to history and to give us all a better life. We have no option and we have no excuse but to find a way through our challenges today, immense and intractable as they are. We must work together. We must drive change where it is needed transparently, together. We must drive change to include all the world's peoples, to deploy the collective agency this forum provides so we combat climate change, poverty and coercion, so we negotiate peace. President, friends, we must not allow others to divide us for their own gain, to dilute the protections that are inherent in the UN Charter, that are codified in the Geneva Conventions. Rather, we have to reinforce those protections in the interest of all states and civilians. That is what Australia is for. A peaceful, stable, prosperous world for all, where sovereignty is respected and where civilians are protected. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Australia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Elba Romanus Baptiste, Minister for External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation and Diaspora Affairs of St. Lucia.
Distinguished Mr. President, I find it more than proper to set in motion my address to this 79th session of the UN General Assembly by invoking the wisdom of one of America's most outstanding orators, the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who said, and I quote, "We are now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. This is no time for apathy or complacency. This is a time for vigorous and positive action," unquote. Mr. President, over the decades, we, the representatives of small island developing states, have come to this hallowed chamber to state the case for fairer treatment of our developmental needs and our challenges by the international community. We have argued for special and differential treatment because we are indeed different, indeed special, and indeed unique in our sizes, our economies, our finances, our social circumstances, our vulnerabilities. Mr. President, we are indeed severely disadvantaged by an unfair global financial system that has amplified inequities by the measurements and standards it has employed to assess our development. And despite our best efforts, it seems that we were simply engaging in odds to the death because there has hardly been the type of concrete and fundamental responses and actions to change the rules and the systems that have been suppressing our developmental aspirations. However, Mr. President, we have persisted in our advocacy. We have not abandoned our faith in the strength and advantages of multilateralism. And so today, we are pleased to applaud two recent decisions by the international community that provide an expectation that the unique vulnerabilities and special circumstances of St. Lucia and other small island developing states will receive the particular attention they deserve. I speak first of the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States, recently held in Antigua and Barbuda, which adopted a new 10-year plan of action for seeds. The Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Seeds is a bold new plan to give priority at the international level to the sustainable development needs of seeds over the next 10 years and maps out the nature of the support which the international community must deliver in order to achieve them. Through this agenda, the economies of seeds can be transformed, and so there must be absolutely no delay in its implementation and in delivering on the commitments made to bring life to its provisions. This cannot wait. The second decision that we applaud is the recent adoption by the United Nations of the Multi-Dimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI. While we note that the resolution advancing the MVI calls for its voluntary adoption, St. Lucia urges the international community to speedily adopt and implement the MVI. It took the international community 32 years to develop and adopt this vital and necessary tool for sustainable development and global equity. Let us not wait another 32 years to test and implement it. The MVI must be brought into use today. This cannot wait. It is urgent because the challenges facing our small, open, and vulnerable economies are quite complex. Caribbean economies have, over the past 2 decades, been plagued by a number of interrelated and interlocking factors, including persistent fiscal deficit and high debt, stubborn and persistent structural rigidities. These interrelated factors have been significantly exacerbated by external shocks, including frequent and major fluctuations in energy prices, financial crisis, and more recently, the COVID pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war, not to mention the planet's greatest existential threat, climate change. In this regard, there is a pressing need for immediate action to halt and reverse the slow progress that is being made on the issue of climate change and climate justice. This General Assembly needs no reminders of the violent and destructive impact of climate change and the extent of the peril in which the world, particularly seeds, finds itself as a result. St. Lucia is considerably dismayed and disappointed that after years of advocacy by seeds to establish the Loss and Damage Fund at COP28, the fund which should have been activated in July this year is yet to be operationalized. St. Lucia therefore urges those concerned to swiftly and urgently operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund so that seeds can receive timely support and on the scale required to recover from the disastrous impact of climatic events on their small economies and societies. Further, it is essential that at the forthcoming COP29, the special circumstances of seeds are protected and operationalized across the entire climate change policy agenda. This cannot wait. In the same way, the world must recompense seeds for the injustice of the climate crisis that we are suffering. Those countries which propel their economies, the economic development through the unholy and inhumane transatlantic slave trade and slavery of our African ancestors must pay reparations for this crime against humanity, which they inflicted upon the people they brought from Africa to the Caribbean and the Americas, as well as on the indigenous peoples of those regions. President, St. Lucia therefore reiterates the call it made at the 78th session of the UNGA that the UN should become seized of the question of reparations for the transatlantic slave trade and slavery in the Western Hemisphere. This is why, in part, our Caribbean civilization resents the current carnage in Gaza and the West Bank. Because in Gaza, President, for the last year, over 41,000 persons, the majority being women and children, have been killed by an Israeli army in the name of self-defense, occasioned by a terrorist attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, in which approximately 1,200 persons were killed. St. Lucia condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, by whomever and whatever commits it. But humanitarianism has been lost in the carnage. Since October last year, 289 aid workers, including 207 UNRWA team members, have been killed in Gaza. In addition, more than 110 journalists have been killed. President, this war in Palestine, what some have referred to as genocide, whatever it is called, must be brought to an end today. For the world has no future with it and has no appetite for it. President, year in, year out, since its independence, St. Lucia has been calling for the recognition and establishment of a Palestinian state. However, to date, there continues to be needless impediments to this accomplishment. President, I respectfully submit that this unnecessary undermining of Palestinian statehood is, to a large extent, the root cause of the current Israeli-Palestinian conflict. President, Israelis and Palestinians deserve to live side by side in peace. However, peace for Israel must not come at the expense of the Palestinian people, nor can a permanent ceasefire be based on the whims and fancies of Israel. President, it must be predicated upon meaningful and honest negotiations utilizing the tools of diplomacy. Hence, no state should become material accomplices to aggression against the Israeli and Palestinian people. Because the solution is not far-fetched or unreachable. The Palestinians must be allowed to exercise their right to self-determination, to have their own state and full membership of the United Nations, alongside the state of Israel, in accordance with UN resolutions that go back to 181 of 1947 and include Resolution 3246 of 1974, which reaffirm the inherent rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, national independence, and sovereignty, and the right of the Palestinians to return to their homes and property. President, the only way to secure a just and peaceful future in the Middle East and for Israel to have secured borders is for the Palestinian people to live in their own internationally recognized homeland. The right to self-determination is a universal right, and the Palestinians are no exception. The people of Palestine cannot wait. It is this same right which says that the people of Ukraine must be allowed to choose their own destiny, and that Russia must end this unwarranted war against Ukraine and restore and respect the territorial integrity of Ukraine. It is this same right of self-determination which dictates that the heroic people of Cuba have a right to determine their own path to political, economic, and social development, and that the economic embargo imposed on Cuba for over 6 decades by the United States is illegal, unjust, and inhumane. It must be ended forthwith, in accordance with the many resolutions of the UN General Assembly from 1992, which have rejected that embargo totally and overwhelmingly. The people of Cuba cannot wait. Further, Cuba's emphasis on medical internationalism as its central foreign policy objective, as well as its non-involvement in armed conflicts abroad, invalidate Cuba's inclusion on the US's list as a state sponsor of terrorism. Instead, President, given that it is well established that Cuba's alternative model of development has provided important social benefits to the Cuban people, coupled with its emphasis on medical internationalism, it should be on a list of countries acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. No one must be left behind. It is the same right to self-determination that says that the 23.5 million people of the Republic of China and Taiwan have the right to be a member of the United Nations and other international organizations. And the UN Resolution 2758 of 1971 does not preclude Taiwan's inclusion and participation in the United Nations system. We believe that Taiwan, with the 20th largest economy in the world, and with its important role in technological development and world trade, has much to offer from which the international community can benefit. No one must be left behind. It is this same right to self-determination that says that the people and government of Venezuela must be allowed to conduct their internal affairs without sanctions imposed upon them by other states. In Haiti, the situation remains unstable and deeply concerning, although some political advances have been registered through the efforts of CARICOM's Eminent Persons Group of 3 former prime ministers. However, the international community has only provided 14% of the resources required for the multilateral security support mission for Haiti. We welcome the announcement from the President of Kenya this week that it will deploy 600 more security forces to Haiti by November, and we thank the government of Kenya for its support of the Haitian people. The funding required for humanitarian assistance in Haiti is also woefully short of its target. We therefore call upon all other countries which had pledged to assist Haiti to urgently and immediately fulfill their commitments to do so. Haiti cannot wait. In view of the foregoing, to safeguard the future, we have to be prepared to take action now, this moment, this very minute, at this time, on certain issues that are essential for a peaceful and sustainable future, and we cannot and must not be selective about which declarations of the PAC or of the principles of the Charter of the UN that we will respect and when we will do so. In the convening of the Summit of the Future this week, and in the theme that is guiding the deliberations of this 79th session of the General Assembly, the international community has seemingly come to understand that it can no longer procrastinate, no longer delay the actions needed to secure a better future for mankind. Let us for once, therefore, turn our words into action. The time for action is now. The time to make multilateralism truly work, not just for SIDS, but for all of us, is now. The time for reform of the Security Council is now. The time for climate justice for SIDS is now. The time to end the conflicts and needless wars is now. The time to give the youth of this planet, who are the people of tomorrow, the hope and the opportunities to better themselves is now. The time to put humanity first is now. If we act together today for peace, for sustainable development, for justice, no one will be left behind, and there will be a better tomorrow. Consequently, President, if we do not act with the fierce urgency of now, our UN speeches and resolutions, in the words, again, if I may reach out for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and I quote, will end up as a meaningless drama on the stage of history, shrouded with the ugly garments of shame. President, I thank you, and I yield the floor.
I thank the Minister for External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation, and Diaspora Affairs of St. Lucia. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I extend Jamaica's congratulations on your election to the leadership of this distinguished body. You can be assured of our full commitment to the successful execution of your mandate for the 79th session. I also commend your predecessor, Ambassador Dennis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago, a fellow CARICOM national, for his successful tenure. We, the member states of the United Nations, are all facing the same world of multiple and intersecting challenges. The great difference between us, however, is our capacity to meet, withstand, and recover from the shocks they bring. If there is one realization that we must share, it is that these challenges cannot be solved alone. They can only be addressed through multilateralism, diplomacy, and international cooperation. Mr. President, Jamaica is a small island located in the second most climate vulnerable region in the world. We emerged from a brutal history of slavery and colonization, achieving political independence a mere 62 years ago. Until recently, most of our independent history has been characterized by high levels of poverty, debt, and unemployment. But as we chart a course towards sustainable prosperity, we are determined that these characteristics will not define the Jamaica we bequeath to future generations. Against the odds, Jamaica has been building our resilience. Our macroeconomic fundamentals today are stronger than they have been at any time over the past 50 years. Our credit ratings have been upgraded by international rating agencies, and our fiscal credibility has improved. Jamaica is now an attractive destination for investment. Over the last 10 years, in spite of the pandemic, we have more than halved our debt-to-GDP ratio, significantly reduced our poverty rate, brought unemployment to historic lows, and increased our minimum wage by more than 100%. Our management of the economy has created fiscal space that has allowed us to invest more into social welfare, national security, health, and education. Through our National Broadband Network project, we have increased internet penetration to 77% and internet user penetration to 85.1%. We're closing our domestic digital divide, providing more and better services online. We've also embarked on Jamaica's largest ever expansion and upgrade of infrastructure, using a mixture of pure budgetary financing and public-private partnerships. Mr. President, these advancements have been hard-won. Our effort has required social, political, and international partnership, measured policy, and strategic management. Even as we acknowledge the sacrifices made to enable our achievements, we recognize that many of our successes can be easily eroded by exogenous shocks, including climate change, which we view as a clear and present danger to humanity. As a small island developing state, Jamaica is severely affected by higher temperatures, warmer seas, sea level rise, and the increased intensity and frequency of natural disasters. Hurricane Beryl, which impacted the Caribbean in July this year, was the earliest Category 5 hurricane on record. Beryl resulted in the dislocation of families and communities, along with significant damage to infrastructure, houses, schools, and farms. Damage was most severe in our agricultural belt, wiping out crops, killing livestock, and triggering knock-on effects on higher food prices and inflation. Our new climate-smart agricultural practices were no match for the hurricane. Her winds took the panels for solar-powered irrigation pumps and flattened 70% of our greenhouses. We experience almost a half of every year in the uncertainty of a hurricane season. Natural and climate-based disasters continue to set back efforts to attain the SDGs and realize sustained inclusive growth and development. We've therefore sought to strengthen our ability to respond to and recover from such disasters through a risk-layered approach to disaster response financing. Jamaica, therefore, has significantly increased resources to our contingency fund and the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund. We've established the National Disaster Fund, triggered by measured impact on GDP, and become the first small island developing state to independently sponsor a catastrophe bond. Additionally, we participate in the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. These mechanisms, however, Mr. President, do not reduce the occurrence of disasters, nor prevent the disruption, dislocation, and destruction that they cause. It bears repeating that no country can combat the effects of climate change on its own. Jamaica, therefore, affirms our unwavering commitment to international cooperation to counter the negative impacts of climate change and to the pursuit of climate justice. We urge the major polluting nations to honor their commitments under the Paris Agreement and to meet their finance obligations. Furthermore, we welcome the adoption of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, the ABAS, at the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States. More particularly, Jamaica endorses the call for a redoubling of international cooperation and action to accelerate mitigation and adaptation. All countries must maintain the target of limiting global temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius through enhanced NDCs based on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. Allow me to pause here to congratulate the government of Antigua and Barbuda for successfully hosting the conference. Jamaica calls on the UN and international financial institutions to adopt a new climate finance goal at COP29. We further call for urgent and accelerated mobilization of international action and resources. This includes the full and effective operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund to address issues of responsiveness and scale that are most critical for SIDS. Mr. President, Jamaica welcomes the adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. We call on our development partners, including multilateral development banks and other international financial institutions, to urgently examine the index and commence its use. Rather than considering GNI alone, it takes into account the structural and environmental vulnerabilities of SIDS. Its use by MDBs will better align access to and terms of financing with supporting these countries' developmental needs. Jamaica also commits to advancing dialogue and cooperation with stakeholders in the international capital markets to adapt their operations to the vulnerability resilience profiles of SIDS. Improved access to development financing is fundamentally critical for SIDS, which are particularly off track in attaining the SDGs. Mr. President, the SDGs were adopted by leaders as a universal clarion call to tackle poverty, ensure peace, and promote prosperity. Jamaica shares the concern that globally only 17% of the SDG targets are on track. We are proud that our progress is further along domestically, and we fully support and are honored to co-lead the Secretary General's SDG Stimulus Leaders Group. International cooperation is urgently needed to drive sustained efforts to tackle structural and systemic issues that contain access to development finance. Through our collective advocacy, we aim to elevate the global agenda to ensure that no one is left behind. We call upon wealthier countries and the IFIs to partner with developing countries and to redouble their efforts to create and implement innovative strategies to unlock financing and spur investments towards attaining the SDGs. The upcoming 4th International Conference on Financing for Development presents an opportunity to commit to tangible deliverables to address the current financing challenges. These include impactful, practical, and meaningful reform of the international financial architecture, to strengthen the voice and representation of developing countries in international decision-making, and to substantially improve the quantity, accessibility, and affordability of financing for development. Mr. President, this brings me to the Summit of the Future. The adoption of the Pact for the Future, the Declaration on Future Generations, and the Global Digital Compact signaled renewed hope in multilateralism. The consensus demonstrated by our collective resolve to deliver inclusive and durable solutions to current and emerging global challenges brings new hope. With foresight, political will, and joint action, we can deliver a better world for future generations. Jamaica commends the work of Namibia and Germany in their facilitation of the Pact, and we were honored to have co-facilitated, together with the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the Declaration on Future Generations. Mr. President, Jamaica believes that in leveraging multilateralism to advance sustainable development, human rights, and international peace and security to deliver results for all the peoples of the world. No country or region should be excluded from the opportunities to attain the SDGs. Jamaica, therefore, joins the call for the discontinuation of the crippling economic, commercial, and financial embargo against our closest Caribbean neighbor, Cuba. We further call for a cessation of the classification of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism. These measures continue to have a devastating impact on the economic and social well-being of the people of Cuba and preclude progress towards their attainment of the SDGs. Mr. President, Jamaica also once again condemns the brutal October 7 attacks in Israel and the devastating counterattacks in the Palestinian territories. The undeniable human crisis and instability compel all parties to resolve the conflict through dialogue and diplomacy. We commend the United States, Qatar, Jordan, Egypt, and others who are making concerted efforts towards a peaceful resolution. We continue to support the United Nations Security Council Resolution 242 and believe that a two-state solution is the best way to achieve lasting peace between Israel and Palestine. It is in this context that Jamaica has recognized the state of Palestine, and we call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages to bring an end to the protracted war and human suffering. Mr. President, much closer to home, Haiti continues to face one of the most challenging periods in its storied history. Rampant gangs are causing chronic instability and unspeakable violence, especially against women and children. Millions of Haitians are facing hunger and dislocation. They need and deserve the unwavering support of the international community to restore peace, security, and democracy, and to address the devastating humanitarian crisis. Jamaica will continue to play its part, including through CARICOM and the Eminent Persons Group, in supporting the political process in Haiti. Significant progress has already been made, particularly since the Kingston talks convened by CARICOM in Jamaica in March of this year. We welcome the installation of the Transitional Presidential Council, the appointment of an interim Prime Minister and ministerial cabinet, and the finalization of the Provisional Electoral Council. The Multinational Security Support Mission is critical to the restoration of peace and security in Haiti. We reiterate our gratitude to the government of Kenya for its leadership of and commitment to the MSS. We're pleased to confirm that on the 12th of September, Jamaica deployed its initial command contingent along with Belize as part of the MSS. We are committed to scaling up our numbers. But we also call on the international community to contribute more personnel and equipment. Restoration of peace and security is critical to the creation of an environment in which free and fair elections can be held. The establishment of democratic governance is critical for sustainable economic growth and development for Haiti. Mr. President, since the deployment of the MSS, we have seen improvements in the situation and have reason for cautious optimism. More is needed, however, and time is not on Haiti's side. It is critical that we preserve and advance gains made. It is critical that we maintain hope and stability. We therefore urge the Security Council to renew the mandate of the MSS and to consider future transition to a peacekeeping framework to guarantee funding. We also call for continued and increased support from member states, including financial contributions to the Trust Fund. This is needed for deployment of additional personnel to support the HNP as they recover communities from criminal gangs. Mr. President, we further call on the international community to significantly increase contributions to the Humanitarian Response Plan for Haiti, which remains underfunded at 39% of target. Support to BNU must also be ramped up so that displaced families can be fed and provided with critical health care, and children can return to the classrooms to resume their education. Jamaica will continue to do what we are able. We will support our sister CARICOM nation in the effort to restore peace, security, and stability in Haiti and, by extension, the region. As Mr. President, Jamaica is seeking to comprehensively address the issue of gangs, crime, and violence in our own society, fully recognizing the compounding impact of transnational crime, including illicit trafficking in drugs, arms, and ammunition. We've embarked on a mission of transforming and strengthening our security forces and agencies while preserving human rights, increasing operational efficiency, and delivering high-quality policing services to the public. We have made significant improvements to the working conditions of our policemen and women, and the National Police College of Jamaica has now received the highest international accreditation for curriculum and quality of training. We continue to expand CCT networks in collaboration with our stakeholders, have increased mobility and introduced new equipment and technology, including forensics. We've also introduced new community policing models. The government is also undertaking social interventions in vulnerable communities. We've trained and certified approximately 40,000 at-risk youth and enrolled approximately 81,000 parents in parenting programs. We're also working closely with the private sector and NGOs to expand social services in vulnerable communities. On transnational organized crime, Jamaica has made substantial investments in advanced coastal radar systems and acquisition of offshore patrol vessels. We're also increasing the use of technology in securing our ports. Mr. President, as a result of these initiatives, major crimes have consistently declined to the lowest levels in 25 years. So far this year, there's been a 17% decline in homicides over last year. Jamaica is a safer place to live, work, raise families, and do business. We recognize that continued bilateral, regional, and multilateral cooperation, especially in the areas of training, intelligence sharing, and joint operations, is vital if we are to comprehensively and sustainably continue to reduce crime and violence. And in this regard, while we appreciate steps taken, we reiterate our call for more concrete action from bilateral partners to stem the illicit flow of small arms and ammunition from their ports. We welcome the recent outcome of the RevCon 4 on small arms and light weapons. More particularly, we welcome the emphasis placed on technical assistance and capacity building, customs control, emerging technologies, and through-life conventional ammunition management. These are all critically relevant matters to ultimately turning around crime-ridden inner-city communities into peaceful and prosperous ones. Mr. President, cybercrime is a major threat to citizen security and an obstacle to sustained economic development. International cooperation is necessary to address the matter of cybercrime. Jamaica actively participated in the negotiations together with our fellow CARICOM partners on the United Nations Convention on Cybercrime. We therefore look forward to the adoption of the convention by the General Assembly and look forward to future engagements within the framework of this instrument. In closing, Mr. President, Jamaica has taken difficult decisions and has taken responsibility for our economic future. We've demonstrated that we are able to positively impact our own outcomes and redefine our future. We continue to believe not only in our own resolve, but also in the power of multilateralism and international cooperation to overcome shared global challenges. The people of the world are counting on these United Nations and the international community to deliver on climate, on human rights, on peace and security, and on development. With that support, Jamaica is committed to doing our part to meet the challenges of today while laying a solid foundation for future generations. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohamed Ali Nafti, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Migration and Tunisians Abroad of Tunisia.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, it is my pleasure to extend our warmest congratulations to His Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, and the Republic of Cameroon on presiding over the 79th session of the General Assembly. We wish him success in conducting its work and stress Tunisia's support to his vision, namely unity and diversity for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for everyone, everywhere. I would also like to express our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis for a successful presidency. We renew our appreciation to the continuous efforts of the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, to restore trust in multilateralism. Mr. President, as hopeful as we are to achieve the necessary change and reforms and pave the way towards a safer, more peaceful, equitable, and sustainable world through the initiatives and tracks proposed in the Secretary General's framework, our common agenda, and through the outcomes of the Summit of the Future, we express deep concern and disappointment and denounce the current situation in the Middle East. The horrendous humanitarian suffering of the Palestinian people continues on their territory. For almost a year now, they have been subjected to the most despicable war crimes, a genocide, and all forms of violations of human rights and the purposes and principles for which the United Nations was established. Such violations are perpetrated by the occupying forces without any sense of accountability. Meanwhile, the international community remains unjustifiably and immorally silent. The failure of the international community to ensure the respect of the international humanitarian law, despite the measures imposed by the ICJ to protect civilians in Gaza from the risk of a genocide, puts the life of Palestinians at stake. Suddenly, the slogan repeated from different rostrums calling for human rights and humanitarian issues to take precedence disappears when it comes to the Palestinian people. The only way towards a safe future for all peoples starts with a belief that all human beings are equal without any discrimination or selectivity, and away from double standards. We cannot start a new phase of multilateralism, international relations, and sustainable development based on the principle of leaving no one behind if we continue to ignore the tragedy of the Palestinian people. In this vein, we call upon the international community to take immediate, effective, and responsible steps to save what can still be saved, stop the bloodshed, and end the genocide and starvation of Gaza. This war has targeted schools, hospitals, and civilian infrastructure and facilities, killing more than 40,000 people. We also call upon the Security Council to break its stalemate and play its natural role, namely the maintenance of international peace and security, by holding the occupation authorities accountable for the humanitarian tragedy in Gaza, imposing an immediate ceasefire, stopping the blatant and abhorrent attacks on innocent Palestinians, and preventing forced displacement, settlements, and the violation of sacred places. The war on Gaza caused a deep rift in humanity and jeopardized people's trust in the UN system and main organs to implement their resolutions. We recall the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion adopted on July 19, 2024 at the request of the General Assembly on the legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of the Zionist occupation in the occupied Palestinian territory. It found that the continued presence of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory is illegal and that the State of Israel is under an obligation to cease immediately all new settlement activities and to evacuate all settlers from the occupied Palestinian territory. This opinion puts the international community to the test to prove its commitment to the supremacy of international law and its applicability to everyone without any exception, selectivity, or double standards. Our country continues to firmly and unconditionally support the right of the Palestinian people to restore their imprescriptible, legitimate, and inalienable rights, mainly their right to self-determination and establishment of an independent, sovereign state on all the Palestinian territory with Al-Quds al-Sharif as a capital. Tunisia stresses its support to the Palestinian request for full membership at the United Nations. We appreciate international recognition of Palestine and hope that it would lead to Palestine becoming a full member at the United Nations without further delay. Once again, we strongly condemn the attacks on brotherly Lebanon, targeting its people and threatening its stability and security at a time when our countries are meeting at the United Nations. We call upon the Security Council to take a firm stance to stop these crimes against humanity without delay. Mr. President, the principle of leaving no one behind cannot be achieved with slogans. We cannot achieve the desired goals and overcome the failures of the past and the present unless we all have a genuine will to change and reform. For this reason, we need a unified and responsible diagnosis of the root causes for the failure by the current international community to address the growing conflicts and wars, the increase in extremism, terrorism, and organized crime, the deterioration of crises and climate disasters which threaten the survival of millions of people. In addition, the levels of poverty, hunger, and inequality are unprecedented. There is a big increase in the number of refugees and displaced. The development and digital gap between the North and the South is widening, and the international financial system is unable to respond to the development needs of the majority of states. All these challenges represent dangerous indicators that the current international system is no longer on track, hence requiring us all to carry out the necessary reviews and reforms to address all the chaos, inequality, and turmoil. Those challenges also require states, peoples, and institutions to make joint efforts, share responsibility, and respect international law, the UN Charter, and human rights on an equal footing without any discrimination or politicization. The past 8 decades have proven the urgent need for reforming international relations and reviewing the basics and working methods of multilateralism to address the needs of people and end every disorder which caused tragedy and suffering for millions and led to undeniable existential threats. Such threats cannot be addressed using the same tools and methods that only take into account the interests of a minority of states at the expense of others. In this regard, we stress the urgent need for developed countries to respect their commitment to financing development, supporting climate efforts, and effectively contributing to the eradication of poverty while supporting growth and building the resilience and sustainability of developing countries. We also stress the need for ending all forms of trusteeship, the imposition of policies and instructions, and interference in states' internal affairs to ensure their national sovereignty, independence, choices, and cultural specificities are respected, because this diversity is a source of wealth. The challenges ahead can only be faced by rebuilding international relations based on solidarity, fair and constructive cooperation, mutual respect, and equality. We also call for promoting the role of the United Nations and introducing the necessary reforms to its institutions and organs to improve their performance and promote their credibility, mainly the Security Council, which is now paralyzed by growing geostrategic conflicts. Mr. President, based on its genuine belief in multilateralism and its respect to the purposes of the UN Charter, Tunisia took part in all tracks and initiatives proposed by the Secretary General's plan, Our Common Agenda, as well as the SDG Summit and the Summit of the Future, which was recently held here at the UN. If the necessary follow-up and implementation mechanisms are adopted, their outcomes represent a historic opportunity and an essential tool to overcome challenges, mitigate risks, and establish a safer, more peaceful, and sustainable world. At the same time, we reaffirm the urgent need to introduce structural reforms to the global financial system and review the role of credit rating agencies to alleviate the debt servicing burden on developing states and facilitate their access to development financing. This will allow them to recover from the repercussions of successive global crises for which they have paid a high price, even though they did not have a role in causing most of them. It will also allow them to focus their efforts on meeting the human development needs of their people. We also call for developing tools for bilateral and multilateral international cooperation to ensure the recovery of stolen assets moved abroad. This will accelerate economic recovery and promote development, given that it is the inherent right of people affected. Such violations should be prevented in the future because they deplete states' resources and represent the biggest form of corruption. Mr. President, irregular migration is growing in a number of regions, especially in the Mediterranean, our region. It is one of the main indicators of the weak global governance and the lack of political will to address the consequences of development crises, climate change, and conflicts. As we have stressed time and again, this multidimensional issue requires a collective responsibility-sharing approach among countries of origin, transit, and destination, as well as regional and international organizations to address the root causes of this phenomenon and not just its consequences. We also called for comprehensive solutions that address vulnerabilities, the decline in literacy rates, and weak development programs to usher in a new reality in countries of origin, especially in Africa, and provide their people with a dignified life and decent work opportunities to preserve their right to life and development and protect them from the perils of a journey they take in the Mediterranean seeking a better life, and to shield them against the exploitation of criminal, smuggling, and human trafficking networks. Our approach to dealing with irregular migration is clear. It is based on the respect of human rights and the rejection of all forms of racial discrimination and hate speech, while respecting our international commitments and national legislations. We continue to make every effort possible to save lives and provide the necessary care to those in need while preserving their dignity. However, we reject any implicit settlement project for irregular migrants. We also reject any attempt by politicians and the media to exploit the situation of migrants and their suffering to make political gains and achieve their suspicious agendas. Mr. President, in Tunisia, we are aware of the challenges in the phase ahead and are firmly attached to reform and the promotion of democracy, the rule of law, and good governance. These are based on fighting and preventing corruption and achieving our people's aspirations to more well-being, prosperity, and sustainable development. We are attached to the pillars of our foreign policy and international commitments and rely on our human capacities and our constructive cooperation and partnerships with our friends and partners based on mutual benefit. Our youth are a source of inspiration and the face of the future. So we ensure they play a leading role in transformative solutions and decision-making. We continue to promote our legal frameworks and strategic plans to ensure the inclusion and economic empowerment of women and promote their participation in public life at all levels, including peacekeeping in the world. With the same commitment and will, Tunisia continues to play an active role in international and UN efforts to promote regional and international peace and security, ensure the respect of international law and international humanitarian law, end all forms of injustice, occupation, and human rights violations, and achieve development for all. We stress our firm position in support of the efforts of our Libyan brothers and sisters to overcome their differences and reach a political settlement through constructive dialogue with the help of the United Nations to maintain Libya's security and stability and strengthen its unity. Once again, we reject all forms of foreign intervention in Libya's internal affairs. We also call for uniting UN and international efforts to find a political solution for the situation in Syria and Yemen that ends the suffering of these two brethren people and restores peace and security while preserving their sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Tunisia calls upon Sudanese parties to stop the fighting and opt for dialogue and peaceful settlements to overcome the current crisis and restore security and stability to the Sudan in order to end the scourge of war and displacement causing suffering to its people. With regards to the African continent, which is the most affected by climate change, global crises, terrorism, and instability, we call for more UN and international efforts to help the continent in overcoming its different challenges and crises and move forward towards stability, peace, security, and sustainable development. African solutions for African problems should be the approach for achieving the goal of silencing the guns by 2030. We once again call upon the United Nations to provide financial and logistical support to African-led peace operations. It is important that cooperation and coordination continue among UN and regional organs to achieve the Africa we want. Mr. President, the world has just entered a new phase of digital change, and the use of modern technologies is on the rise in all fields. As we stress the importance of the Global Digital Compact, we call for strengthening cooperation in technology transfer to bridge the digital gap between the South and the North so that no one is left behind. In the same vein, we call for fighting digital chaos and misinformation, as well as the criminal and illegal use of digital technologies to sow the seeds of chaos and destabilize communities. Mr. President, the next phase is very complicated because of the challenges facing the security and well-being of the present and future generations and the future of our planet. We can no longer address the situation with the same tools and methods. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. The only way forward is based on solidarity, cooperation, and our shared destiny. Tunisia's foreign policy and diplomacy has always been based on optimism and pragmatism. Despite all the shocks and challenges facing our world, we believe that the UN remains our only hope, since it represents international legitimacy and since it carries the hopes and dreams of the people as we prepare to celebrate its 80th anniversary next year. God willing. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Migration and Tunisians abroad of Tunisia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Peter Chanel Agovaka, Minister of Foreign Affairs and External Trade of Solomon Islands.
Mr. President, it is an honor and privilege to address this 79th session of the General Assembly. I bring warm greetings from the government and people of my